Donna does due process. The Meddler goes to court. Welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm Bob Mott. I'm your host, and we are here for day 4 of the Donna Adelson trial. Big day, maybe? Maybe, Charlie? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. All right, let me bring it up. We haven't missed a thing. I had it originally set for 7:40. I'm like, you know what? I don't think they're going to start at 7:40. And I was right. It was great. I felt great about it. I felt great about the concept of starting at 5 minutes later, and I pulled the trigger. Good morning, beautiful humans. I hope you guys are all feeling fantastic, or late afternoon for our friends across the pond, right? It's 8 here. Let's say mid-after, yeah, sometime in the afternoon. So, hey, how y'all doing? What's going on? What's really going on? It's popping. It's cracking. What's good, as they say, as the kids say, what's good? Us, same old, same old. Allie's got a little in-person court at 9. She might come on for a few before she leaves. Or not. I don't know. She's gonna do what she's gonna do. I can't stop her. She runs shit. So, but I hope she does pop on for a little bit before she goes. And then she's going and pleading somebody out, one of our clients. Worked it out, got him a good deal, pleading it out. It's the job. It's the job, y'all. All right, let's see. So yeah, they were late. They had, it sounded like a little bit of motion work, little housekeeping, as it were, to work out this morning. And they're running a little late. But one thing we know, Judge Everett runs a tight ship. Very, very tight ship. It's the way the guy rolls. Oh no. She's in here. Whoa. Hello. Can you get that blind? I didn't get that blind open. I feel like it's yeah, okay. That'll work. Thanks. No, that's good. That's good. Thank you. So what's up with y'all though? What's popping? What's cracking? What's good? Nothing? Yeah, all right. Same, just waiting. So we had, I think it was I forget what that cop's name was. I think that it was Corbett, right? This guy. So he was on direct still. And you hope that George is like building to a head with the most damning stuff that he found as we get closer to the end of the examination. That's usually the way it goes. It makes the most sense. You want shit to stick in the jury's heads, so you don't want to bury it at the beginning or like right after all of his training experience. You want that gut punch right at the end of the examination. So yeah, I don't know what you guys are feeling about like cases like this where we all know so much about it going in. It's hard. It's hard to separate what we know from looking objectively at Donna's trial alone as a standalone, and to figure out whether or not they're doing what they need to do to get a conviction. Do they have enough? I mean, I don't think there's any way she's walking, but it's funny. You watch these trials, and if you've got competent defense on the other side, you start to have doubts. You're like, well, maybe they have enough. I mean, everybody agrees. There's been a lot of information about Charlie and especially Wendi. It's, it's that thing where it kind of seems like they're trying Wendi more than they're trying Donna, but it's so intertwined. It's so intertwined. I mean, the bottom line, Donna's the money woman, right? I mean, that's it. Like, she wasn't setting shit up with the hitman. That was Charlie. She was supplying the cash. Maybe she pulled the trigger. Maybe she's the one who called it, you know? Mama hugs. 21 glorious years of marriage. Happy, happy anniversary. Congratulations. That's beautiful. I love to see that. You guys still enjoying each other's company? Still like hanging? You do stuff together? You go to shows, movies, plays. What's your thing? Or do you guys just sit around and watch trials, true crime during the day? He comes home, nice dinner, watch your favorite TV shows. We're going to see a show tonight. We're going to see a show tonight. It's gonna be tight. Not that tight. Show starts at 8. So that'll I should have time. Getting into Chicago, the traffic just sucks. It's like every day. You don't even need to look at GPS. It's hour and a half down up in there. But it's in the West Loop, which is closer. So I don't have to go way north, which we do sometimes. Actually, Megan, I'm glad you asked. It's my buddy. His name is Alex Vasily. He's a trombone player, and he plays trombone for a band called Dumpsta Funk. He's phenomenal bone player, phenomenal. I love the trombone. It's fantastic. But he's got two of his buddies who are also his buddies, um, who are playing drums and the bass guitar. It's a funk show. It's a funk. Yeah, Dumpsta's funk for sure. So, but the bass player and the drummer are from a guy named Neil Francis. He's on the come up, Neil Francis. He is Dumpsta Funk is the name of the band. They're all legendary New Orleans guys. I actually, when Allie and I, when the day comes, when we actually start the morning drop, which is going to be our morning show, where we just blast in for 35, 40 minutes, tell everybody what's up for the day in court, any big true crime stories, talk about them, in and out burger, but we want to do it daily. Trying to work that out though in terms of time zones is challenging, but it's like that's why I like when we do trials because you guys know we're going to be on every day. Otherwise, I'm kind of beholden to whoever I'm interviewing. So it's the channels that have like a set day, like we're going to do Wednesday, we're going to do Sunday, or we're going to do Tuesday, we're going to do Thursday. We want to do that clockwork type of thing, but it's harder when you're securing interviews with people that aren't in the business. If it's people in the business, if they're other content creators or they work in true crime, then they get it. I can get them on in shorter notice. But if it's other folks where I'm trying to get, like I had to get Amanda Knox, which is September 15th, by the way, don't forget. I had to book that like two months in advance with her. She's busy. She's got her book. She's got her show coming out on Hulu. But that's going to be a fascinating interview. I'm excited about it. You know, talk about a wrongful conviction over in a foreign country, no less. So we'll enjoy that. That's going to be a good one. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that. When you get an interview like that, you're always worried they're going to dip, but they typically don't. Like typically when people, how is it, Meg? Is it pretty good? Is it pretty good? Like I'm curious as to how it is. I want to read yeah, she is. She's awesome though, Brian. All right, so I'm gonna do another wheel today, but what do you guys want me to do? What do you want the prize to be? Stickers, shirt. I'm trying to think of what else I could do. Like Ian just does like I'll tell a story. He's like, I'm building an outhouse. I'm gonna tell you guys something interesting happened. I'm gonna tell you that story if you hit the goal. Tina, are you talking about who won the court day? Hmm, I'd say it was a draw. I mean, Allie was ranting about Katie all night. She's like, that lying bitch. Allie is not buying what Katie is selling. That'll tell you. She ain't she ain't buying it. Oh, Gen X lawyer. Gen X lawyer won, I think, right? That's who it was. Or am I fucking up? Oh God, I'm probably fucking up. I probably got that wrong. I guess Gen did Gen X lawyer Tracy, did Gen X lawyer win the t-shirt? Who won yesterday? Oh man, that's not good. Whoever it is supposed to be sending us an email. Tracy will know because she knows all. She knows all. Oh, all right. Here, Gen X, I'm gonna send you just mine. All right. Okay, so mine is Insider at Defense Diaries. So I always forget what our show one is that the girls created. It's like something at True Crime. I can't forget. But so this will get to me. If you get it to me, Gen X, then I'll be able to crush it. But all right, who won the sticker? Yeah, so Gen X was T-shirt. And remember, Gen X, you got to go to Bonfire. Go to Bonfire. You pick whatever shirt you want, whatever size, whatever color. Ah, there it is. This is also one that reaches us, a true crime pod at gmail.com. You'd think I'd remember that. It's pretty easy. Pretty easy. All right. Am I on fucking real time here? Yeah, we're live. We're live. He late. Maybe they worked it out, whatever they had going on. Yeah, so Gen X won the shirt. Who won the stickers? Does anybody remember? Does anybody remember the sticker package? The huge sticker package. Oh, I know what I could do. Should be able to just uh huh? Oh, prego. Prego. All right, let's see. All right, hold on. Figure this out. I should be able to look on the wheel. Wheel. Four. A salty observer. Cody Harwick for the win. Kai knows. Oh, did I miss it? I was sorry, Kai. I was looking for the um oh, Megan knew. All kinds of you guys knew. Look at you guys paying attention. Kai. So good, Kai. Kai, you got your shirt finally, right? I think everybody got everything except for probably Megan. Didn't get her stickers. Afton, did you get your stickers? Afton, were you stickers or a shirt? I can't remember who else we sent. We sent 3 sets of stickers out. I can't remember who that was. All right, so yeah, Salty Observer. If y'all see Salty come in, if Salty's not in here yet, make sure to let Salty know. Go to Bonfire. Oh no, that's stickers. Never mind. All right. Okay, let me see here. So you guys, I'm gonna do a poll. What would you guys like to see? Because I'm running these ad free, so the grift has to be a different grift. So the grift is the wheel. But the nice thing about the wheel grift is that somebody wins something, as opposed to you getting bombarded with loud, intrusive ads during the middle of important testimony. I mean, nobody likes that. Nobody likes that. I had, let me see here. Like Allie bought me a TiVo right when they came out. Like we had just gotten out of law school and like, oh, the puppet. Whew, the puppet. All right, Danny, you're on the wheel, even though I haven't set the wheel yet. All right, but I'm going to do a poll or just put your suggestions in chat. Pammy, I still have the OG stickers on my car. Wow. Yeah, those are really the OG ones, like the black and red ones, or are they the better ones? Like the original stickers were we had like a whole different look. Like it started like the podcast when we started the podcast, it had because it's defense diaries. And I needed to be able to have people understand that it wasn't like military defense. So I wanted, and it would so had like a bloody, like a bloody knife stabbed into a it's a funny story actually, into like a diary, into a book. It was stabbed into it and there was blood spilling from it. Very gruesome, very insensitive. And like, so we had some friends, like we always do this thing with this band we like, My Morning Jacket. It's called One Big Holiday. So we had been to oh, we're up. Second One Big Holiday. And one of my friends is like, I was listening to your podcast like on a road trip, and I kept having a taste for an ice cream sandwich. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, I don't know. And she's like, and then I figured it out. She's like, the cover art for your podcast was on my screen in my car, and your diary looks just like an ice cream sandwich. And then when she said that, I'm like, oh my God. I mean, I had wanted to change it anyway to get rid of the blood. And I'm like, oh my God, you're right. It looks exactly like an ice cream sandwich. So right after that, we switched to our second logo. So like we have our branding logo, which is the circle, like Just Facts. It's got the little gavel, it's got the DD. Our newest cover art, which I love, which is actually it looks like AI made it, but it's not. AI did not make it. My son-in-law, who's a graphic design guy, made it. And we love it. There's one for the docket, there's one for Defense Diaries. They're cool. They're cool. Whoever's getting the sticker packages, one of the stickers is our new cover art for the pod. So all right, I'm gonna set the goal.
Hey, babe.
Oh, it's my beautiful and brilliant co-host. What's up, girl?
Hey, all.
Wow, cranky McCrankin pants. Is that what's
No, I'm
going
not.
on this?
I'm not cranky.
All
Just,
right.
Bob lets me sleep in, and then like I get up like 2 minutes before we're supposed to go on.
That's true. I like to let her have her beauty sleep. She's
Yeah,
so
but
peaceful.
I don't get to go into court with a bright light on my face, so I feel like I need to do more. But I'm coming on with you guys for a little.
All right, so the way I'm gonna put the wheel is guest viewer's choice. So when I start seeing some suggestions, like I saw Bob Puppet or Bob Senior Puppet, when I see like 3 or 4, I'll run a
Buddy,
poll.
what's the dog doing?
You're supposed to play the thing.
I know, but I really have this question about what he's doing because
Oh,
he never usually like crosses into the basement if he comes down, because usually I leave the door closed, but if I leave it open, he'll come down and visit. But he's like in the basement, like walking around, or I can't see him.
all right,
Seems like
let's
he's
see.
up to no good.
All right, so I started that thing. Yeah. All right, hold on. I got you. Hold on, I got you. So was he still? I forgot. I let him out before I hopped.
What
the
the
shower.
dog doing? What the dog doing?
He's back. Yeah, no, he was still out. I obviously let him in now that he's down here. So I've got this problem. So, because
We love the ball chairs. We love them.
Yeah.
Never go back. Sorry, babe.
Oh, it's all right. I was just talking nonsense anyway that
Tracy. Did you just get in? Tracy's it makes her nervous because Tracy does all the hard work on the wheel. She gathers all the names, she types them into an email, she sends them to me. So she's like, Bob, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what does that mean? So Trace, so I'm going
means
to ask
your
again.
color on the wheel. So you've got to figure out what color each person's going to be on the wheel.
Right.
That's all right, right, Trace?
It's $4.99 and up. It's teal and up. Yes, has to
No,
do
I was
all.
kidding that on the actual wheel, she was going to have to put people's name on a specific color. That's what I was trying to say. Nanook doesn't even like it. What is up?
No, what it means is CrimeCon tickets. No, I don't think so. They're giving Jerry Holman award. Mm-mm. Sorry, you're paying for your own, Cody. Like I can't abide. What's up with that guy? You
I
know
don't
what it
know.
is. You know what it is. We do. We have DD mugs.
All right, let me go figure this out.
We also, I think on Bonfire, we can do DD totes. They added some stuff that we can because it was when I first started with Bonfire, it was basically t-shirts, hoodies, things like that. So, but anyway, Tracy, I'm gonna look for like 3 or 4 viewer choice, what they win on the wheel, and then we will do a wheel spin based on after the poll on what you guys choose you want to win. You want to win. It's funny, like we had two people yesterday with 10 entries, and when I'm typing them out, because I have to add those manually to the wheel, I'm like, it's got it like one of the 10 first is winning. And it's never happened. Couple of fivers have won, people who have like donated 25 bucks or gifted it. But a lot of times it's 1 off, 2 off, 3 offs that win it. So not that I'm trying to encourage you not to send the big 50 bangers, but like I'm always like, I feel bad. I'm like, oh man, it's like this thing's in the bag, fish in a barrel. Yeah, this is where I'm at with it. This is where I'm at. This is where I'm at. I mean, we weren't going anyway, because of other reasons. But then when I saw that, I'm like, oh, shoo. That like it would have been bad for me. It would have been bad for me. I would have had a. You know what? Grilled cheese. We do that. Allie's got like a real. What we do is that we do the 15, which we will do during at some point during this trial, but for a 15-minute spot to join us, we basically we basically do a wheel spin with people that gift or donate 50 bucks. So it's a big ask. It's a big ask. But people seem to enjoy it. We did it during Karen. I think we did it a couple of times. And then they came on for 15 minutes. It was great. I think we had like 3 or 4 people come on. I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, that would like a 500 would definitely be if you donated 500, you're just getting a sweatshirt. So like that's like you don't even have to mess with the wheel. Be like, what? That's the hoodie. You guys go with the hoodie. Yeah, I mean the hoodies are pretty nice. And Piccolo got a hoodie. I was curious as if they're comfortable, if they're snuggly. They know the t-shirts are really nice. They don't have like the thick collar, like shitty t-shirts. They're nice shirts. They're soft. Oh, yeah. I mean, you guys don't have to. You don't have to win the wheel for me to do funny noises. Oh, you mean when we do them on the board or me doing my voices? Sure, classic. Sure. I know you're being sarcastic. Some may not, though. Classic overthinker. Some may not. Uh, you do? Good. Is it comfy? Is it snuggly? Snuggly. I mean, you need a snuggly hoodie. It's facts. It's facts. Morning, Brooklyn. How much do we love Brooklyn? We love Brooklyn an awful lot. Susan, good morning. Brian, good morning. Queen of Mean, good morning. Uh, Kai, good morning. Max's mom, Lisa, all the homies. Tracy, good morning. Got a great crowd. Jessica, Kit Kat, Sarah, also known as Aspiring, Mary Holt, Christy Downing, Sassy Southern Gal. Look at y'all. Giggle Glimmer, Sasha, Belly May, Spitfire. Oh, you guys are so great. It's PJ. Tina Lewis, Meg P, the beautiful, kind Meg P. I honestly don't remember. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Robin, Mike forever. Oh, there's movement. MB, just scrolling through, giving you guys love. Kai, Schweddy, Kyle. It's just Karis. That's all. It's just Karis. That's it. That's all. It's just Karis. Mindy, Gray Space. Love to see your face in here. Brett. Every single time I see Brett, I think it's a picture of Brett from the Prosecutors. Like, Brett, if I did one entry per dollar, the wheel would have like 1 million people on it. 1 million people. Yeah, Lynette, it is good. It is good for the fall. No question. A hoodie is excellent. Good for the fall. Nicola, welcome, welcome, welcome. Grilled cheese defies logic. Of course, Jedi Lord. Oh, there she is in her pink striped shirt again. Basically switching between two shirts, blue and pink, and then changing the cardigans. That's what's going on with her. Wow. Jury's really stomping in there today. Alyssa, good morning. Honestly, I don't remember.
Everyone can be seated.
Cody. Hello, hello, hello.
Good morning, members of the jury.
Jamie.
We are about to resume with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Before we get started today, I did want to ask you as a group, we are still good on the snacks. Everybody has enough? All right. Headed back to Costco this weekend if need be, but let the bailiffs know. Ms. Dugan, you may examine as necessary.
Snacks. What a sweet guy. He brings in
Right,
snacks
so
for jurors.
before we go back to your PowerPoint demonstrative, I want to show you one thing. And before I show it to you, Judge, I'd like to offer State 64 JJ into evidence by stipulation.
That's correct, Your Honor. 64 JJ is admitted at this time.
Right, Sergeant Corbett, is this appear to be an email from Donna Harvey at gmail.com?
Yes.
Okay, subject, bad news.
Correct.
And it was sent on June 25th of 2013 at about 11 p.m.
That would be GMT or UTC time, so we would need to subtract 4 hours from that to be local time, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So sometime the night of June 25th of 2013.
Correct.
And that was the same day as I believe the plan of action email that we saw yesterday from your PowerPoint, which was sent just a couple of days after Wendy's relocation was denied.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in this email sent about 5 days after Wendy's relocation was denied from Donna and Harvey to some friends, does it say, not in the mood to talk right now, and hope you'll understand. Wendy's hearing for relocation was denied. No chance at the appellate level for an appeal. We are all very disappointed. We'll talk soon, I promise. Love, Donna.
Yes.
Does it appear her understanding is it's denied and there's no chance for an appeal?
That would be correct, yes.
What was the date on that?
Okay, well, let me switch you back over. Thank you.
Thanks, not so Zen, Jen.
Okay, so Where we left off yesterday, we went through some of the email showing Donna Adelson's involvement in the divorce, text messages showing her venting to Charlie Adelson about the divorce. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statements to law enforcement in 2016 after his arrest that he and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee not only in the month of July of 2014 to kill Dan Markel, but also made an additional trip in the month of June of 2014?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate that from the phone records?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so now I want to go in chronological order then, from the start of the June trip all the way through the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. How did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee for the June trip?
In a rental vehicle.
And were we able to find the rental contract for that vehicle?
We were, yes.
All right, can you show that to us?
Yes, so this is slide 107. I'm referencing here a rental contract from Comfort Rental Car in Miami. And again, yes, this would be the vehicle that was rented to come to Tallahassee for the June trip.
What date was the car rented?
So looking at the details here, we can see the date out, and I'm looking to the right side of the screen here is June 2nd of 14. And we see at the bottom here, the vehicle is due back in 6/5 or June 5th of 14.
Okay, so it was a 3-day rental then.
Correct.
About what time on June 2nd was it rented?
Well, presuming the 24-hour rental periods, as it is due back at 8:50 p.m., then it would have been rented around 8:50 p.m. on the 2nd.
8:50 p.m. on the 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Garcia rent for this first trip to Tallahassee in June?
Again, looking to the right here of slide 107, it is a silver Nissan Altima.
And the contract was signed by Garcia?
That is correct.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that contract?
It does not.
Are there any phone records to show how this rental car was picked up?
Yes.
Did you get location information from Magbanua's records that night that helped shed some light on that?
We did, and this may be the time to point out for Mr. Garcia, his carrier was Metro PCS, kind of transitioning into T-Mobile at that time, and we were unable to obtain location records for his handset for the June trip. We do have location information for Ms. Magbanua and for Luis Rivera, but we do not have any records with location for Mr. Garcia for this particular time frame.
Okay. So what do we see here?
So what we see here is just a map depicting Ms. Magbanua's residence at the time and the location of the Comfort rental car near the airport here. And as I progress to slide 109, this is representing the cell sites that Ms. Magbanua's handset communicated with the evening of June 2nd. And we can see on the right-hand side of this, around 8:25 p.m., her handset was communicating with a cell site that would be near her residence. At 8:34, she's now communicating with a cell site further to the west. And then we see at 8:53 through 8:58, she's communicating with a cell site that would be servicing the area of the airport or Comfort rental car. And this would be consistent with her handset traveling from her residence to the area of Comfort rental car.
And would that put her cell phone then consistent with Comfort rental car around the same time that Garcia is renting that car if there's 24-hour rental periods with that contract?
Yes, and we see here slide 110. Again, we're depicting the particular sector that her handset was using by the large red arrow. And we can see that that sector would specifically be consistent with servicing the Comfort rental car.
What are we talking about?
She has events from 8:53 through 8:58 on that particular cell site and sector. And as we recall, the rental contract vehicle was due back at 8:50.
Can you not hear me?
Does she stay in that area for a while, or does she immediately return back to her residence?
Wow.
So what we see next, we saw those events through 8:58, and then we have an event at 9:17, and then another event we see to the right. This is slide 111. To the right side, we see cell sites at 9:43 and 10:01, which will be consistent with her returning to her residence. So she does stay in the area of Comfort for a short period of time.
So she's a fucking liar.
Look at her records to see
Jury
who
disregard.
she was talking to during this trip to the car rental and back.
Yes.
Okay, who is she talking? Okay, I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So this is a summary of the call detail records. Previously, we saw the actual raw records as they come from AT&T. We saw that there was a lot of information on the page. So with our analytical software, we're able to produce these summaries, which allow us to assign names. We can convert the date and time to our local time, and it just makes it easier to read those call detail records. So this is just a summary of the calls for the subjects that you see here for the evening of June 2nd around the
Pause
time
it
of
a
this
sec.
rental car.
Yes, ma'am.
So who is she talking?
On it.
I've always found this to be like problematic, and I can't fucking wrap my mind around it, right? So, and I've only really seen it in like one other case that I'm dealing with on a post-conviction issue, but where the state puts on a witness to perjure themselves,
Yeah.
and then
Fucking
puts on
liars.
the witness to
Back up the
essentially
lie.
shows that she's lying. No, show that she's lying.
Oh,
Because he's saying that Katie was with them at the car place renting the car, and she's like, I didn't do a goddamn thing. I passed this envelope. It had a note. The note told them what to do, right? Katie
yeah.
didn't
Fuck
say.
Sigfredo. I don't get in a car with that guy. That fucking guy.
But I'm
And
just saying, you
who rents a
can't.
car from Comfort Rental? Never even heard of it. Sounds like low tier, like
But you
below.
can't.
Like, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Well, I'm telling the people, man, you can't
Oh,
put on testimony that you know is perjured, that you believe is perjured. And this is even over the top because they put another witness on to prove it's perjured just because it helps you.
you
Like,
know what you should do? I think you should write a
write a
strongly
strongly
worded
worded
letter.
letter.
That's right.
I don't know.
That's
I
right.
need to like discuss this with another lawyer because it makes no sense with me. Not like
But
not
like
that you're
you're
not another lawyer. I mean, like
wow,
even
yeah.
like a prosecutor and find out what. In my mind, that's not right. That's not the law. It's still
Okay,
putting
but
on
you're
perjured
the one who's
testimony.
saying she's lying.
He's saying she's lying. He's saying she's at the car lot renting the car with Sigfredo.
Oh, so you're asking in terms of the fact that she got on and said something, he's putting on conflicting evidence. But
Right.
like you're kind of jumping in. Are you sure it's the same time frame?
She literally said, I mean, look, technically she never
I
said.
mean, there were a couple of rental car situations. There was the first
Technically,
time they
she
came
never
in.
said, I didn't go with him when he went to rent the car, right? But what she said was, I didn't know like when they were doing shit, and then he gave me an envelope and told them to go. I mean, I was wondering why it was so like weird that they left all these strange gaps. I'm like, wait,
It
he
actually
just did,
says this is the first time they came in. So I don't know if that's going to temper your outrage at all.
no. I get that this is the first time. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter that this is the first time it's coming in. What I'm saying is,
No, the first time they came in to try to
right,
scout
but
them out.
when she testified, they made it sound like, and then Charlie handed you an envelope for
That was the
expenses.
second time. That was like
No, for expenses. The first envelope with the written stuff. Don't look inside the envelope. It's going in the diaper bag. That envelope that defense counsel got all screwed up on her cross examination. She's like, I thought you put it in the diaper bag. No, that was the envelope with the secret note and the expense money. And I was thinking,
But was that in relation to the June trip or the July trip in
the
general?
first trip to scope
Is
it
she
out.
correct, chat? Is she correct? Because I don't remember. I've been zoning this guy out the whole time.
Either way, let's take it this way. They do not believe she never looked in the envelope, right? They do not believe that she, I mean, I never saw the money, never counted the money, that kind of thing. They do not believe that,
Never slid a hundo out for herself. Yeah, I mean, who's believing that shit? Come on.
right, like I don't know how much money I was paid, but I think there's other parts of that they do not believe, like the lack of communication, da 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 da. And they put on a witness they knew was lying because everything else she said helped them. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I actually pay attention to testimony that's interesting to me. This phone shit ain't it.
No, but sometimes we do get both like miss something because we're reading the chat, and so I
I
guess
do.
it's
Like
good to
the
have a
only
little
way I
more.
could truly pay rapt attention is to close chat. But then I'd miss you guys. Very difficult. It's a very difficult choice.
That's why sometimes
Pay
I'll be like,
rapt
"Wait, what?"
attention to if it's a witness that is somebody that I'm like really interested in hearing, then obviously I'll pay. But like this, like the phone shit, I don't know. Like I've heard it all before.
Well,
This-
you didn't hear this. Oh, wait. I didn't hear this.
Well,
So,
I didn't hear what he was saying. Like I've
so you
heard
don't know
this-
if you heard it or not.
right. I don't know if I've heard it, but I've heard this evidence before from Charlie's trial. So
That Katie was at the car lot with the guys? Because if the other lawyers knew that, they failed to bring it out on cross-examination.
for the first rental,
For everything that lying Katie said. She was such a liar. Again, and I know I said it and I ranted about it yesterday. I just would not consider her testimony. Not that I think every bit of her testimony was a lie, because clearly some of it wasn't, but I would disregard everything that I did not like. She would be nothing she said would matter to me at all. I would say, but that could be a lie because she's a liar. And the state put her on to lie to us.
pants on fire.
Yeah.
Big fat. Well, I mean, that's always been the rub. Like in contrast, so you watch Lewis. Like I don't know why they're calling him Lewis. It's clearly fucking Louise.
Yeah. We'll call him
But
Louis.
like you watch him, he's a convicted murderer, but he's very credible. Like you believe what he's saying. Like he gives a whole different vibe than Katie. You know, Katie, you had the problem that she, in her own trial, she lied. She was obviously trying not to get convicted. So it's on record liar, under oath liar. So you're always going to have that issue with Katie. I mean, these cases could never rely strictly on even Tato. They really couldn't exist just with those two witnesses. Even though we've heard stories recently about, you know, people that just get convicted on like complete and total bullshit, just like
Right.
fucking flat out lies. But
An aspiring court reporter, yeah, I put that all together. And then I talked to Nicole and realized that it was the same day on the evening of the hit, just before.
they actually gave her
Katie showed up.
the chance to snitch. She elected not to take the deal. They offered her immunity. She fucking thought she could beat it. Thought wrong. Yeah.
Wrong. She had a bad lawyer, because your lawyer is supposed to look through all the damn evidence
Yeah. Hey, you're fucked.
and
lady.
tell you if you should take a deal.
Remember that moldy money shit you were talking about? That's gonna fuck you. Should take the deal.
To on the way.
This we see here for the evening of June 2nd, around the time of this rental car.
So who was she talking to on the way to Comfort Rental?
Geico, the 800 number that returns to Geico Insurance.
And is that the first line up on the call detail records we see?
It is, yes.
And does Geico Insurance sell car insurance?
They do.
Now, obviously, we see some of the co-conspirators talking to each other here on the call detail records. Do we expect most of these co-conspirators to be talking to each other on a daily basis, given that some of them are family members, some of them are dating, they have relationships outside of this crime?
Certainly.
Okay. Are you going to be walking us through in your presentation today certain
I
time
left my
periods
water
of
upstairs.
communication between the parties that stood out in this investigation?
Yes.
What causes a particular period of time to stand out?
The particular times of interest would be those that overlap with physical events or specific events in the crime, in the conspiracy of the crime. So this is the evening of the renting of the vehicle that Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera are going to drive to Tallahassee in to commit the homicide. So this seems, in the scheme of things, to my understanding, the first kind of physical doing act of this homicide. And so that would be a relevant time frame to look at.
Okay. All right. So
We talked
using
every
a
day before and
timeline,
every
can
day
you
after.
walk
How's
us
it matter?
through the communication between the parties for this particular significant time, this first car rental for the first trip to Tallahassee for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes. And so using the timeline, we will kind of look at what's happening as far as Ms. Magbanua's travels compared to who she's communicating with when. And this is taken from that same exact summary that we just saw. But as I move on here, we see that in the time frame, we saw the cell sites of her traveling to the area of Comfort Rental Car between approximately 8:25 and 8:53 p.m. is when we see that she has the phone call to Geico.
Okay, was she talking to Garcia at all during that drive to the Comfort Rental area?
She does not have any communications with Mr. Garcia during this time frame.
Since they don't have communications with each other, could that be consistent with her giving him a ride to the car rental since he is the person who rented the car?
Objection calls for speculation. Thank you.
Overrule, the witness may testify based on his analysis of
That
these
is
records.
complete.
It
Better-
is certainly consistent when we don't see communications between two parties that they could in fact be together and have no need to actually call one another.
Oh,
They
my
could
God.
not be together and also not talking to each other.
That's correct.
All right.
There
But
you
the
go.
reason that this could be consistent with her giving him a ride there is because once she's consistent with that area, it seems that that's the time that the car is being rented.
That is correct.
What if he drove with
Now,
Magbanua?
who attempts to call Katherine Magbanua once she is
No.
consistent with Comfort Rental, dropping off Garcia?
Catherine's last name
So
is.
again, at the time frame, her handset will be consistent with the area of Comfort Rental. We see an incoming call from Charlie Adelson at 8:57
Oh,
p.m.
yeah.
Babe, I heard you yelling.
After Magbanua, if she has dropped off
Magbanua?
Garcia at this
Oh.
point to rent
No,
the
I was
car,
mixing up everyone's names.
and
but
this
that's
car
actually
ends
it.
up obviously being the one that is driven to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. Who did she call on the phone at this point after Garcia is dropped off?
So again, from her cell sites, we saw she had an event at 9:17, which was kind of the first indication that she was moving away from the area of Comfort Rental Car. And what we see is at 9:17:58, she places an outbound call to Charlie Adelson.
So as soon as she's
Wow.
no longer in the area of Comfort Rental, she's calling Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
How long is that conversation?
A little over 25 minutes.
Their phones arrive
What
at the
time
same
do they get
time.
off the phone?
Again.
Approximately 9:43 p.m.
Okay, 9:43 in about 25 seconds, it looks like.
Correct.
Right after Charlie Adelson hangs up with Katherine Magbanua at 9:43 and 25 seconds, who does he call less than a minute later?
Charlie calls the Adelson residence.
Ooh.
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 That don't look
Adelson
good.
residence. What do you mean by that?
The home phone or landline phone for Donna and Harvey Adelson.
Yeah, fucking Harvey's
Okay,
face.
so this is a
plastered up there,
landline
too.
that presumably they would both use that's located in their house.
Oh, she's
Correct.
down. She's done.
Okay. And how
If she
long
wasn't
does
done
that
before, she's
conversation
done now.
between Charlie and the Adelson residence last?
Also just over 25 minutes.
Wow.
Wow.
Who does Katherine Magbanua call once she is back in the area of her home?
What we see in just after 10, she calls, text. There's a few communications back and forth here with Sigfredo.
Okay. Do Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson then talk on their cell phones that night?
Oh, shit.
Yes, there are two calls, and we can see 10:16 that Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson. At 10:27, Charlie Adelson calls Harvey Adelson.
Charlie.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson
Harvey's sitting there. Get your you what? Get
Wait,
my
now-
motherfucking name
Now
out
my
your
brain
mouth.
is all scrambled. Who the hell? Which one is Garcia and which one is Rivera?
Luis is the one who testified.
And his last name
He's-
is
Rivera. He was the driver. He's the
okay.
getaway
Okay.
driver.
So they said that,
Fredo Garcia is the shooter.
so. All right. So they said that she gave a ride to Garcia. I was getting confused that they were throwing Louise in there, and I was like, "Wait, what? How do you know Louise didn't get a ride with Garcia, Sigfredo?"
Wow.
But I need to know how often Charlie calls his dad? Is it every single day at 10
That's the
o'clock at night?
thing. Like, he calls fucking Donna every day. Like that's constantly. Like he's all up her ass, she's all up his ass. But Harvey,
Right. No, but this one was a minute or so like after that. That timing is too.
well, I'm more concerned that he calls his dad twice in the evening and talks to him at length. Old Harvey, he fucking sitting right there though. Sitting right there, thinking, get my motherfucking name out your mouth, motherfucker.
And call or receive calls or messages.
Calls Harvey Adelson.
So this is Charlie and Harvey talking on Harvey's cell phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson call or receive calls or messages from Donna Adelson's cell phone that night?
Not that night, no.
So if Charlie Adelson talked to Donna Adelson on the phone that night, then it would have been that 25-minute call to the landline right after he hung up with Katherine Magbanua. Is that right?
That
calls for speculation.
Overall, he is not definitively saying what did or did not occur, what might have been possible. You may continue.
So yes, it is possible that he spoke to Donna, and that would have been on that landline call.
Because then he talks to Harvey on Harvey's cell phone later that night.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through any other calls or texts between any co-conspirators that night?
So we see an additional text between Katherine and Sigfredo, and then Katherine calls Charlie again 10:41 p.m. For about a 23-minute phone call.
Are you familiar with, I want to go back to this landline call. Do you mind going back to the slide right before this? Are you familiar with statements by Charlie Adelson from the 2016 wiretap in this case that we'll hear beginning later today, where Charlie Adelson tells people on his cell phone that he'll call them back on a landline?
Yes.
As someone who's familiar with technical operations of law enforcement and wiretapping, is there a perception that talking on a landline is safer than talking on a cell phone?
Yes, I think that may be a perception.
Okay. Does Charlie Adelson most often talk to Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson on their cell phones or on the landline?
Most frequently on their cell phones.
Okay. But we see that after he gets off with Katherine Magbanua that night, he does call the landline.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is right after the car is rented, the rental car.
Correct.
All right. What percentage of total communication does Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
Yeah, it's a good question that you asked. In terms of why is he calling the landline? Carol had asked the landline less traceable. Not necessarily. I mean, if they're tapping the phone, they can tap the phone, but they have to get a warrant for that. And at this point, it's so after the fact. This is information that they're finding out a long time after it happened. So there clearly wasn't going to be a situation where it was going to be tapped. I don't know if Charlie's rationale is like, okay, I'm not going to call my mom's cell because landline phone records aren't as detailed. But I mean, landline phone records, you would get time of call and you would get duration of call. So essentially you're still able to get that information. Because at that point in time, they can't be thinking early on when they're planning this that anybody's tapped their shit. It's like that starts when the heat starts getting put on them by law enforcement. So I don't know what he's thinking in terms of why he decides to call the landline. It's interesting. Maybe he was just about to get into this. Maybe maybe the state has a theory on it.
Does that Charlie Adelson has with Donna and Harvey is to their landline?
I'll have to move forward here just a little bit. We had talked about the call from Katherine to Charlie. There's a final call or some communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Sigfredo Mr. Garcia later that evening of the 2nd. And then to get to your question, and this is slide 122, just a breakdown, looking at Charlie Adelson's communication records and trying to eliminate all the duplicate events that we saw previously, where one phone call may make 3 events in the record. So trying to whittle all those down. What we see in this time period between May of 2014 through August of 2015 is 28 communications with the landline and 1,378 with the combined cell phones of Harvey and Donna Adelson. So a little under 2% of the calls to the residents.
So during that little over a year time span, he only has 28 calls ever with Donna and Harvey's landline. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those is that 25-minute call right after Magbanua would have dropped Garcia off to have the car rented.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he did not participate in the car rental for the June trip to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Were you able to corroborate that with the phone records?
Yes. So looking at slide 123, we see Mr. Rivera. His cell sites are in the blue, listed by the blue dots here. We see that his cell sites are consistent with the area of his residence and a significant distance away from the comfort rental car.
Do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car for this June trip to Tallahassee on June 2nd?
Yes.
What's this?
So there was a citation issued to Mr. Garcia driving that rental vehicle, that Nissan that we saw from the rental contract at Comfort. And this is the evening of June 2nd.
Okay, and what time did he receive this traffic ticket?
9:48 p.m.
So would this have been approximately an hour after 8:50 p.m. and about an hour after, or about maybe 45 minutes, I guess, after Katherine Magbanua is leaving the comfort rental area?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was he in when he received this traffic ticket?
It is a 4-door silver Nissan.
Okay, so it seems as if as soon as he rented that vehicle, within an hour, he's getting a traffic ticket in the vehicle.
Yes.
Whoopsies.
And are you familiar with Jeffrey Lacoste's statement that he drove a silver Nissan sedan at the time that this happened?
Exactly, Kai.
Yes.
Now, this traffic ticket that Garcia received, this would have received, or it would have created a record in law enforcement databases that he was in possession of this Nissan silver sedan, right?
Correct.
So after he got this traffic ticket, what did he do?
Well, what we saw was an additional comfort rental contract where it would appear that he returned the Nissan and obtained a different vehicle. So this is slide 125, and we can see that on June 3rd, he now has a blue Hyundai Sonata.
And does Rivera's name appear anywhere on that rental contract?
It does not.
All right, and that's on June 3rd, you said?
Correct.
So what can you tell us about the travel of Mr. Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
So what we see, again, just looking at Mr. Rivera's cell sites represented in blue here, we can see that in the early morning hours of the 4th, on the lower right hand of slide 127 here, we can see he has activity in the Miami area. And as time progresses through the early morning hours until just after noon, he continues to communicate with cell sites that would be consistent with travel from the Miami area to Tallahassee.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he and Garcia did surveillance of Dan Markel at a park near Dan Markel's home during that trip?
Yes.
Was his phone ever consistent with being in a park near his home, Dan Markel's home on Truscott Drive?
Yes. And slide 129 here, we see that, again, the blue dot representing Mr. Rivera's cell site usage is close to Mr. Markel's residence, which is indicated here on the top right by the flag and the address of Trescott Drive. And in addition to his cell site location, we talked previously about having some GPS information from the rental vehicle. And we can see by the square icon there that there is a GPS location for the rental vehicle, again, in close proximity and actually at, I believe that's Winthrop Park there.
And if they're located right there where that blue square is on the map, and the killers are familiar with the type of car that Dan Markel drives, would they be able to see then his ingress and egress from Trescott Drive onto Benton Road?
They should be able to see him passing on Benton Road, yes.
And after this GPS ping near Markel's home, where does Rivera travel at that point?
What we see in the next slide, 130 here, is that immediately after that, we see the cell site usage starting at the top around 3:25 p.m. and continuing through until the late evening hours of the 5th would be consistent with traveling back to the Miami area.
Does he get back in looks like the early morning hours of June 6th?
That's correct.
Close to 12:47 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, did you look at the communication between all the co-conspirators during this trip to Tallahassee to see if there was any opportunity for information to be relayed?
Yes. So what we see, again, from the time of the rental car on the second through the 4th, again, to answer the question, is there an opportunity for communications to occur between these subjects? This, again, is another summary of the call detail records, just showing the communications between, again, the primary subjects of the investigation.
Okay, and how much were they talking?
So in that time frame, if we go back to kind of our organization here and split out, we can see just numbers of communications or attempted communications. These may be text messages, calls, but just records of communications or attempts. We see that there are a number between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and between Magbanua and Garcia. And then as that continues, so for the total number of communications, we can see those between each of the subjects.
Okay, and is Katherine Magbanua the only one who is talking to Garcia or Rivera during that trip on this chart?
That's correct.
And is Charlie Adelson the only Adelson family member who talks to Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
And do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
I'm sorry?
Do Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson also have communication or attempted communication?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going next to June 7th, which would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel on this trip. Earlier in the presentation, yesterday, right before we broke in the afternoon, we saw we're back in March of 2014. Donna Adelson tells Charlie Adelson she has to talk to him about something private while she's on the road on the way to Gainesville, and says to erase this text. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And then a few minutes after she sends that message, she says the subject of the private call is going to be about Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Dad's birthday gift, actually. Is that right?
Yes.
And she does not tell him to erase that text where she's saying the subject of the private call.
That's correct.
Now, in June, specifically on June 7th, did Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson exchange texts about this birthday present for Harvey Adelson again?
Yes. So slide 137, we see two chats between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, where Charlie indicates he's okay, have fun, still working on Dad's B-Day present. And Donna Adelson responds, I know it's a tough B-Day, being 70 and all, but I know you'll come through.
Okay, and this still working on Dad's B-Day present would be the day after the killers arrived back in Miami without having killed Dan Markel.
Correct.
Okay, and this birthday present was mentioned back in March. Would that be about 4 months before Harvey Adelson's birthday?
Yes.
All right. Going forward to July 3rd. Was there an Evite to Harvey Adelson's birthday sent to Wendi Adelson that day?
Yes, a reminder email that was sent on July 3rd.
Okay. And when is the party?
So as we see, kind of focusing in here on the details of this email, the party, friendly reminder that Donna's event is coming up on Saturday, July 5th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay. And was it addressed to Wendi, and we blurred out their names, but her 2 sons, and listed Wendi and her 2 sons' last name as Adelson?
Yes.
Where do you want me to move him, Andy?
Was Dan Markel still alive on July 5th of 2014?
He was.
Sure.
And what last name, or an Adelson, though, is listed as the boy's last name here when this is sent?
And I'm sorry.
Sorry, Adelson is listed as the boy's last name, though, regardless of the fact that Dan Markel is still alive on this date.
That's correct.
And this was about 2 weeks before Dan Markel was killed?
Yes.
Now, Donna is listed as the host here, but was there further evidence in the records that Donna Adelson was not only the host, but was also the person who sent these Evites?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There was at least one other email from the Donna Harvey at Gmail account
Pause it, we can get a chance.
to Evite.
Have you come back to bitch more about Katie and her lying lies?
No, I'm gonna have to leave soon, but I'd say that even me at this point would find, like, all right, beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond a
A
reasonable
lot
doubt.
of coinky dinks.
Just too many. This birthday present thing. Like, at first I was like, all right, come on, that don't mean shit, and then they schedule the birthday party. I feel like that's to get like the whole family an alibi.
Honest
Everybody.
fucking cooked. The
We
question
know.
is Harvey cooked? Starting to seem like Harvey's cooked. I mean,
but she did want to talk to him in private with Harvey not in the car.
yeah. I
Then
mean, what do we not tell each other? And we've been married going on 20.
why not just have the call right in front of Harvey?
Well, maybe there actually was an element of a surprise birthday gift.
Oh no, you can't have it both ways. You
Well,
can't
I
have it
can
both ways.
Ah, sure I can.
No, you can't.
That's his birthday. That's a fucking big number. That's like a landmark birthday. Like there has to be elements of that as well. I mean,
But the day after the hit falls apart,
yeah, I mean, maybe at that point they were just talking about,
no, she's either cooked or
What
come
did
on,
that be?
babe. No,
what
I
shall we
think-
get Daddy?
no.
This is what I'm gonna get Daddy. We're gonna get Daddy a
They
hit.
also didn't call Harvey after the hit went sideways, but that doesn't mean they won't use this. They call it Dad's birthday present because Harvey's the one that really wants it, but they're calling it Dad's birthday present because, like everyone's apparently already established, is that even
Yeah, Alexandria has a good point. We don't know if he actually wasn't there. She just said that. I mean, she could have been trying to shield Harvey. He's the fucking breadwinner. Like, who knows? I mean, we don't know what was going on. I mean, he could have been sitting right in the fuck next to her. She's like, yeah, no, Dad's not here. Like, who knows? Fucking Adelsons. The
Well,
Adelfox.
I got to take off. I got to
love
go
your
to.
face.
I'll be watching you guys, and if something gets me real worked up, I'll just call in and be on
Yeah.
there from my phone.
Phone rant. We love those.
Yeah, but then I won't be able to watch in the courthouse. So
All right, listen, hurry back, y'all.
Inquiring about whether the Evites had been sent. The title of the email, I believe, is "Have my 14 invitations been sent?" She's following up. It is signed by Donna Adelson, following up on whether those Evites have actually gone out. And it indicates that basically she's unfamiliar with the process, but she had listed the attendees under the contact section on their form.
So she's the one that's listing the invitees for the contacts for Evite
Per that email, yes.
and checking to make sure the invitations did get sent through the Evite service.
Correct.
And does she also send a message to another person saying, did you get the Evite? Did you get my Evite?
Yes.
All right. I want to move on to then a couple of days later, July 6th. So would this be the day after the party?
Yes.
Okay. What message was found in the cell brite of Wendi Adelson's cell phone on July 6th?
So this is slide 142. There is a text message from Wendi Adelson to Dan Markel asking if he is in Tallahassee for the dates of July 14th through the 18th.
And she says she wants to know because she wants to know if she can have the kids on the 16th.
Correct.
And he replies, yes, you can.
Correct.
So chronologically, this would have occurred after the trip to Tallahassee in June by the killers, but before the July trip to Tallahassee when Dan Markel was actually murdered.
Correct.
Now, the dates that Wendi Adelson is asking Dan Markel about, what is significant about those dates? What happened on July 15th?
Those dates encompass the rental car and the trip to Tallahassee and ultimately Mr. Markel's death.
Okay. So July 15th was the day that the killers rented the car to come to Tallahassee.
Correct.
And then they were in Tallahassee from the 16th through the 18th.
Correct.
With Dan Markel being killed on the 18th.
Correct.
And where was Wendi Adelson when she sent this message?
So,
Oh, thank you. Let me ask you about this. Was there already a schedule in place as to who would have the kids during those dates that Wendi Adelson asked Dan Markel about?
yes, there was. So this is an email from Wendi Adelson's Gmail account referencing the schedule for the children for this particular time. And we can see in the email that Mr. Markel is listed to have the children the 11th through the 17th.
And the date she was asking about is the 16th.
Correct.
And in the top of that email, does it say that she gets the kids every Wednesday anyway?
That she has the children every Wednesday anyway?
Yeah, the last sentence. I imagine you'll have the chance to have them on Wednesday nights during the weeks in May, June, and July.
Yes, that she would imagine to have the chance.
Okay. So what she was asking about seems to already be established in this schedule that was already established in January, 7 months earlier.
Correct.
All right. So where was Wendi Adelson when she sent the message to find out whether Dan Markel would be in town that week?
So that message was sent the morning of the 6th, and the closest cell site or event we have with location, she's communicating with a cell site in South Miami Beach that would be consistent with the continuum.
And the continuum was the residence of Harvey and Donna Adelson at the time?
That's correct.
And this would be the day after the birthday party?
Yes.
All right. What did Wendi Adelson do after sending that message?
So this is slide 146. There is a calendar entry which created an event for July 7th of 2014, which indicates cancel cable and get Apple ID and Netflix instead.
Okay. Obviously, this is something a lot of people do, right? Cancel cable and end up getting streaming services.
Yes.
All right. But you can stream from anywhere, right? Is that one of the perks of having streaming over cable?
It would be one of the perks, yes.
Cable is typically, especially back in 2014, was maybe confined to a more fixed spot like a home.
Correct.
And this was on July 7th then. So was Wendi Adelson still living at the Aqua Ridge Drive in Tallahassee at that time?
Yes.
But by the following month, she had relocated to Miami and was no longer in that home.
Oh, that's correct.
All right, moving on to July 11th. What do we see on July 11th?
So on July 11th, again, I'm on slide 148. This is an email from Donna Sue, the Donna Harvey Gmail to Wendi Adelson regarding a Best Buy service or service for the television.
And what does it say?
It says, if you can't keep Friday, July 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call to reschedule. It states we took this, the contract we took out is repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they will take it no charge.
And here, Dad is being referred to in the third person. Contract is under Harvey Adelson with Dad's cell phone number.
Yes.
Okay, and it's from Donna Sue at the top.
Correct.
If they need the purchaser, that's my name with my cell phone number, it says. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does Donna Sue say the contract is? Repair in-house if possible. If not possible, they'll take out at no charge. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did you find any more information about, besides this email from Donna, about this TV repair that was supposed to take place on the morning of July 18th?
Regarding?
The Best Buy repair?
I mean, we know that it occurred, that technicians come to her house that morning.
Okay. And was there also emails between or messages about the phone, the TV being in Harvey Adelson's, as it says here, I guess just consistent with this, some Best Buy documents that were consistent with this about the contract being under Harvey Adelson's name that Donna's then communicating to Wendi?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to July 14th. Was this the night before the car rental for the killer's July trip to Tallahassee?
Correct.
All right, were Charlie Adelson and Magbanua together that night?
They were, yes.
Okay, and how do we know?
We have communication. So then again, this is slide 151, a summary of communications between Ms. Magbanua, Charlie Adelson, Sigfredo Garcia. We see some voice activity and a text between them. And then we also have text messages recovered from Mr. Adelson's iCloud account, kind of go along with these. So we see that there is a phone call from Mr. Adelson at 8:53 p.m. And then we find a text message chat that says, just tried calling you at 8:56. And
do they appear to meet as far as their phone locations are concerned?
Yes. So this continues on. Ms. Magbanua basically indicates for Mr. Adelson to come down to her location. She lived south of him in South Florida. He responds or updates with an ETA of 5 men. And then he again updates his location as he's getting closer. We see here on slide 153 at 9:27 p.m., Mr. Adelson has an event with a cell site consistent with Ms. Magbanua's residence.
And after leaving the area of Magbanua's residence that night, does Magbanua contact Garcia?
She does, yes.
Okay, so what do we see here?
So this would be after Mr. Adelson was in the area of her residence. We see events after midnight, 12:42 a.m. and 1 a.m. that would be consistent with him leaving that area and potentially returning to his home.
Okay, and can you tell me about the communication after that?
I can. So what we see July 15th is the rental of the Prius. And to your point, again, and I'll stop here real quick. This is just another summary of the events between our primary subjects. And I'll highlight some of these as we talk about them. So these are events from the early morning hours of after the morning of the rental vehicle. And yes, we see that Ms. Magbanua makes a number of outgoing calls to Mr. Garcia between 12:48 a.m. and 1:56 a.m.
And who does Garcia call first thing in the morning?
Well, one of his first calls in the morning is to Comfort Rent-A-Car.
And that was the same rental car that he used for the June trip to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay. But also the same one where he had to rent the second car, use the same service again.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did he end up calling another rental car company a little later in the day?
Yes. As we again look at the calls throughout the day, we see that at 4:28 p.m., he makes an outgoing call to Save Gas or Hybrid Rental, another rental car agency.
Okay. And were we able to, now throughout that day when he's
Oof. Hybrid rental. I mean, yeah.
calling Comfort and then calling Hybrid, are he and Luis Rivera in communication?
Yes.
And are he and Magbanua in communication?
Yes.
All right. Was law enforcement able to find a rental agreement from Safe Gas?
We were. As we look at the rest of the call detail summary, we see here at the bottom, this is slide 160, that there is communication at just after 6 p.m. between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And as asked, we were able to locate the rental agreement for Hybrid Rental. And what we see is at 6:15 p.m. is the timeout for this vehicle. We see that they rented the Toyota Prius.
Okay. And who rented the Prius?
It's in the name of Luis Rivera.
And whose number is listed at the top under the name brother?
Mr. Garcia's.
Okay. And were their locations also consistent with Save Gas?
Yes, if we look at both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations, they are consistent with the area of the Save Gas or Hybrid Rental.
All right. Right after this car is rented around 6:15, this car that is the car that's going to make this final trip to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel, are Magbanua and Charlie Adelson playing phone tag around that time?
Yes.
And did they finally talk on the phone about 15 minutes later at around 6:30?
Yes. So again, we're now looking at a call detail summary. This is slide 163 that shows the communication between them, our subjects, the evening of the 15th. We saw the communication between Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera just prior to the rental car pickup. As you mentioned, there is an attempt between Ms. Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. We see there's a very short duration calls. And then at 6:36 p.m., there is a 10-minute phone call between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
After that call, the 10-minute call with Magbanua, who does Charlie Adelson call within, I guess, about an hour or so after this car is rented and after he talks to Magbanua?
So we can see that starting at 7:30, Charlie Adelson calls the Adelson residence, the Donna and Harvey Adelson residence, for a 22-minute phone call, and then again at 7:54 p.m. for an 11-minute phone call.
Okay, so 22 minutes and then 11 minutes. Charlie
Yes.
Adelson calls the landline that night.
Correct.
Do the phone records show us which parent he may have been talking to on the landline at that time?
We know that there is a phone call from Harvey Adelson's cell phone to the residence later on. So he would have not been at the residence later on in the evening. At this time, there's no indication.
And can you walk us through that?
I can. So this is 8:06 p.m. We see the call from Harvey Adelson to the Adelson residence, about a 12-minute phone call.
Okay, and that would have been, is that about the last phone call from Charlie Adelson to the Adelson residence was at 7:54 p.m.?
Correct.
And they talked for 11 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, so at that point, it's going to be about, is that 8:05 when they get off the phone?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and then who calls the Adelson residence at 8:06?
Harvey Adelson.
Okay, so it was 1 minute later that he called the Adelson residence.
Correct.
So would that be consistent with Charlie Adelson talking to Donna Adelson at the residence, since Harvey Adelson wouldn't be calling himself at the Adelson residence 1 minute later?
Could be yes.
Earlier, we talked about how rare it is that Charlie Adelson calls his parents' landline. He only calls 28 times total in I think it was around 15 months in your time span around the time of this murder. So we saw during the June car rental, there was one call to the landline. Is that right?
Yes.
And for this car rental, there's 2 calls right after the landline. Is that right?
Correct.
Sorry, 2 calls to the landline right after the car rental. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So 3 total of those 28 were right after these cars were rented.
Yes.
Next, where did Garcia go after the car was rented?
Well, you have your 4th call to the residence.
Thank you.
At 8:20 p.m.
Okay.
Again, Charlie Adelson calling the residence for a 10-minute phone call.
All right. So 4 total of the 28 then,
Correct.
around the time of the car rentals. All right. What do we have next?
So on the 15th, continuing, we see that there is a number of communications. This again is after the time of the rental car. There's a number of communications or attempts between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. Those continue through the evening and they end about 9:30 p.m. This is slide 172. If we look at the locations, slide 173, again, all of those attempts to reach each other ended at 9:30. And we can see that beginning at 9:30, Mr. Garcia's cell site locations will be consistent with the area of Ms. Magbanua's residence.
Did Garcia and Rivera's phones appear to leave the Miami area then the following day, July 16th of 2014?
Yes. And I'll point out also on this slide, in addition to the cell site locations, we did have GPS location for the rental vehicle, which we can also see here on the map by the blue square icon, that the rental vehicle, in addition to Mr. Garcia's cell sites, but the rental vehicle location would be consistent with Magbanua's residence as well.
So just like we saw on the June trip, the cell sites that we're getting from the cell records are lining up and are consistent with the Spirion GPS records from these rental cars.
Correct.
Okay. Can you walk us through the travel of the cell phones on July 16th?
Yes. So we see again, slide 175 here. We have cell site locations for this trip for both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. And we can see that they're consistent with leaving the South Florida area the early afternoon of July 16th. And as we see through both of their cell site usages, as we continue kind of up through this map, we can see they reach the Tallahassee area in the early morning hours of the 17th.
Now on the 17th, are they ever consistent with being near the Markel residence on Trescott Drive?
Yes, we do see here that both Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera have cell site and sector usage that will be consistent with Mr. Markel's residence. And this is on July 17th in the late morning to early afternoon hours.
Okay, and that cell site, is that right near Winthrop Park where we saw them in for the June trip?
That's correct.
Just a second.
If Jimmy was going, he said that he was going to only be there for the morning because he was flying out today. I don't know that he made it in there. I don't see him.
Wanted to
Harvey's
ask you
there.
one more thing about the June trip. Law enforcement didn't know about this June trip before Luis Rivera informed them there was actually another trip to Tallahassee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Staying, please rephrase your question.
Did law enforcement know about the June trip before Luis Rivera's statement?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And so once we found out about the June trip, were we able to get Rivera's records? And Rivera had records that showed his locations for both June and July.
That's correct.
but Garcia's records had locations for July, but because it had been so long since this trip, they didn't have locations for June anymore. Is that correct?
It wasn't the delay in getting the records. It was the transition of the companies that those records were unfortunately not available to us.
Thank you. Okay, so we just talked about their locations were consistent with being near Markel's home on July 17th. Are you able to show us the communication on the call detail records between all the co-conspirators on the 16th and 17th during this trip to Tallahassee?
Yes. So again, should be slide 179. We are looking at another summary of the communications between the subjects, and this spans July 16th in the morning through the early morning hours of July 18th.
Okay. And do we have the same pattern here where Magbanua is the only one contacting Garcia and Rivera, and Charlie is the only Adelson talking to Magbanua?
That's correct. If we go back to kind of the tally of communications, again, we can see the highest number of communications between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, between Magbanua and Garcia, and then as the others, as the others have communications as well.
Okay. And these communications, they also cover attempted communications. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And some of these communications may be text, some may be calls, some may be mundane. Some of these people have relationships anyway. We're just showing all the communications or attempted communications that did take place.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I want to focus on the night before Dan Markel's murder, late that night. Using a timeline, can you walk us through the communication that evening on July 17th, going into the early morning hours of July 18th?
Yes. So again, kind of same format here. We see, this is slide 185, we see calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson at 10:18 and 10:29, both of them for just over 4 minutes.
Okay, and what's next?
We see at about 11:40, there is communication between Mr. Garcia and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and what happens after that?
Additional communications between Katherine and Sigfredo, and then Charlie calls Katherine just after midnight.
Okay, and is there any more after that?
There is, we see that Ms. Magbanua calls Charlie again at 12:34 a.m. for a short duration call. And then Charlie calls her back at 1:03 a.m.
Okay. And the Charlie calls Donna at 1:02 a.m. Was there no duration on that?
No duration on that.
Okay. All right. So then moving on to later that morning, which is going to be the morning of July 18th when Dan Markel was murdered. What can you tell us about all the co-conspirators' communication that morning between 8 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.?
So again, another call detail summary between those subjects. Here, slide 192, we're referencing the time when the shooting of Mr. Markel occurred. And in combination with the iCloud return with text message content, in the forensic examination of Wendi Adelson's phone, the communication records from the carriers, we kind of have a more complete idea of the communications between these persons the morning of the 18th.
Okay, and the yellow line there shows out what time in the call detail records the homicide occurred.
Yes.
Can you walk us through all the cell phone evidence that morning?
So again, just looking at the communications between our primary subjects, Wendi had the calendar event that for 8 a.m. for fixed TV.
And I want to ask you about that. Did she often have calendar events in her phone?
She did, yes.
And she would often delete those events?
Correct.
All right. When was this calendar event deleted?
I do not know.
Okay. Was it When she was with law enforcement the afternoon of July 18th, did they take her phone and run a Cellbrite report on it?
Yes. So this extraction occurred on the late evening hours of July 18th.
Okay. And in the Cellbrite, it would have shown that the calendar event was deleted. Is that right?
Correct.
So would she have had to have deleted it before her cell phone was Cellbrighted that evening?
He doesn't
Yes.
know.
Okay.
What?
So sometime between 8 a.m. when the event is on her phone and that evening it was deleted.
It could have been deleted before that date.
Okay. All right. So first call to Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson. Can you show that to us?
Yes. So again, we see at 8:09 a.m. there's a call from Wendi to Donna.
Okay. Let me ask you one thing from the night before. Was it unusual for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson to communicate or attempt to communicate at 1 a.m. that late?
They're communicate over a pretty broad range of time. I think it was pretty clear that that event was a misdial that he immediately corrected and called Ms. Magbanua. That's why there was no duration to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving on to that morning, we saw the calendar event, and then does Donna place the first call that morning between the co-conspirators to Wendi?
Wendi calls Donna. Let's back up. So yes, Wendi actually calls Donna at 8:09.
Okay. And what's next?
Donna attempts back at about the same time frame. Little phone tag maybe. And then we see a text message from Donna to Wendi again about the Best Buy service.
And she says, they're on their way over now to help with the TV sets in your living room.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
Wendi has a text to Charlie stating this is so sweet.
And that was deleted?
Correct.
And would that have had to have been deleted then before the Cellbrite that afternoon, sometime between when it was received at 8:20 and the Cellbrite that afternoon?
Correct.
All right. What's next?
Wendi receives a voicemail from Dan Markel.
Okay. And do you have that voicemail where you could play it for us?
I believe so.
Hey, Wendy. Good morning. 9 o'clock on Friday. Just wanted to take down something to pick the boys up early this afternoon and get them quick. And that happened for you around 4:30 or 5. You can pick them up from either at your cell or at the house. So let me know if that's okay.
I can't hear a fucking word that thing's saying. Can you guys hear that?
And also want to chat to you about that situation for school. And Thursday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. But happy to chat. Go off to school, like that. Okay, bye.
What time was that voicemail left for Wendi Adelson?
9:04 a.m.
Why did they pull off the fucking transcript?
What
Right.
happens after that?
All right, we're gonna read it. I want to hear what the fuck she said. Hey, Wendi, it's Danny. Good morning. It's 9 a.m. on Friday. Just wanted to let you know. I was hoping to pick the boys up early this afternoon and take them swimming. Have them ready for you at around 4:30 or 5. You can pick them up from me either at Trousdale or at the house. So let me know if that's okay with you. And I'd also love to chat with you about Ben's situation for school. Birthday stuff and all that. I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30. Oof. But happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know. Okay, bye. Wow.
So Charlie calls Wendi or attempts to call Wendi at 9:12.
And that's 29 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
I mean,
Wendi texts Dan Markel.
so she fucking tells Charlie when Dan's going to be at the gym, obviously.
Stating the repairman. Wendi texts Dan Markel Stating the repairman at my house now. I am picking up the boys at 3 p.m. So your swim idea is a no-go today.
So do we know exactly what time she listened to that? Was it 9:04?
9:04 was the voicemail.
Do we know exactly what time she listened to that 9:04 voicemail?
We do not.
But it seems she would have listened to it before this text at 9:12.
She does seem to acknowledge the content of the voicemail in this text message reply.
So she heard it sometime between 9:04 and 9:12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in that message, he mentions he's going to the gym, right? At
He did.
9:15. But from the surveillance videos that we have, by the time he got to the gym at 9:15, were the killers already tailing him?
Appear to be so, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with Luis Rivera's statement that they had been tailing him all morning? They followed him from his house to the preschool that morning.
Correct.
All right, so can you walk us through these messages starting at 9:12 a.m. that Wendi Adelson has with Dan Markel?
Yes. So again, she indicated that the swim idea was a no-go. Mr. Markel responds about his day ending at 4:30.
Meaning that he gets to keep the boys under the schedule until 4:30.
Correct.
Okay.
As again, in this message, he says, under our schedule. And he continues, and you had them until 5 last week. This is at 9:13 a.m.
Okay.
Wendi Adelson responds, because you needed to food shop. This is at 9:15. Mr. Markel replies, you weren't making them available until 5.
And at this point, he's already in the Premier parking lot around that
Oh,
time.
Charlie.
Would be correct,
Over
yes.
his face.
Okay. What
Wendi
did
responds, if it was 4:30 last Friday, you should have told me that. Why tell me now? This is at 9:19. And also at 9:19, Wendi receives a call from Charlie, last a little over 18 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan's being a real
So-
dick now. Wow.
At the point where Dan Markel's already at the gym at 9:19, right?
Yes,
And the killers have already followed him to the gym at that point, right?
correct,
This is per surveillance footage from Premier.
correct.
At this point, Wendi and Charlie have an 18 and 17 second phone conversation.
An 18-minute and 17-second, yes.
Okay. What happens next after this phone conversation?
So after the phone call started, Wendi would have received the incoming text because I was being nice. And then about the time that phone call would have ended, Wendi texts Dan back.
And does she say, nice was fun while it lasted. See you at 4:30 today at my house then.
Correct.
So after this 18-minute phone call with Charlie Adelson, does she seemingly change her stance in the argument? She kind of concedes the argument and agrees with what Dan Markel is asking. He can keep the boys until 4:30.
Correct.
And then within about an hour of this message was Dan Markel killed.
He was shot, yes.
Shot, thank you. Walk us through what happens next.
So there are additional communications. Charlie attempts to call Donna at 9:38. Charlie attempts to call Katherine at 9:57. Return attempt just after. And then Charlie and Katherine talk for almost 7 minutes at 9:58.
Okay.
Charlie calls Wendi 10:06.
Wow.
Short
Wendy's
duration.
fucking cooked.
Katherine attempts Charlie again, 10:07, 10:08. The return call at 10:09 for about 6 minutes. And that's the last of the communications prior to the shooting.
Okay. Is Charlie also that morning playing phone tag with the attorney representing him in the divorce, Stephen Webster?
Dan Markel is.
I'm sorry, Dan Markel, thank you. And did Dan Markel have communication where he's playing phone tag with Stephen Webster?
Yes, this is slide 220. And we see from Mr. Markel's records several incoming, outgoing text or voice attempts with Stephen Webster.
And are they basically setting up a time to talk later in the morning?
Your Honor, facts on evidence and also speculation.
Staying as the facts, not evidence, unless you can lay a foundation for this was doing.
Have you reviewed the texts in these call detail records?
Briefly,
Did it appear that they were setting up a time to talk later that day?
yes.
Okay. Is the last outgoing communication from Dan Markel 10:34 a.m.?
Yes.
And Dan Markel would have been killed within a few minutes of sending that outgoing message.
Correct.
All right, I want to shift now to the cell phone locations in this case. You walked us through at the beginning of your presentation yesterday, Dan Markel's locations on the morning of the murder, Trescott, preschool, gym. What can you tell us about Rivera and Garcia's locations that morning?
So again, as you mentioned, slide 222 here, we see the locations that he was. We know his approximate arrival, the arrival of the Prius into Premier Health and Fitness just after 9 a.m. And what we see now up to slide 224, these are the cell site locations for Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera. Again, Mr. Garcia is in orange, Rivera in blue, but these are the first events with location. We have the morning of the 18th, July 18th, and we see that Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia's location are both consistent with them being in the area of Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay, and what was the last event with location data that we have for them while consistent with Premier Gym?
It's going to be these that you see here. So 9:58 for Mr. Garcia, 9:46 for Mr. Rivera.
When was their next event with location after these events?
It was afternoon.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
I can. We see, again, Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving the Premier Health and Fitness, 10:38, the Prius traveling just after. And then we see the location information here. This is slide 227. And again, just looking at the cell site locations, Mr. Garcia's in orange, Rivera's in blue. We see that those events we just saw at Premier Health and Fitness are at the top. And the next event we have, you see, is the 12:30 event for Mr. Garcia, where they appear to be on 75 traveling southbound.
So from Tallahassee to around the Gainesville area, there were no events with location.
Correct.
Could that be consistent with them turning their phones off after they left Premier Gym?
It could, yes.
Sometimes when people commit crimes, do they try to turn their phones off during that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained unless you can lay a foundation for this particular point, Mr.
I'll move on, Judge. All right, so let's start at 12:30. Who was the call to 12:32?
So this is a summary of Mr. Garcia's records for the morning of the 18th. And what we see is his first outgoing call, which happens to be that same event we have with location at 12:30, was to Miss Magbanua.
Even though the call appears to be a short duration, is there any evidence that it went to voicemail or Magbanua did not answer the call?
There's no evidence it was not received.
What do the phone records indicate about the status of Garcia's phone from the last event at Premier to the time he called Katherine Magbanua at 12:30?
Well, we do see at 12:18 and 12:19, we see two incoming calls that do not create locations, which means they did not actually reach the handset. The handset was not in communication with the network. So we know, at least for those times, that the handset was not, again, in communication with the network. Power down, battery dead. However, and then we also see these short codes, this 122 and 129, that are coming into the phone at 12:29. And these are consistent with notifications to the handset about missed calls or voicemails or other things. So those events would be consistent with that phone being powered back on or returning to the network at about that 12:29 time frame.
Okay. And once it comes back on at 12:29, the first call is to Magbanua?
Correct.
Switching gears here, I want to talk about Wendi Adelson's locations during that morning and early afternoon time frame when Dan Markel was murdered. Are you familiar with Wendi Adelson's statement about her locations on the day of Dan Markel's murder and the route that she took on July 18th after her TV repair appointment?
Yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that?
So again, we see her residence here at the time, the Aqua Ridge Way. This is slide 230. Again, just the flag there indicates the area of her residence.
So is Aqua Ridge kind of off Centerville Road, north of I-10?
Yes.
All right. Based on the location info from her call detail records, can you determine the approximate time she encountered the roadblock on Trescott Drive?
I can, yes.
Okay.
So we also have a receipt from ABC Fine Wine and Spirits that is time-stamped at 12:49 p.m. on the 18th. So looking at communication records with location, we see that she begins a voice call at 12:31 p.m. Her cell site is listed as the purple dot and starts at 12:31. We can see, this is slide 232. As we come down to about the middle here, she has an event at 12, or communication during this phone call with a cell site at 12:35, and then that call ends at 12:47. So we see again that will be consistent with her leaving the area of her residence sometime around the 12:31 time frame, and being in the area of, and this 12:47 cell site could be the ABC Liquors as well. We know the receipt time's just a couple of minutes later. So with that, and to slide 233, with that receipt being at 12:49, the voice call ending at 12:47, she would have passed by Mr. Markel's residence just prior to that.
Okay, meaning maybe somewhere around 12:35 to 12:45.
Correct.
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendi Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have the children the morning of July 18th and he took them to school that morning?
He did, yes.
Okay. Looking at Wendi Adelson's call detail records, were you able to see her calls, who they were from and to, and the times on July 18th of 2014?
Yes. So slide 234, a summary of her calls that morning. And we can see in the highlighted sections here, calls that would have been made or received after the time that she would have passed by the Markel residence.
When she encountered that roadblock, the crime scene tape with the police cars behind it in front of the Markel residence, did she attempt to call Dan Markel to make sure he or the kids were okay?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call the children's daycare, creative preschool, to make sure that they made it to school and there wasn't some type of incident?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 or law enforcement to see what was going on since her children had been staying on that street?
She did not.
Did she just continue to the liquor store and then on to lunch?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and
Damn it.
I-10 where the restaurant Mosaic used to be, which was the restaurant she went to lunch at that day?
I am.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July 2014?
There were, yes.
Okay, can you walk? Thank you.
So what we see, slide 237, again, we are showing the residence, her residence at the time on Aqua Ridge, and her ultimate destination, which was Mosaic off of Thomasville Road. So clearly the next slide here shows, as calculated by the mapping software, the most direct route between those two locations as far as where she was headed.
And then were there any liquor stores in the area of Mosaic at that time?
There were. So at that time, there was Publix Liquors. on Thomasville Road there, very close to Mosaic. There was Market Square Liquors off Thomasville, and also another ABC location a little further north on Thomasville Road.
Would those Publix and Market Square Liquors be a lot closer to Aqua Ridge and Mosaic than the one she ultimately went to?
They would, and this is slide 242, which shows the route she ended up taking versus what is calculated as the most efficient route. We can see there's a difference of about 9 minutes longer to go the other way.
So she went 9 minutes out of the way to go to the ABC.
If the jury's sitting there, right, throughout this entire trial, they're like, the wrong person's in the chair at the table. At least what we're seeing, right? I mean, all of this shit is super powerful as to circumstantial evidence that Wendi knew. At the very least, Wendi knew. I mean, we're just not seeing the shit that we need to see with Donna. I mean, but look, we all know the consciousness of guilt stuff's coming. You got the bump in consciousness of guilt. I mean, they're setting up, they're making it abundantly clear that this was a hit. Like, you've got to assume the jury knows nothing about this case, never heard of it, don't know a goddamn thing about it. So they're laying down the foundation of the entire plan and how it all went down. And they're throwing everybody under the bus that they need to. I mean, obviously, there's going to be a takeaway in the beginning portions of this that obviously Charlie set it up, but that Wendi fucking knew. I don't know that they've shown that Wendi had any hand in planning it per se, but I mean, you got to rely on common sense there. It's such a weird case in terms of against Donna, but it picks up steam. Like the second half of this is where all the Donna shit's going to come in. Right now, they're just putting it all out there so the jury has a very firm understanding of exactly what went down and who was involved. Well, in terms of this question, Mal's, I think in terms of Wendi, it's still a tough case. I mean, you get a skilled lawyer in here. I mean, there's just like, it's a bunch of smoke, and they don't have that smoking gun evidence like they did against every one of the Adelsons that have been charged. Like frankly, I mean, there's as much against Harvey with these phone calls, the birthday gift bullshit, the fact that him and his wife probably keep nothing from one another. That's just reality. They've been married forever. But in terms of, putting them on all at the same time, that would have been super clunky. It would have been super fucking clunky. It would have been too much. And, we've seen some new stuff in this trial for certain. And it's like they keep putting Wendi on. And yes, she has use immunity and derivative use immunity. But things like what we've been watching this morning, they don't fall under any kind of immunity agreement at all. So like, this is evidence that they got, irrespective of whether or not Wendi testified and what she said. Use immunity is just, they can't use the words that she spoke against her in terms of charging her and, trying to convict her. But all this stuff is fair game, Yeah, it's a weird trial. It's weird. Like, I think it's fascinating. Some people are saying it's boring. I think it's not. I think it's such a fucking tangled web. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy that they would have gone this far to do this to Dan Markel.
See liquors next to Dan Markel's home.
Correct.
All right, switching gears again. July 18th, the last slide that we saw of Garcia and Rivera's locations was around the Gainesville area when the phones were powered back on and the 12:30 call was made by Garcia to Katherine Magbanua. Does the next map show Garcia and Rivera continuing to come back down to the Miami area?
Yes, we do see here slide 244 as another large time frame without location information, but we see in the late afternoon, early evening hours, the use on the phones returns, and we see that they are getting into the South Florida area.
Okay, once back in Miami, did they stop somewhere where they were caught on video?
Yes, so we have an ATM withdrawal from Mr. Rivera. We can see that that occurred at 6:46 p.m. And through the records, we were able to determine the location of that specific ATM where that transaction occurred in Pembroke Pine.
Okay.
So slide 247 shows the location of the ATM by the yellow flag in the middle. The, again, blue and orange circles represent the cell sites their handsets were using at the time. And we can see that their locations are consistent with the area of that ATM around the time of that transaction.
All right. Moving on to July 18th. Okay, thank you.
So from that ATM, there were also surveillance images obtained of Mr. Rivera driving, Mr. Garcia in the passenger seat, and again of the green Prius.
And then after that, was Garcia in communication with Katherine Magbanua that evening?
Yes.
Was Magbanua also in communication with her friend Yendra Mascaro that evening?
Yes. So here again, slide 250 is the summary of the communications at that afternoon and evening. And we can highlight here several communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia. And in addition to those, we do see communications between Ms. Magbanua and Ms. Mascaro.
And was there evidence that Magbanua went to Rivera's house to meet up with Garcia on the night of July 18th?
There was, as we see again, Ms. Magbanua's cell sites represented here in red. She has events up to 8:46 that are consistent with the area of her residence. And we can see as we move across the slide here, 253, events at 9:20 and 9:23, and ultimately 9:42, that will be consistent with her traveling away from the area of her residence and toward the area of Mr. Rivera's residence.
And are you familiar with Magbanua's statement that she dropped her kids off at Yendra Mascaro's residence for the night that night, on the night of July 18th?
Yes.
And whose residence is on the way to Rivera's?
Ms. Mascaro's.
And is Magbanua then at Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
I'm sorry, you have a question.
Your Honor, there's a question from the jury.
What?
Thank
The
you.
bailiff will take you to the restroom.
Oh, Carolyn. Yeah, I hope Allie was watching. Like the stuff
Everyone can be seated.
with the phone calls between
We, to
Charlie and Donna.
accommodate the issue that we discussed previously at sidebar about scheduling, we'll need to stop this morning at 11:30, but once the jurors come back out, we'll at least get another hour of the testimony in. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her at this time.
I think what we've just seen would also satisfy Allie about the cash. When the cash came, communications between Charlie and Donna in terms of that money showing up at the house. You know, I mean, you guys, they've had all this shit against Wendi. It's like every time we watch it, we're sitting here in chat saying she's fucked, she's cooked, she's next. But they've had all this. None of this is new. Like this data about the fact that she drove that route to go to the liquor store, like none of that's new. I don't know. I always think about we have very little blooping. I didn't pause much. Oh, actually, you're right. We do have a fair amount of blooping. We've got even like slider blooping amounts. Why are they stopping at 11:30 their time? Wow, that was a big break. Look at that. I don't know if it's the litmus test for Wendi, but my point is that they've had everything that they have against Wendi the whole time. Is it going to be short? Are they stopping for the day at 11:30?
You may.
Yeah, you say that, Barbara, but Melanie didn't get charged for Brandon shooting. She's referring to the whole Lori Vallow, Chad Fucklehead situation. Brandon Boudreaux, you guys are wondering what I'm talking about. Everybody, in terms of Melanice, you're talking about Brandon's wife. They tried to kill him as well. They didn't get him. But I think you could argue this is even more insane because of the fact that no one benefited from this more than Wendi. Talking about, you can never argue that Donna would benefit more. Yeah, the grandkids would be down there near her, but not having to deal with Dan and having the kids 24/7, being down where she wanted to live, like Wendi just benefited way more than anybody else did. My whole point is they just, oh no, they're not getting exonerated. The world's coming to an end, and they're on the list, the short list. They're good. They're good. Don't forget. Lori is such a fucking psychopath. Every time I see her, she's laughing. Getting into cop cars, having friends all over. Fucking, she is that shit crazy, that woman.
Stugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Porter.
They said yesterday she expected him to be 3-4 hours. I think we're probably getting close. I'd say we're probably in the last half an hour of Corbett.
Okay, so the night of July 18th was Katherine Magbanua's cell phone consistent with Rivera's residence by around 9:42 p.m.?
Yes, just after that. We see from the call summary, the last communication between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia was at 9:46 p.m. And what we see as her events at 9:46 and 9:47 are very consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence. So that kind of coincides with the end of their back and forth communication, with her location becoming consistent with Rivera's residence, where Mr. Garcia's location was also consistent.
Okay, and could that be consistent with her communicating with Garcia? That communication ends once she arrives at Rivera's residence where Garcia and Rivera are also there.
I got
Correct.
the monies.
Now, after being there for a little while, does Katherine Magbanua communicate with Charlie Adelson?
She does. And again, back to the summary, we see that there is an outgoing call from Mr. Adelson at 10:12, very, very short duration. And then Ms. Magbanua calls Mr. Adelson back at 10:20 for about a 2-minute phone call.
And tell us about Katherine Magbanua's location for that 10:20 call to Charlie Adelson.
So what we see, the 10:20 and 10:22, is the last times that her location is consistent with the area around Mr. Rivera's residence.
Were we able to find any other evidence of her and Charlie Adelson's plans for the night of July 18th?
Yes, and again, that was slide 257 we just spoke of. This is communication from Mr. Adelson's iCloud, and the afternoon and evening of July 18th, where she asked, how's work been, hon? He says, been busy. And then later, about to start a big case, which she acknowledges.
Okay, and did they discuss their plans for that night?
The fuck's that mean?
They did. 8:22 p.m. She texts, you're still at work. Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, responds, just finishing. I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang at my house.
And that message from him is at 8:23 p.m. to Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
Okay, and he says he's not feeling good before she comes to his house.
Correct.
All right. Are you familiar with a call that Wendi Adelson made while at TPD in front of TPD investigators to inform Donna Adelson of Dan Markel's shooting?
Yes.
And was that call made by Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson at 7:04 p.m.?
Yes, there were actually two close together there.
Okay, thank you. Which co-conspirator did Donna Adelson call after that?
So looking at Donna Adelson's locations and communication, there is a text message from Donna to Charlie, a chat that says, call us ASAP.
Okay, and what about after that?
So what we see is looking at the combined location information from both Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's cell phones, their locations. We see that they are consistent with leaving the South Miami, South Beach area around or a little before 8 p.m. and beginning to travel north. We see locations here on this slide through about 8:29 p.m. And if we continue, we see events at 8:35 p.m. again in the North Miami area. And then we don't have any other usable events with location until 10:53, at which point they're in the north area down here.
Okay. Can you go back to just the slide right before this? Okay, so she receives a call from Wendi Adelson around 7:04 p.m. She's in touch with Charlie Adelson by she's attempting to get in contact with him by around 7:12. And within an hour, they are leaving South Beach and headed north in Miami.
Correct.
They being Donna Adelson.
And Harvey Adelson.
And Harvey
yes.
Adelson. Thank you. All right, so can we go to your next slide?
Bringing
You
the
said
cash.
that their last cell phone communication with location data was in North Miami at 8:35 p.m.
I mean, are we to believe for one fucking second that Harvey's not asking what the bag of cash is? Like, what? Really? I mean, I think, in all honesty, they're going to go after Harvey's old ass before they go after Wendi. If they go after Wendi. And I've seen the, and I kind of want to go back. Do you guys remember in that lengthy voicemail from Dan to Wendi in the morning? Did he say that he had dropped the kids off? I can't remember. I might have to go back and look. Because I'm just trying to get to this thing where I mean, they get the kids to daycare every day, probably around the same time, so like this concept that Wendi didn't call. And I remember there was a lot more detail in terms of which I think they trimmed out. He didn't say that. Okay. In terms of how far the tape was, in terms of whether she could clearly see that it was Dan's house. Do you guys remember that in Charlie's trial? There's a lot more back and forth about whether or not she was actually able to see Dan's house from where she was. There's a lot of back and forth about whether she had like a view of Dan's house. So I don't know. I'm not. I mean, obviously, I think Wendi was involved or knew, but I just don't know if they have enough. Just don't know.
And their next event with location after that was at 10:53 p.m. Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's statement that Charlie Adelson told her that his parents had just been at her home the night of Dan Markel's murder before she arrived at the home?
Her home or his home?
I'm sorry, his home, Charlie Adelson's home.
Yes.
Charlie Adelson's parents had just been at Charlie Adelson's home before Magbanua arrived that night.
Correct.
Okay. Is Charlie's home located between the location we see there for the cell site at 8:35 and the location for the cell site at 10:53?
Yes, we see here the location referenced by the flag of where Mr. Adelson's residence was at the time.
Is there evidence in the phone records that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's home on the night of Dan Markel's murder?
So there is another communication from Miss Donna Adelson at 8:59 p.m. stating outside your house.
Outside your house, and she's sending that message to Charlie Adelson, is that right?
Correct.
What can you tell us about her locations that night and how long she could have spent at Charlie's residence after sending this message?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, calls for speculation.
Overruled, you may answer based on his analysis of the records. However, Sergeant, you are not to speculate or offer any opinions beyond anything that you have not directly researched for these matters. You may answer the question.
See, this is the timeline Allie needed. So Wendi calls, tells her mom what happened, and then Donna and Harvey head to Charlie with the money.
Yes, sir. So the question asked of me is it possible for, given the cell site locations and times, is it possible there was a period of time where Donna and Harvey could have stopped at Charlie Adelson's residence? So to do this analysis, I looked at the events that we had with usable locations, and we see that there is this 6-minute phone call. And this is the 8:35 location we saw in the previous slide. But we see this phone call actually begins on the cell site in the bottom of this slide, which should be 263. And it ends on the cell site at the top. So to conduct an analysis of potential time between points, we need to establish a point to start measuring from. So my estimation of the approximate handset's location between these two cell sites for this phone call is approximately the area of that 832 little call out here in the middle. So that is the point that I started, again, based on these two phone calls, or the beginning and ending cell sites, estimated that the handset was approximately in the area of that marker at 832. Same thing for the ending phone call, or the next phone call that we had at 10:53. We see the cell site that it begins on and the cell site that it ends on a little further north. And so that will be consistent again with the handset continuing to travel along the area of the turnpike. And for our ending time here, I again estimated the location of the handset to be where that white call out box is at approximately 10:53 p.m. So with those 2 points and using the Esri route planning tool, Esri is the mapping software that we use, it tells us that travel should have taken approximately about an hour and 4 minutes. And what we see is between 8:32 and 10:53 is actually 2 hours and 21 minutes. So the distance traveled is not consistent with the time consumed.
You spoke about Esri. Is that also the how Department of Transportation estimates mileage as well?
Yes, if you go to the official Department of Transportation site to get mileage for business travel, they use the same software.
What can you determine about when Donna Adelson would have reached Charlie Adelson's residence according to this estimated travel time?
So if we look at this, and again, we see the area of Charlie Adelson's residence, we have the message at 8:59 that says outside your house. Charlie responds to that about 20 minutes later with 10 men, 10 minutes. So again, using the same route planning, we see that that should have taken approximately 25 minutes to travel from our 8:32 starting point to Charlie Adelson's residence. And so that would have put the estimated time of arrival at his residence 8:57, and the text message is sent at 8:59. So that would be pretty consistent.
So the text message time is consistent with the estimated time it would take to get from the last known location to his house.
Correct.
And in that text message, she says, outside your house to him.
Correct.
And then he gives her an estimated amount of time before he'll be at his house, 10 men.
Correct. And what we see looking at Charlie Adelson's locations, the 919, when the text message is sent, we can see the cell site that his handset is using. As we continue down slide 268, we can see that he has communication at 9:21, and then the next cell site he has is, or cell site time he has is 9:40, and that 9:40 time he has become consistent with the area of his residence. So he reaches his residence sometime between 9:21 and 9:40. If we look at the 9:19 time of the text message, that 10 minutes is about correct for when he would arrive home.
So he says he's 10 minutes when he's about 10 minutes away en route to his house.
Correct.
After receiving the outside your house text. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do we see here?
This is just a close-up of that, again, showing the cell sites when he would be consistent with his residence, arriving sometime before 9:40.
And where was Donna Adelson's next event with actual location data after she said she was outside Charlie Adelson's house and he responded 10 men?
Again, the next event that we have is the 1053 events, looking at their combined records. Is the next usable location event that we have. So if we look at the time that it would take to travel from Charlie Adelson's residence to that point, we see that based on the route planning, approximately 48 minutes. And again, the actual travel time based on those cell site usages was an hour and 54 minutes. So we have about an hour of unaccounted for time.
So it took her an hour and 54 minutes to travel to the 1053 location from North Miami, which left 1 hour and 6 minutes unaccounted for.
This would be the travel time from Charlie Adelson's residence
Thank
to
you.
that 1053 point. Did take an hour and 54 minutes, which was estimated to only take 48.
So how long could she and Charlie Adelson then have overlapped at his house during that time?
The maximum would be approximately an hour and 6 minutes.
And that would be including the time that she would have been waiting for him to arrive?
It would, yes.
Okay. So let's say she waited 10 minutes or so for him to arrive. Actually, he sent it 20 minutes after arriving after he received the text, right?
Correct. Charlie's response to Donna was about 20 minutes after she had texted outside your residence. And that indicates a 10-minute estimated time of arrival. So about 30 minutes would be probably the shortest that she would have waited, but you still have a little over a half hour of overlap.
Okay, thank you. So total amount of time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and they could have spent about 30 minutes or so together during that time at his residence.
Could have, yes.
What else do you know about Donna Adelson's travels that evening?
So we have an additional chat later on.
Does he check back in with her to see if she got there okay?
Yes. At 11:56, Charlie texts, "Did you get to your hotel okay? Love you." She responds, "Thank you for asking. We have it on MapQuest. Hilton Inn on International Drive. We should arrive at 1:25 a.m. Get some rest. We'll talk in the morning." So again, looking at the point of the 1053 estimated location to the location she states she's going to, we see that should have taken about 2 hours and 20 minutes, and which would have made the arrival time around 1:13. Her stated arrival, estimated arrival was 1:25. So again, these are pretty close.
So no large amount of time unaccounted for during that journey.
That's correct.
The large amount of time that you have unaccounted for where she says she's outside Charlie Adelson's house is from the 8:35 spot to the 10:53 spot.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to do this drive that Donna Adelson took from North Miami to the 1053 location on the night of July 18th?
I did, yes.
And when did you do that drive?
I did that July 18th of this year.
And was that on a Friday night this year, just as her drive was on a Friday night in 2014?
Yes.
And on the same date, July 18th?
Correct.
Can you tell us about that drive?
I simply traveled to that area, to the area of that first estimated location at 8:32. I started an exit south of that so that I was at traveling speed, and I traveled to Charlie Adelson's residence. I noted the time and mileage that it took me to get there, and then I traveled from Charlie Adelson's residence to the 1053 spot just to make sure that the roadways, all of those which have not changed, allowed for me to get off the turnpike, get back on, continue travel, and about how long it took me to do it.
Were you able to easily get off the exit for Charlie Adelson's house and then get back on again?
Yes.
And was the time it took to drive from Donna Adelson's 8:32 location in North Miami to Charlie Adelson's residence consistent with the estimated time?
It was. I was within just a few minutes.
Ms. Kappelman just reminded me, you said it was on the same day. Did you also do it at the same time of day?
I did, yes.
Okay. So Friday evening around between 8:30 and 11.
Yes, within just a couple of minutes of 8:32. It was a little hard to gauge my travel time to get to that exact point. Might have been off a minute or two when I crossed that specific point, but it was very, very close to the exact time of day.
And was the time it took to drive from Charlie Adelson's residence to her 1053 location consistent with the estimated time on Esri?
It was, yes.
Okay. All right. So moving on to the next day, July 19th. If you could walk us through the morning after the murder of Dan Markel, where's Charlie Adelson located at that time?
Charlie Adelson has locations consistent with his residence.
And what can you tell us about the communication from Magbanua's phone that morning?
I can. So first we looked at her locations, and we recalled that we had that after 10 p.m. Cell site location where she was leaving the area of Mr. Rivera's residence. And actually the next locations that we have for her is the morning of July 19th. And we see again, this is slide 274, and we can see that her locations beginning at 9:44 would be consistent with her traveling south from the area of Mr. Adelson's residence to the area of either her residence or Mr. Rivera's.
Now, once or before this 9:44 a.m. Call, Did she have some calls the night before that were routed to voicemail?
Yes, that were not, they did not reach the phone. Yes.
What was her last location then before the locations we see here? Was it the 10-20 something location we saw from the night before when she's leaving Rivera's residence and talking to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
Okay. And in the text messages between her and Charlie Adelson that night, she was planning to go over to his house that night because he wasn't feeling well.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this slide, does it appear that her phone is then the first active location or the first active event with location we have? She's coming south down from Charlie Adelson's residence that next morning.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's statement that she spent the night at Charlie Adelson's home the night of Dan Markel's murder, and the next morning she took the money that he gave her for the murder to the area of Rivera's residence?
Yes.
Was there evidence of that in the phone records?
So what we see, again, back to your initial question, as far as the cell phone or the call activity, we're looking at the summary of calls in the morning of July 19th. And we see those events that we saw on the map consistent with her travel south. She is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. So we have a number of outgoing calls between 9:44 and 9:46, including a text message where she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia.
When she can't reach Garcia, did she start trying to call some friends of his to try to get a hold of him?
Yeah, so immediately after that at 9:47, she makes an outgoing call to Anthony Ortiz.
Does she also try to call Luis Rivera that morning to find Garcia?
She did not.
Okay. Does the attempted communication with Garcia stop at 10:31 a.m.?
Yes, so again, our first set of calls here, she's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. She's unable to. She calls Mr. Ortiz. And now what we see starting at 9:49, Mr. Ortiz is attempting to call Mr. Garcia. Luis Rivera is now attempting to call Garcia. And it starts this flurry of back and forth phone calls with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz trying to find Mr. Garcia, or trying to reach Mr. Garcia. And that continues through about 10:20 in the morning.
Okay, so Magbanua is calling Garcia's friend Ortiz. Ortiz is trying to call Garcia, and Ortiz also calls Rivera to try to get a hold of Garcia.
That is correct.
Okay. Eventually, do all of these attempted calls to Garcia stop? And at what point?
Well, they certainly tame down. What we see for the first time is at 10:20. So we've had this period of time where everyone's trying to reach Mr. Garcia. Katherine Magbanua gets a call from Luis Rivera from his actual primary phone number. And they talk for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So after that, then we see that Ms. Magbanua communicates with Mr. Rivera a couple of times. She does again try to get hold of Mr. Garcia. But all of that concludes at about 10:30 in the morning.
And was there any evidence as to why there wasn't location data for Garcia that morning and why no one can get a hold of him?
He had, dumped his phone. He had.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stay, please establish the foundation for the witness to testify to this.
What could you tell from his phone records, the evidence in this case, about why no one could get a hold of Mr. Garcia?
So Mr. Garcia's records indicate that in the early morning hours of the 19th, that phone left the network, was no longer in communication with the network. There are a number of inbound calls that never reach the handset. They do not produce location information or duration. So his phone is not in communication with the network. And that continues through the end of the records. That phone never returns to service, never makes or receives an actual phone call from that morning of the 19th through the duration of the records that we have.
What can you tell us about the locations of Rivera and Magbanua at 10:31 and the time period after that, once all of these attempted communications stop?
So again, we have the flurry of communications. That last call is at 10:31 a.m. And if we look at Ms. Magbanua's locations at 1031, she is consistent with Rivera's residence, and Mr. Rivera's cell site locations are also consistent with his residence.
And are you familiar with Rivera's statement that he was able to find Garcia that morning at a girl's house and brought him back to Rivera's residence?
Correct.
Now, when is the next communication on Katherine Magbanua's cell phone after that with location data?
The next that we see is at 11:23 a.m.
This is about 50 minutes later.
Correct.
All right. And is her location at 11:23 a.m. consistent with Mascaro's residence?
It would be consistent with the way to Mascaro's residence.
Okay. Thank you. Could this be consistent with her then leaving Rivera's residence after a period of time and heading back towards Mascaro's residence to pick up her children?
It could be, yes.
All right. Switching gears again. Were you involved in securing a wiretap of some of the suspects in this case back in 2016?
I was.
What is a wiretap?
A wiretap is an active way for law enforcement to be able to gain information or intelligence. Everything that we've talked about in the historical records are just that, historical. We're getting records that already existed and having those provided to us. A wiretap is an ongoing intercept where we are able to, in real time, see the calls that are being placed, the outgoing, inbound, durations, all of those things, in addition to the content of most of those. So text message content and voice content, we're actually able to listen to those calls in real time while they're occurring. So this is a real-time, ongoing, active monitoring of the communications.
In order for a wiretap to be in place, does there have to be an order signed by a judge? That order has to be sent to the phone carrier so that the calls can be monitored by law enforcement.
Correct.
Were we able to monitor the content of the calls between the subjects in this case back in the time that these events happened, back in June and July of 2014?
No, again, we were investigating after the fact. All of that was historical. The carriers do not retain the content of voice calls. They don't record everything that you say and make it available to us. So we had no option to listen or know the content of those communications back then, outside of what we recover in text messages.
Okay, so the wiretap in this case is during the investigation, once law enforcement had identified the identity of these subjects and was trying to listen to see whether they talked about the crime.
That is correct. It is prospective. It is ongoing, real time.
All right. Can you explain to the jury what type of equipment is needed for a wiretap?
Well, we use a variety of equipment. There is carrier-based equipment. They have equipment that is able to basically mirror those phone calls, that traffic, and provide it to law enforcement. We have equipment, computer servers that are able to receive that communication and then provide it to monitoring stations, which are essentially laptops. We have headphones and software that allows us to see this information. It decodes the information that is sent to us from the carrier. So we can see in real time, it pops up with the time of the call, the phone numbers, cell site locations sometimes, and other information. And if it is a call that has audio, then there's an indication that there's audio, and we're able to actually listen to that through the headphones.
Does the software give the listeners, law enforcement, the ability to stop and start the recordings?
It does, yes.
And are synopsis of the recordings done by law enforcement?
Yes.
Is there any involvement by the actual phone carrier, like the company?
There is, yes.
Is monitoring of the calls done live and in real time?
It is.
And do the people who are monitoring these intercepts have to go through a certain type of training in order to do that?
They do. They have to go through what we call minimization training. The interception of communications requires that non-relevant or communications that are not pertinent to the actual crimes be minimized or not listened to. So we call that minimization training, and everyone who listens to or has opportunity to hear any audio from the wire has to go through that training.
Okay, and are the people monitoring it also thoroughly briefed on the case?
They are. Part of that training is a requirement to read the affidavit that was authorizing the wiretap and to get a briefing from the case agents so that they know in great detail all the elements of the case so that they're able to detect during the phone calls if that conversation is actually relevant to some part of the investigation. They need to know financial things, relationships, hierarchy, those kind of things. So again, they are briefed by the case agent and they're required to read the documents.
If the phone conversation is not relevant to the crime or is privileged in some way, is there a mechanism to stop that recording by law enforcement?
Yes.
And is that the purpose of that to protect people's privacy if they're not talking about something relevant to the crime?
Yes, the purpose of that is to allow us to minimize those parts of the conversation that are not pertinent to the crime and in compliance with the order.
Is minimization a choice by law enforcement, or are they required to minimize irrelevant portions?
It's a requirement.
Okay. Are you limited in time, or is law enforcement who's listening limited in time, in the time that they have to decide whether what they're listening to is relevant to the crime or not?
There are a number of things that go into that. Time is one of them, yes. We have a guideline for how long we should listen to make that determination. And then we have some guidelines for how frequently we can come back and check the ongoing conversation to see if that conversation has turned criminal or turned into something relevant to the investigation.
So the officer can then go back in and listen in again to see if they are now talking about something relevant.
Correct. We call this spot checking.
And can the listeners of the call tell if a law enforcement officer is doing that?
The listener of the call, I'm sorry?
Can we, as the listeners here in the courtroom, tell if an officer is doing that?
Yes. In certain versions of the software, there's an audible tone to indicate that it's been minimized. There's printouts from the software that tells us when audio was listened to and when it was minimized. And there's just absences in the conversation, blank spaces where that recording did not occur.
And is the portion of the call, so the portion of the call that's minimized then is not recorded?
Correct.
When listening, though, and trying to decide whether something's relevant or irrelevant, are law enforcement officers also on the lookout for suspects trying to mask the meaning of what they're saying in case law enforcement's listening? Maybe they are talking about the crime, but they're using words that don't sound criminal in order to do it.
That's correct.
Is that quite common?
It is, yes.
Which phones were tapped in this case?
Mr. Charlie Adelson's and Ms. Katherine Magbanua's.
And was that Charlie Adelson's phone number ending in 9223 and Magbanua's phone ending in 1312?
That's correct.
Okay. And who supervised the wiretap in 2016 in this case?
A number of supervisors. I supervised from a technical standpoint to make sure that the information was being received and operating functionally. The case agent supervised the investigative standpoint. It's a representative from the state attorney's office to monitor the legal side of things. And we have to do periodic reports or updates to a judge during the ongoing wire, alerting him of our progress and seeking authorization to continue. So there's a good bit of oversight.
And who keeps or maintains the recordings of the wire calls?
A designated officer.
At TPD?
In this case, yes.
And those recordings, are they stored in a secure manner at TPD?
Yes.
On a few different recorded conversations throughout the wiretap, are you aware of statements made by Charlie Adelson that he does not know who Tudo is?
I am, yes.
In your review of Charlie Adelson's iCloud, like his text messages in the iCloud, were there messages where he and Magbanua are having conversations about mundane things, but he says Tudo to her? He refers to Garcia as Tudo.
He does, yes.
So the phone records indicate that despite what Charlie Adelson says on the wire, he did know Garcia's nickname was Tudo.
Tuto.
That would be from the iCloud return, but yes.
Okay.
Tuto.
All right. I
Not
want to
Tudo.
move on to
Tuto.
the bump in this case,
Ooh,
which the
the
wire
bump.
calls came after the bump. Can you tell us the date and time of the bump in this case?
So these are the records of Donna Adelson's communication during that time frame. This is
Bumpo.
4/19 of 2016. And what we see is the bump happened at 1:47 p.m.
Who was
And if you're new to the case, a bump does not mean that Donna's doing a key bump of blow. It's a little Fed operation. You'll see. You'll see.
Donna Adelson's first call after the bump? And meaning the bump is when the undercover agent approached her on the street.
The first call was to Charlie Adelson.
Did she call Wendi Adelson or Harvey Adelson during that time?
Immediately after, no.
Did she call Katherine Magbanua at any point?
No.
Anyone else associated with this case besides Charlie Adelson?
No.
And when was her first call to Charlie Adelson after the bump?
2:09.
So about a little over 20 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was Donna Adelson detained and charged in this case? I believe it was on November 15th of 2023.
Yes.
And we'll get into the details of that later. But what I want to talk about now is whether we were able to, on the day that she was detained and charged, was her cell phone taken by law enforcement and a cell bright done on that cell phone?
Yes.
And in the cell phone that was in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson talked about Charlie Adelson's trial, his November 2023 trial, and the verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial that Garcia and Rivera killed Dan Markel on their own?
Facts on evidence, counsel's testifying.
Stand as the counsel testifying, please establish a foundation for your question.
Okay. Judge, may we go to sidebar, please? Thank you.
What'd I miss? What's going on? Why's Pat Sajak just sitting there looking like? Was there finally an objection? What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Bump. The 11:30 a.m. key bump. Sidebar. What did he try to testify to that wasn't in evidence yet? All right. I've got some small amount of blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop. Permafrown. There he is. Permafrown. Oh, shit. They're ready now.
At this time, we are going to take our lunch break for this morning. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Also, as well, do not look at any other outside information or news on this matter. We will resume with the trial this afternoon at 1:20. Please be back by 1:15. Enjoy your break.
Whoa, that's long. It's like 11:35, 1:15, so 12. That's a long ass break, Joe. That's a long ass break.
Everyone can be seated. During the break concerning the evidentiary point for which this testimony is seeking to be admitted, I will review while we're on break as well. Are there any other matters that we need to address?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
Not from the defense this time, Eric.
This
Please
time,
report back by 1:15 as well. At that time, we will continue with Sergeant Corbett's examination. After this portion of the examination, Ms. Dugan, will the state's direct be coming to a conclusion?
Will you repeat that, Judge?
After this part of the direct examination, will the direct be coming to a conclusion, Sergeant Corbett?
I would say I have maybe 30 minutes left, 30 to 45 minutes.
Very well. Sergeant, enjoy your lunch as well. This might be a record, 2 breaks.
Could be. Thanks, sir.
We'll see if we can get you off the stand before the rest of the evening. 1:15. Enjoy your break, everyone.
Thanks, sir.
all right, so long break. Shrink this down. What I'm gonna do, we haven't done Charlie's yet, have we? Have we done Charlie's? I don't think we've done Charlie's testimony. Smiling. No, I mean, I'm still licensed, obviously. I'll always keep my license, but no, this content creation podcast is full time. It's actually like 70 hours a week. So no. Plus, I did it for long enough. Long enough. Trying to get Allie out of it hard. Really, really trying to get her out of it. She's burnt on it too. Criminal law is hard to do for a long time. It just is. All right. Are you guys cool with Charlie? You guys want to watch Charlie? Proctor? God, who fucking cares about that dickhead? Like, that case is over. Like, when the civil case comes on, yes. Like, fuck, I don't care about Proctor. You guys want to watch Proctor? I'm taking my dog for a walk, so y'all can watch Proctor. I'll find Proctor for y'all. That fucking bald dickhead. I could give a fuck less. It's like that's incredibly boring to me. You're gonna watch it's an administrative hearing. It's not a trial. He's trying to appeal his decision. I'm like, it's crazy. Let's see. What do you get? Oh, here it is. Look at this fucking bonehead. Oh my God. Yeah, you guys enjoy this. Do you guys want me to rewind it a bit? All right, I'm doing a poll because I'm seeing a lot of fuck Proctor and I'm seeing yes Proctor. Guy's a fucking douchebag. They'd be idiots. You know, it's like the cop union is tough though. All right, polling. You guys are way, way far away from the wheel though. Tell you that. The grift is failing today. 12 out of 50? Wow. Wow. Oh my God. Yeah, I could give a flying fuck about Michael Proctor. Getting stories about him. Like, don't care. Not interesting to me. Fuck that guy. Not worth our time, in my opinion. But I'm leaving it to y'all. Here, I'll put it up while you guys are polling, so you can watch this fucking pimp.
Genesis means the origin of something. What is he asking about 5.2? Who wrote it?
Mr. Monahan, do you want to finish your response?
I can do either of two things. First of all, I'm asking about his understanding of it.
Do you want to respond to what Mr. Crowley just said?
Yes, I'm asking the DLT about his understanding of what unbecoming conduct the basis of it is. And I can also read the article itself.
I think what I've heard is that the witness is saying when he's investigating, he has to conduct first, not.
They actually put a fucking camera in to watch this fucking pinhead. Oh my God.
The department's rules and regulations. Are you asking what?
Let me see where the poll's at.
His understanding based on his experience.
I'll allow him to answer the question.
I'm fine with that question.
If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
I mean, that was my question. It might have been
So
improperly worded.
there's a process. I'll allow you to ask the question.
So you asked me what my understanding of 5.2 is.
Yeah.
One at a time.
Generally speaking,
You're
it
all
says
talking
that
over
the
one
behavior of a
another.
member, whether on duty or off duty, should reflect favorably upon the department.
Okay. And in fact,
All of these people in
5.3
this hearing, not y'all.
reads, does it not, on page RO644, members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the law enforcement profession, correct?
It does.
Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform. I'm sorry, do you want me to start again?
Yes, it's not taken from members.
I'll start all over.
Okay, thank you.
I'll start all over.
5.3 general
Michael
conduct,
Proctor, you a total
DLT,
fuckbag.
reads as follows. Members shall maintain a level of conduct in their personal and business affairs which is in keeping with the highest standards of the
Right,
law
ending that
enforcement
poll.
profession. Did I read that
I'm
correctly?
going to
You did.
create a new poll. It was pretty.
Members shall not participate in any act which impairs their ability to perform as members of the state police or causes the state police to be brought into disrepute. Correct?
Correct.
Now, you have said that Michael Proctor brought the department into disrepute, right? That was one of your standard sustained findings?
Yes.
And I believe it's
me pull
response
this up.
to 26.
So that means which fuck do you want to watch? Charlie Adel fuck or Michael Proc fuck? It's up to you. I leave it to you.
Just have a moment, Madam Commissioner.
Of course.
The jail calls just the chicks talking about the jail calls. I'll throw that up on the. I don't know if I can edit the poll. Let's see. Charlie Adelfuck is dominating Michael Prockfuck, though. I'll tell you that. Adelson jail calls. The Adelfuck jail calls. All right, let me see.
Sir, I have it in front of me now. Respondents.
How's the
Exhibit
sound on
26,
those?
You have it in front of you.
I do.
It is RO 667.
Yes, sir.
Could you look at page 3 of that document?
How long are they?
RO
Jail
669.
calls.
Yes, sir.
And do you see there 5.2 unbecoming conduct?
I do.
And what is the level of discipline that is titled per the regulations of the state police?
Class B.
And there's 5.21, which is also Class B, correct?
Correct.
There's also 5.2.2, which is Class A, B, or C, correct?
Correct.
All right, but 5.2.2 is not related to this because 5.2.2 says members shall not frequent or remain in any place where they know or should know criminal activity is occurring unless in the performance of the duty or official business, correct?
Okay.
I'll check that. I'm sorry.
Back to RO 643.
Yes, that is correct.
So, and that doesn't apply in this case.
It does not.
And 5.3 above that general conduct, which we just read, that's a Class B.
It is.
And if you look back on page 1 of this appendix for the state police rules, a first offense Class B carries no more than a suspension of without pay of 30 days.
Jail calls aren't long enough.
Correct.
I'm going to walk my dog because I love him. You guys are going to be left like fucking floating in the ether.
And Michael Proctor was not charged with unbecoming conduct, correct?
I don't believe
That's it. I'm
it.
putting Charlie on. We'll listen to the jail calls together. They're like, but I've seen Gigi's got some. Gavin's got some.
You also investigated Michael Proctor for this
All right.
allegation of drinking on duty.
Oh yeah, he's a fucking. You know, the allegations of being a total douchebag. That's why he's fired. He sucks. Guy has no business being a cop. How about them apples? Fuck that guy. Fuck you, Michael Proctor. You're a total douchebag. Let's see. All right. We'll watch Chuck get fucking hammered by Georgia. It'll be fun. Way better. I told you what happened. See, Charlie's already getting feisty. This is good. We're going to get to hear the jail calls. I don't want to do spoilers for people that are not familiar with the case. I mean, come on, y'all. There he is. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, what a guy. What a fucking guy.
Is it doctor?
It is, yes.
All right, doctor.
Yeah, I'm a period.
Have you ever heard the saying that the simplest explanation is always the most likely? Have you heard that?
I've heard that theory before, yeah.
Was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
No, it wasn't. You lying fuckface. All right, I'm going to go walk my dog. We are due back at 1:15. I'll be back a little early. So I want you guys to take care of one another in the chat, have all kinds of fun, laugh, poke fun, call names, make jokes, talk about pee funnels, all of it. Do all of it. Do all of it because I love you guys. I got to get some food. Hopefully Allie's back by the time we come back. It's pretty healthy break. All right, you guys, I'm going to do Chuck at 1.25. Yeah. It's good. It's good.
You have a thorough explanation.
Cute
Do you agree
George
with that?
I told you what happened.
Adorable.
Do you agree that the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations?
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
All right.
I want to go through some of that.
Grace, if any kind of earth-shattering shit goes down, hit me up, text me, or Mandy, one of the two of you guys.
You claim that you were extorted on July 18th, 2014 by Katherine Magbanua and also in the background, some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Katherine Magbanua.
You weren't? Okay,
That's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Katherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay.
And that's
at
2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Katherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. You got that right. The time of the extortion.
In 2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said her trial.
Whoa. Tracy just told me we already watched this shit. All right, so don't want to do that. Don't want to see how Tracy's on top of the shit, man. All right, well, do you want to watch his direct examination? Where Rashbaum comes up with the whole fucking fakakta thing. This whole extortion plot. Oh, here's what we'll do. This is what we're going to do.
Is the state prepared to give its closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
We're going to do the closings. How they closed on Charlie shit. Sorry, Giggle. I didn't see. This is the closing argument from Charlie's trial. Charlie says, got my good and plenty. Charlie says, got my good and plenty.
In jury selection, we talked about the burden of proof and how it was my burden to prove this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence. And generally speaking, the defense's job is to poke holes in the evidence and argue that it falls short of meeting that high burden. And we also learned at jury selection that the defense does not have to prove anything. But sometimes if the law enforcement investigation is so thorough and so compelling that there's really no way to poke holes in the evidence, he has to basically admit his own words, his own text messages. That stuff is undeniable, right? And those things prove that he was in cahoots with Katherine Magbanua in 2013, through the murder in 2014, and all the way up until her arrest in October of 2016. He knows he can't deny that he paid the killers because of this bizarre practice he had of stapling his money. So sometimes when a defendant can't attack the facts or the law, they instead try to explain it away by saying, you can't trust what you're seeing. It's not what it appears to be. It's actually something else entirely. Often, as in this case, the individual explanation, so when you zoom in on one piece of evidence with its attached explanation, can be like, maybe. But when you zoom out and you add all these things together, this explanation, this explanation, this explanation, this coincidence, and this coincidence, and this coincidence, it starts making less and less sense. It starts being less and less reasonable. And when you zoom out from the defense's theory, it's really unreasonable, right? Because to find it reasonable, you have to buy a lot of things that he's selling. The most obvious of which is that because Sigfredo Garcia hated him, he and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee twice to kill someone he hated in hopes that he would give them money for it on the back end. Please think about that. To hit this defendant where it hurts, these two dudes with no connection at all to Dan Markel, and without 2 nickels to rub together, rented a car and paid for gas to come to Tallahassee and stay in a hotel twice in order to kill someone that this defendant hated, to harm him. And for what? To maybe get money. Maybe he just turns him in for murder. Why not just kill and rob him if what you're after is money and there's no hired hit? Why not just kill and rob him if the motive is we hate him? Then the bad guys don't even have any contact with him, according to his own story. They didn't threaten him, they did not beat him into submission. Instead, they sent his own girlfriend to extort him on their behalf. And without any actual contact from the bad guys, the defendant just opened up his safe and handed over his beloved money that he had saved his entire life since he was a child. He just handed it over. Take it all. And when that amount wasn't sufficient, these stone-cold murdering gangsters let the defendant go on a payment plan to give him the rest of the money. They let Katherine Magbanua skim off the top each month. And never, over the next 2 years that he was being extorted monthly, these gangsters, remember that money doesn't go to the principal, that $3,000 a month. They never show up to demand the remaining $195,000 that this defendant has agreed to pay them. Then you also need to find reasonable that over the 2 years of this supposed extortion layaway plan, that the defendant continued to do what? Send these kissy faces and love texts to Katherine Magbanua. He's sending these messages to a woman who got him into this mess, and he says he didn't suspect she was involved. What? What do we know about this man? He didn't suspect she was involved. She's taking the money. He's never even heard from the bad guys. He didn't see it that way, that she got him into this mess. They grew closer after she began extorting him for $3,000 a month. Meanwhile, the defendant and Katherine Magbanua break up. She continues to maintain her direct and indirect contact with Sigfredo Garcia, the man who's extorting him, the man who murdered his former brother-in-law in cold blood. But he sees her as a friend. The kissy faces and the I love yous continue. Even after Katherine Magbanua got back together with the man who executed Dan Markel, the father of his young nephews, and a guy who's actively extorting him, this defendant continued to reach out to her over and over again to offer her favors and gifts, including a birthday gift for Garcia, and to tell her he loves her and how lucky he is to have her in his life. Lucky? Next, to find a reasonable doubt here, you have to find it reasonable that the defendant never texted or talked about this first layer of extortion. Why? According to him, because Katherine Magbanua said, let's never talk about this. So they did. Then you have to believe he never reported or revealed this information to law enforcement out of fear of the gangsters. And finally, you have to believe that this living in fear of death by gang members over 2 years didn't cause a change in his general demeanor that his friends noticed, but later the bump from law enforcement did. He says that's because, well, I became worried that I might be falsely arrested. So I wasn't a hot mess when I was being extorted by gang members and threatened to be killed and my whole family killed. But I became a hot mess when I started to get worried that the cops might be getting closer. And I have no real way of knowing if all this stuff sounds ridiculous to you, if it sounds reasonable to you, or if y'all just heard so much stuff that you're totally confused and can't even remember what the evidence in the case showed. But they only need to get one of you confused enough to derail this whole thing, right? So I've got to go through each thing with you. Your verdict has to be unanimous. So I want to go through the testimony, I want to review the evidence, and I want to spend a little bit more time talking about this multitude of explanations the defense has offered in an effort to really turn each piece of evidence on its head. This is Dan Markel. He is the victim in this case. A brilliant lawyer, a funny guy, a son, colleague, a brother, a mentor, and a friend. But most of all, a father. A dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his access to those two little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. And despite the defense's efforts to characterize their client as the real victim here, Dan Markel remains the only victim in this case. The only thing he was guilty of is fighting like hell for those kids. And he lost. He didn't lose in court, but he lost. This is what he looked like before this defendant hired a hitman to kill him. And this is what he looked like afterwards. The evidence has shown that on July 18, 2014, this brilliant man was gunned down in broad daylight in the driveway of his own home. His horrific death ultimately set police down two separate paths following the two most promising leads they had. The first was to chase down that Prius that Mr. Geiger saw fleeing the crime scene. And we'll examine those efforts in detail. The second path was to ask, as we would in any murder investigation, who might want to have done this? Who would want Dan Markel dead? And within 1 hour of the shooting, before Professor Markel was even pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant. When his sister revealed to law enforcement that her family hated Dan Markel and that her brother, Charlie, had joked about hiring a hitman to kill him. And this trash talk, of course, would be meaningless had he not been killed by a hitman. So who did it appear had a motive to want Dan Markel dead? His own family. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against these people? Refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to them disparaging him to his kids? The evidence has shown that the Adelson family was all about psychological warfare. And when all else failed, they were willing to go even further to win. I want to examine this motive in more detail and look at exactly how it's attributable to this defendant. Despite the defense efforts to minimize this, it's really clear that the divorce between Wendi and Danny was a particularly nasty one. They fought over everything, all the way from the children down to the bicycle and the tennis racket. In January of 2013, Wendi Adelson filed a motion to allow her to relocate to South Florida with the kids. They were 2 and 3 at that time. As one basis for this request, Wendi cites the wife's parents reside in Coral Springs and the wife's brother resides 20 minutes away. The children are very close to the wife's parents. Wendi Adelson also alleges in this filing that the husband has also created a hostile work environment for the wife at FSU School of Law. Wendi Adelson viewed herself as stuck in Tallahassee, a characterization which she now denies, but one which was used to describe her situation by Jeffrey Lacasse on the witness stand and also in her own pleadings in these divorce filings. In Markel's answer on page 80, he seeks continued equal time sharing in Tallahassee. He seeks sole parental responsibility on issues related to the education, religion, and medical upbringing of the kids. Then we go to this May email from Donna Adelson to Wendi. These emails are offered as examples of how invested Donna Adelson was in this litigation and in Wendi's life in general. They reveal that relocation was a huge priority for Donna and that it was also a high priority for Wendi, Harvey, and the defendant as well. Wendi testified that her mom really wasn't that involved in her divorce proceedings. Again, these emails prove the opposite was true. On May 3rd, 2013, this email references Dan's divorce filing as, quote, his 23-page rant. She then crystallizes the importance of relocation, stating, the most important part of your divorce is relocation, in bold. I sincerely hope that your attorney understands this is your, all caps, non-negotiable. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job. But on June 21st, 2013, Wendi's motion to relocate was denied by the court, with the court finding that the wife has not met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. Like the heroine in her book, Wendi and the boys were officially stuck in this small stop on the way to what we had previously known as civilization. Wendi worked hard to try to convince you that none of this was a very big deal to her, her mother, or her brother. And she said she was expecting to win everything in the divorce. She was expecting Danny to lose everything in the divorce. She was partly right. Danny did end up losing everything, but not in court. she had already lost relocation, and her attorney had to get off the case as a result of whatever Danny was filing in court. And he was poised to really take her through the ringer with this grandma motion, the fraud allegation, and the contempt motion that was all pending. Even if he wasn't going to be successful, folks, it was going to be a very unpleasant ride for Wendi Adelson. But as we have learned, Jibbers hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. On the stand, Wendi Adelson suggested that relocation was not a big issue for her. It was just suggested by a friend, but the other evidence in the case suggests the opposite. Jeffrey Lacoste said she was a complete mess over the litigation, especially the relocation. She wrote a book about a human rights attorney who was stuck in a small town in the Florida Panhandle because of her hapless Canadian professor husband's job at NFSU. And maybe most importantly, Wendi filed this motion for relocation. Her lawyer didn't file it without her knowing. Was the motion doomed from the start? Wendi clearly hoped not. But there were other ways to skin the cat. Here's a June email from Donna to Wendi. In response to the court order denying relocation, Donna emails Wendi, quote, "It's time for action. It's time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, 8 hours away from the only family you have. Let's show this F ... what will make him absolutely miserable. And later, the rest of your life, and consequently, Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet." Then on June 25th, this is continued, that same email, we get a plan of action. Take a photo of the boys dressed nicely standing at the front door by the sign of a Tallahassee church. They're Jewish, remember? Then change your Facebook status to this one so everyone will see this. Perhaps a line under the photo with "New beginnings in Tallahassee" might be nice. How happy do you think you will be? Make arrangements to get the boys caught up with a private tutor at the Teenage Catholic Church who will come to the house to teach the young men about Jesus. If you don't have time to arrange this, I'll be happy to do it for you. Let Jibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, and you'll certainly invite him to the event. I've already checked this out, and the baptism can be arranged within 2 weeks. We can send out e-bites to Jibbers, his parents, sister, and anyone else you want to invite. 4, I'm looking into summer camp programs for the boys. We will pay for it, even if the boys end up only going for the few days that they're in Tallahassee with you. 5, register them for toddler classes at the church. I've looked into this too. Even if they don't actually go, we can show Jibbers that they are enrolled for the fall semester. And you cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him. Get to him psychologically. He's going to want you to stop this. You have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes that he could lose control over his kids. We plan to make a financial offer to him to allow this relocation. You need to work this plan, and we'll help you through it so that it may affect how much we offer him. Maybe he's willing to let you relocate if he knew his children could attend this private Hebrew academy. Or perhaps he'd like them to invite him to a Christmas party at their other Sunday school. Let's get this going now. I know you would never want to think that you didn't do absolutely everything you could to come down to your family. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support you and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in the office business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. And then on June 27th, she follows up with another email along the same lines, criticizing the judge and Wendi's attorney and adding, obviously the court isn't out to help you. It's clear since Judge Hobbs' last ruling that she could care less about anything you had to say on your behalf. You need to help yourself. You know, Wendi, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousand years have been fought over religion. These emails are such telling glimpses into the family dynamics behind this murder. This email is just an example of how relentless Donna Adelson was. And it's clear from these emails that she's conferring with the defendant on these plans that she's proposing. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dress the kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's not in control. Why not stand up to this fucker? Why not fight? That's all this is, Wendi, an act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. It will infuriate him. You need to see the big picture. You need to look into the future of what a life without your only family nearby teaching in Tallahassee with Danny always in the picture will give you. It's not a pretty picture. Not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. The extremism that Jibbers is already teaching the boys is nothing more than brainwashing. Religion is brainwashing, control of the masses. I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie, Dad, and I going as high as equal parts in a $1 million offer. That's $333,000 from each of us. We're a team. We can't do this without your help. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee. Even though the divorce was final on July 31st, 2013, the anger and bitterness associated with this split was still festering. Litigation continued and even increased as both parties filed motions over the next several months alleging that the other was violating the marital settlement agreement, and both parties seeking to have the other side held in contempt of court. In October of 2013, Wendi filed a motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement and have Dan held in contempt. And Dan was hearing, and the defendant was hearing about all of this as it went on from his mother, as indicated in the emails and in the text messages shown here as well. Here she's telling him how terrible things are for Wendi and how it's negatively affecting his dad's health. Then later that month, when Wendi was about to make the second dumbest mistake of her life after marrying Dan Markel by buying a house in Tallahassee, Charlie says Wendi probably hasn't mentioned it to him because it's stupid. And then after he gets Wendi to pull the plug on the house, he's praised as the miracle worker that solved this problem. This text was sent on Halloween of 2013, the very day that Katherine Magbanua testified. This defendant broached the subject to her of, hey, do you know anybody that could rough somebody up? The defendant was hearing about Wendi's situation regularly from Donna. Here we see Donna telling the defendant how angry at Wendi's attorney and stressed out Wendi is. That's on February 15th of 2014. And here's another text from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson 4 days later, discussing the details of Danny's actions and expressing how much she hates him. Here on March 4th, 2014, we have Donna planning to speak in private with the defendant while she's at the rest stop in Gainesville. She asks him to delete this message after he reads it. Although he's not with Harvey, and Harvey nor his birthday are mentioned in this text message. All that's mentioned in this text message is, I'm gonna pull over at a rest stop and talk to you in private. This is the grandma motion. On March 26, 2014, less than 4 months prior to this murder, the defendant files his grandma motion, the counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues, and motion for contempt and sanctions. Again, alleging that Wendi is not facilitating communication between he and the kids and getting after Donna personally. In this filing, Dan Markel alleges that on 3 separate occasions in November of 2013, the children informed him of their maternal grandmother, Donna Adelson, disparaging him. The boys indicate that, quote, Grandma says you're stupid. She says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her. And, quote, Grandma says she hates you. Dan Markel requests the court, quote, enjoin the former wife from allowing the maternal grandmother to have unsupervised time with the children and to impose appropriate limitations to safeguard the children from being subjected to disparaging comments about their father. Contrary to what Wendi Adelson told us, we learned this issue was taken seriously by both sides. and that Dan Markel was particularly hot at the time of his death because of some recent issues that were going on. So to the extent that there was any banana bread peace offering made, it apparently fell short of diffusing the issues within this family. This situation was a pressure cooker, and it was about to blow. As we learned, this grandma motion was never decided by the court because Dan Markel was murdered before it could be heard. Whether or not that is a coincidence in timing is up to you all to decide. Wendi told you that she and Dan were getting along pretty well at the time leading up, or the weeks leading up to his murder. But this assertion does not fit with the rest of the evidence in this case. In fact, her own court filings are completely contrary to that assertion. In addition, her boyfriend at the time, Jeffrey Lacasse, told you all that she took all of this very seriously, that she became upset every time there was a filing, and that her behavior became increasingly emotional and erratic as the time led closer and closer up to what ultimately was the murder day. According to Lacasse, she was especially concerned about the relocation issue. And Stephen Webster, he was Professor Markel's attorney, testified, told us that Markel was irate at the time of his death over two issues. The first being Wendi enrolling one of the kids in a school without consulting him, and the second one being him overhearing Donna Adelson refer to him as stupid on a recent Skype visit that he had with the boys. So this was far from the peaceful situation that Wendi was trying to sell you. Why was she trying to sell you that? Was she trying to protect her brother? She even told law enforcement at her interview on the day of the murder that she wanted everyone held accountable for this to the fullest extent of the law, unless it was her family. The defense seems to be telling you the litigation between Danny and Wendi was not a very big deal because minimizing the litigation minimizes the motive for the Adelson family to want Dan Markel dead. They even called Wendy's attorney to tell you that relocation was a lost cause. But what she actually said was, yes, I lose most of these motions, but in this case, I actually thought there was a chance because of some of the surrounding circumstances. Then I thought, well, maybe they called her to say the divorce was routine, but what she actually said was this case was odd. That was her word, mainly because Dan Markel came after her personally, forcing her to withdraw from the case, which had never happened before. So what her testimony proved was that this was not a routine run-of-the-mill divorce proceeding. It was one of her more difficult cases. And she didn't even have Donna in her ear, like the defendant did. So the motive was clearly there. The question then becomes, was the defendant successful in distancing himself from that motive in your eyes as jurors? He says that the litigation had no impact on his life. The emails suggest otherwise. He's included on these texts. He's all over the wiretap, meddling in Wendi's life with Donna. Could the defendant have cared enough about his sister's marital problems to commit murder? Maybe, maybe not. But if he didn't, his mom certainly cared enough for both of them. And she was in his ear all the time. In defendant's own words, you can't have a miserable mom. To illustrate this point, I refer you back to the emails and to that phone call that I played that happened before the bump, where Donna and the defendant are discussing this boyfriend of Wendi's at that time, Dave. This call, along with the call about Wendi taking a particular job, which is also on that same exhibit, I think it states 130, was offered as examples to show you how the dynamics work in this family. Wendi appears to be the weakling of the pack. She needs to be protected. She needs to be helped. She needs to be coddled. She needs to be saved by Donna and the defendant. Donna is the overbearing matriarch who nags everyone to death about whatever it is that's currently on her. I call it the wheel. The wheel's turning all the time, right? And Wendi getting away from Dan Markel and moving to South Florida was number one on the wheel. It was the top priority in 2013 and in 2014. And this defendant fancied himself the savior of this family. Equal parts black sheep and mama's boy, he would often try to help Wendi at Donna's bidding. When a problem was perceived regarding Wendi's love life, aka this breaking up with Dave situation, shouldn't break up with Dave, Dave's a great guy, Donna enlists the defendant to go in and fix it, to solve the problem. When Wendi didn't know what was best for her regarding a job opportunity, Donna sent the defendant to fix it. And the evidence has shown that Dan Markel was a major problem for Wendi, and that meant he was a major problem for Donna, who in turn made Dan Markel a major problem for this defendant. Enter Katherine Magbanua, who had connections to a criminal element And she presented an opportunity to the defendant to do what he does and solve this problem. On Halloween 2013, the defendant began the process of soliciting Katherine Magbanua to commit murder. Magbanua solicited Garcia. Garcia brought in Rivera. So if the seed of this conspiracy was planted in the spring of 2013, when Donna was looking into converting the kids to Christianity or making this $1 million offer to Dan Markel, it took root that summer when the relocation was denied and the defendant began, quote, looking into all options to solve the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman. And the conspiracy grew further still when Dan Markel filed that motion to preclude Donna from having unsupervised contact with the grandkids, the grandma motion. And as Wendi Adelson relayed to Jeffrey Lacoste just 5 days before the murder, she was never going to be able to move to South Florida unless something happened to Danny. This conspiracy spread when the defendant met someone who could actually get this thing done. Someone who was in a position of trust in his life, a person who had connections to the kind of people who, for a price, were willing to point a gun at a complete stranger and pull the trigger. And guess what wasn't a problem once Dan Markel was dead? Relocation. Within a couple days, Wendi and the kids moved to South Florida. She changed the names of Professor Markel's children from Markel to Adelson. And just like that, their father was erased. No more squabbles over kosher diets or visitation. Status as a felon and a gang member are definitely things you should consider when you're weighing his testimony in this case. But please consider that his resume as a bad guy was precisely why he was selected to do this gruesome job. Rivera's gang status made him a more attractive candidate to do this murder with Garcia. In the hot tub in March of 2014, the defendant mentions his connection to a Cuban criminal element. Jeffrey Lacoste reported this within a couple days of the murder when he couldn't have known the ethnicity of the killer. The evidence has shown that the connection the defendant had was through Katherine Magbanua, and the criminal element was, of course, Garcia and Rivera. And we know that at the time defendant made that statement in the hot tub, the plan to kill Dan Markel was already well in the works. That statement was made just 3 months before the killer's first trip to Tallahassee in June of 2014. The statement reveals that the defendant wasn't scared of Katherine Magbanua and her associates. To the contrary, he was boastful. He was bragging about it. He was the big man who was going to solve his little sister's problem, make his mom proud, and get away with it because he was thinking of everything. And he later would say and call JJ that nothing was done improper and suggest that no evidence could be available to tie the killers to him or his family. And he was confident enough of this to brag about it in that hot tub setting, which he thought could never come back to him. He was untouchable. Because if push ever really came to shove, who are you going to believe? An oral surgeon or a gang member? He's banking on that. In regards to Rivera's plea deal, the actual only condition of his plea deal is to tell the truth. And what did he tell us? Katherine Magbanua hired Garcia, and Garcia hired him to do a murder. Why? To help the lady who he understood to be the dentist's sister to get her kids. Aside from fitting with the other evidence in the case, there were a few things that independently corroborated Rivera's testimony. One is that accidental discharge that he told us to place in the rented Prius. This was a fact we didn't know before and were able to confirm upon reinspection of the vehicle. He also told us about the location and timing of the money drop on the morning after the murder at his and Jessica's residence, which was able to be confirmed or corroborated initially by phone records and now also by Katherine Magbanua's testimony. And of course, the phone records confirm Rivera did come to Tallahassee, not just on the July trip, which we knew about, but also on that first June scouting trip or attempted murder trip. The communication records tell us a few other things too. That's the June trip. July, June. This slide shows all the calls between our parties on the night before the shooters made that June trip to Tallahassee. You can see a 25-minute call from Katherine Magbanua to the defendant at 9:17 p.m. on June 2nd, 2014. This call was placed while Katherine Magbanua was consistent with traveling on her way back from Comfort Rental Car, where the first rental car was rented, to her residence. As soon as the defendant hangs up with Katie, he calls his parents' landline and has a 25-minute conversation. On the stand, the defendant was asked about the use of landlines and whether he believed them to be more secure. He testified that on the call he was being asked about at that time, that he was talking about switching over to a landline because he was in a place that had bad reception. If there's bad reception in South Florida at a dental office, what about all the other mentions of using a landline that we hear on the wire? Surely he wasn't in a place with bad reception for all those calls. And why call the parents on the landline? Surely they have reception in their South Beach high-rise. In the 2 years of phone records that were examined in this case, the defendant talks to his parents on the landline 28 times, or 0.07% of the times that he talks to them. So mostly on the cell phone by a large majority. 3 of these 28 times were on the days that the cars were rented to do these trips to Tallahassee. Whether or not that is a coincidence is entirely up to you. After the killers returned from Tallahassee on that first trip, we have a couple text messages of interest. On June 8th, 2014, the defendant indicates he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and Donna indicates, I know you'll come through. Then on July 6th, we've got Wendi Adelson with a location at or near her parents' place when she texts Dan Markel and confirms he's going to be in town for his own murder. This slide depicts the night before the second trip. We know Katherine Magbanua and the defendant are together that evening at her place. He departs between 12:42 and 1 a.m. And then after the defendant departs Katherine Magbanua's residence, we've got Katherine Magbanua calling Sigfredo Garcia. So within minutes of the defendant leaving, she calls Garcia. She talks to Garcia several more times into the wee hours of that night, the last one being at 1:56 a.m. And then at 9 a.m. the next morning, Garcia calls the rental car place. Once the Prius is rented, the second trip begins. The Prius is rented at 6:15 p.m. on July 15th, 2014. There are several calls between our parties on the day that the Prius is rented. So we just talked about the night before the Prius was rented. On the day the Prius was rented, we've got these 2 calls, several calls, including these 2 calls from the defendant to his parents' landline. Garcia and Rivera then depart for Tallahassee July 16th, about 2 p.m., and arrive in Tallahassee around 1 a.m. Although this trip was only about 36 hours from the time they left Miami to the time they returned, there were 12 phone events between the defendant and Katherine Magbanua during that time, and there were 4 phone events between the defendant and Donna Adelson during that time frame, including late into the night on the night before the murder. On July 17th, Magbanua relayed to the shooters that this murder had to be done that day because the victim was scheduled to leave town the next day. And we confirmed that Dan Markel was in fact scheduled to leave for New York City the next morning on July 19th. It's hard to imagine how Luis Rivera could have obtained this information, if not in that pattern that we consistently observe in this case. Defendant to Magbanua, to Garcia, to Rivera, and back the other way. Certainly you're not really to believe that the killers divined this information from the professor's blog. That's not reasonable. Wendi offered that Danny sometimes put his travel information on Facebook, but you learned from Agent Sanford that there was no information about this particular trip on Danny's Facebook, so they didn't get it from there. This is because, as Rivera and Magbanua both told you, this information came in the form of that letter from defendant through Katherine Magbanua. How would these 2 hitmen even know where to go or who to kill if they hadn't been given any kind of instruction? Katherine Magbanua said she knew the plan was to kill Wendy's ex, but she never knew his full name until after he was killed. She did, however, deliver that envelope that the defendant put in her diaper bag to Sigfredo Garcia. The paper she knew contained the instructions for the murder. Defendant advised Katherine Magbanua that she should not touch the envelope or open it, as he had taken precaution to ensure that his prints and DNA would not be on it, that it would be untraceable to him, and she should do the same. She was to deliver the envelope to Garcia, and that's what she did. This is corroborated by Rivera, who says Garcia had a paper with him on the first trip, and it contained a picture of Dan Markel and a printed address. The day of the murder, we have communications between our parties as listed here, with the red line representing the time of the murder, This flurry of calls between our persons of interest demonstrates the usual call pattern that we're seeing. Donna to the defendant, to Katherine Magbanua, to Garcia, and back. We have Wendi getting a text message on the day of the murder about her TV repair appointment from her mother, Donna Adelson. It indicates that Best Buy is on their way over to help you with the TV sets in your living room. Maybe she didn't remember which TV was broken. At 8:20, on the day of the murder, Wendi texts the defendant, "This is so sweet." That text was deleted. What does it mean? At 9:19 a.m., there's a phone call between Wendi Adelson and this defendant that lasts about 30 minutes? No. 18 minutes. So this is about 30 minutes before the murder when they hang up. They say they were discussing this TV that was not repairable. The TV that he gave her as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Only you guys can assess if you think that might just be a coincidence and nothing more. The Prius is at premiere at 9:16 a.m. The last phone communication between Garcia and Rivera is at 9:16. Afterwards, the phones turn off, consistent with what Rivera told you. We turned our phones off because we knew we were about to commit the murder, and they don't pop back up until, I think, about 12:30. The bus video catches them turning onto Benton Road to do the murder at 10:51 a.m., whereby they pull up right behind Professor Markel in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out of the Prius, approaches the driver's window, pointed his gun, and fired. Dan Markel raised his arm to protect himself, but it was no use. Professor Markel was executed at close range, whereby Garcia got back in the Prius and Rivera drove them away. Markel was left there to suffer and die. If not for James Geiger, there's no telling how many hours he might have suffered there alone and unaided. He fought for his life for 14 long hours before he finally succumbed to his injuries. The autopsy confirmed that he was shot twice at close range with a .38 caliber revolver, consistent with what Rivera said they brought as the murder weapon. Next, he was stripped, x-rayed, photographed, and dissected, because he had become a piece of evidence. When Garcia and Rivera get back on the road, they're on a second bus video, leaving town at 10:55. That narrows the time of this shooting down to a 4-minute window between 10:51 when they're seen turning on to Benton and 10:55 when they're caught fleeing the scene. And then we've got the 911 call from Mr. Geiger at 11:01 a.m. The first phone call that either Garcia or Rivera make after turning off their phones to do the murder. So first call after that is at 12:30, and it's Garcia to Katherine Magbanua. Magbanua assures them that they'll get their money the next day. This is the same time frame, roughly, that Wendi Adelson was visiting the crime scene. Wendi indicated that she went to turn onto Trescott from Centerville Road, observed a roadblock, and then turned around. But we learned that what she said happened could not have happened. Instead, the roadblock was all the way down here by the blue dot, I've got 2 blue dots. The one at the top left of the page there is where the roadblock was, that yellow line, 3 to 5 houses down from the scene. Trescott in Centerville is all the way down where the other yellow bar is. Visible from the roadblock that she approached and was observed doing so by Officer Brannon were multiple law enforcement vehicles, marked vehicles. There was crime scene tape up. There was a marked vehicle with an officer stationed at the perimeter. It was visible from that position that there was something going on at her kid's house, the house where they lived with their father. And what did Wendi Adelson do upon encountering this roadblock and observing that the police were present on the street where her kids lived? She turned around and proceeded to the liquor store to pick up her bullet bourbon. And the defendant says, well, this is another coincidence because she was asked to bring it to a party. Well, maybe. But the timing of the purchase and the fact that she went out of her way to go by the crime scene on her way to get the bullet bourbon should raise an eyebrow. But it's what she didn't do that's even more suspicious. She didn't ask Officer Brannon, hey, what's going on? She didn't call Danny. She didn't call the police to make any inquiries, or even the daycare to make sure her kids made it there that morning. Remember, Danny had her kids. She didn't even call the daycare. Meanwhile, our shooters are headed back to Miami. They pop up on an ATM camera at 6:45 p.m. in Pembroke Pines, Florida. And then both of their phones are consistent with being at Rivera's residence as of about 7 p.m. that night. At 8:23 p.m., Katherine Magbanua and the defendant make plans to meet up at his house. At 9 p.m., Donna texts the defendant, "Outside your house," to which he responds, "10 men." He told you from the witness stand that this text meant that Donna was just passing by his house on her way to Tallahassee and that they weren't meeting up. But Katherine Magbanua testified that when she arrived at the defendant's house, the defendant advised her that his parents had just been there, and then he thought his mom had physically washed the money, which was damp when Katherine Magbanua received it. Magbanua finds the defendant to be carrying his gun around and in a frantic state. About the time that these two are meeting up at the defendant's house to do the money exchange, Dan Markel is pronounced dead at TMH. So he says he's going to be about 10 minutes out. Here he is hitting at home at 9:40 p.m. At 9:46, we see Katherine Magbanua, consistent with being at Rivera's residence, and then consistent with heading toward the defendant's residence. She turns her phone off, and it stays off for 11 hours. When Magbanua's phone pops back up, it's 9:44 a.m. on Saturday morning, and she's headed back from the defendant's house, or the direction of his house, toward Rivera's residence. That's the money drop location. These phones are consistent with a meeting at 10:30 at Rivera's, which is the time, date, and place that he advised us he received his money from Magbanua. At 12:13 p.m., the defendant reaches out to Magbanua. "Defendant, headed to the gym. Are you taking the kids to the beach? It's so nice." Magbanua, "It's beautiful, probably the pool." Defendant, "Nice, have fun. Ethan must be happy." This is what he's texting Magbanua within hours of her leaving with all the money in his safe. All of the money that he stared at and loved on since he was a child. And he wants to know if she's going to the pool. This might be a good time to remind you that the jury room is not a place to check your common sense. We want you to bring it in there. You have heard two wildly different versions of how this thing went down, and they can't both be right. I mean, somebody's trying to sell you a bill of goods. You were selected with the belief that you would be able to cut through the garbage and make sense of the evidence in this case and render a verdict that speaks the truth. A major problem for the defense theory is the idea that the defendant and Magbanua broke up after the murder, but then grew closer together over the next 2 years as she was collecting his monthly extortion payments. This is one of the more unreasonable parts of the defendant's testimony, well, it's definitely in the top 4, along with Latin King extortion payment plans, hitmen that hire themselves to kill someone that their intended future extortion victim hates, and most unreasonable of all is probably that Charlie Adelson, the guy that talks so tough in the hot tub about his unsavory connections, but an arrogant man of extraordinary resources, a prize fighter of verbosity, would just lay down and take this in silence. Let's review some of these log checks. We got that one. Then we've got July 22nd. They're talking about the weather. They're talking about prescription shampoo. On October 6th, the defendant says, "I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as a part of my life." What? Lucky? Lucky. He says, "I love you" again on 2/24/15. According to him, he's now been making payments for 7 months. He's had her on the payroll for 6 months. No Latin Kings have contacted him in any way about collecting his outstanding debt of $195,000. Yet he continues to pay and love on Katherine Magbanua without reservation and without the slightest suspicion that she might be in on this, and without the slightest concern for helping solve the murder of who killed his brother-in-law. Defendant says he believed Katherine Magbanua wasn't taking any of the money even after he put her on the payroll. Checks are going to her because she seemed broke. Defendant's explanation for all the love texts with Katherine Magbanua is that he felt sorry for her. He felt she was in the same position that he was in, being manipulated in the same way that he was. But the fact remains, folks, that she's taking his money. She's connected to the guy that's extorting him. She's connected to the guy that killed his brother-in-law. It defies logic that he would then proceed to grow closer with her. But he has to say that because he can't, there's no other way around these texts. It also defies reason based on what we know of this man, that he would take her for her word and just empty his safe into her purse and then keep paying, presumably forever, without asking any questions, talking about it all, or reporting anything to the police. Magbanua began getting checks from Adelson Institute 2 months after Markel's murder, and she continued receiving checks from that time frame up until the bump. The check stopped happening at the time of the bump, and you should be asking yourself what that means. Why did the check stop happening? Well, you would reasonably figure they stopped happening because the parties got spooked, because law enforcement, they suspected the bump could be law enforcement might be getting closer, take her off the payroll. If defendant was being extorted, as he told you on the witness stand, why would the payment stop? Why would the extortionist care if other extortionists had jumped on the bandwagon? Why would the bump impact the defendant's existing obligations to the original Latin Kings? The defendant said he put her on the payroll at Adelson Institute at her request to help her get insurance for her kids, with the understanding that the money was being funneled through her to someone else and she wasn't actually getting any of the proceeds. She was just going to use that paycheck to assist her with getting subsidized housing or insurance, I think it was, for her kids. But you can see from this slide, which is dated June 24th, 2014, that she's texting him about getting on the payroll prior to this alleged first extortion effort. He says no problem at that time. This is between the first and second trips. She's asking to be on the payroll. So the explanation from the defendant about why she's on the payroll does not fit the other evidence in this case. So we've got all this evidence that points to the defendant. The motive points to him. When we follow the money, it leads to him. The Prius eventually leads back to him through these conspirators. And each time we have a big event in this case, we see these call flurries where all the parties are calling each other in that structure that I talked about. It goes from this one to this one to this one. But as the defense points out, these folks had independent relationships with each other that could explain those communication patterns. So without knowing the content, how could we know if they're really talking about the murder or if these call flurries around these key events are just a coincidence? A conspiracy can be shaped like a cluster with everybody talking to everybody. It can be shaped like a wheel with one central hub talking to all the different spokes. Or it can be shaped like a train car, which is what we have here, where one person talks to only the car in front of them and the car behind them. Law enforcement was asking these same questions. How is this conspiracy shaped? How does it work? How does information flow through it? What are different parties' relative roles within a conspiracy? And the wiretap and bump were designed to answer those questions. Did you notice that Donna Adelson, see how the paper is folded in half? She didn't even look at the paper before she put it in her purse. She didn't think this was a process server. She knew exactly what it was the moment this man approached. And then she just goes about her business. Does she give law enforcement this valuable information that could be used to solve the brutal murder of her son-in-law? I mean, this guy that approached her obviously knows something about who killed Dan Markel, right? So surely she went straight to the cops. Nope. Instead, she goes straight to this defendant, who goes straight to Katherine Magbanua, who goes straight to Sigfredo Garcia. In that first call after the bump, Donna says she doesn't want to talk on the phone, but defendant can't leave it alone. He asks, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably with both of us. Probably both of us. He says, what's that? Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. He doesn't say, no, I have no general idea what you're talking about. He says, all right. He absolutely does have a general idea what she's talking about. And if they were innocent, as the defendant has claimed, and this was in fact a second extortion attempt, there is not a reason in the world why they wouldn't just say that. I got approached by another one. One came and paid me a visit today. It's happening again. In call B, the defendant asked Donna to take a picture of the bump letter and send it to him, and she refuses. Why? Are the Latin Kings going to see the text? Do you think someone is trying to blackmail you? Maybe. Could be. I don't know. No. That's crazy. That's his response. I'm not adding the emphasis on that syllable. He says it like that. That's crazy. How is it crazy? You're already being extorted by Lion King members. Remember, doctor? Because he hadn't come up with that part yet. In call C, defendant calls back again to tell Donna not to talk about things in the apartment or any place. Why? Why? Latin Kings aren't in there. And she doesn't ask why, because it's obvious. She says, oh, obviously. Why? Because they might be under surveillance? Well, who cares if they have nothing to hide? Here we see the first use of code on the wire. People don't talk in code if they've done nothing wrong. People do not talk in code if they haven't done anything wrong. Defendant knows, he knows that fact, and that's why he told you we didn't talk in code on the wire. We spoke carefully. What does that mean? Careful of what? Defendant also told you under oath that he regrets that his mom randomly used the word TV in this call as part of her careful talk. The defendant got Wendi Adelson a TV as a divorce present as a cheaper alternative to hiring a hitman. Dan Markel was killed by a hitman. Then the same TV is Wendy's alibi for the murder, a service appointment that her mother set up for her from South Florida. And then on the wire, Donna says, quote, this TV is going to cost about $5. Does the defendant say, what TV? What are you talking about, since you inserted a random object into this careful talk conversation? No, he doesn't need to ask what TV, because he knows exactly what she's talking about, and he ferrets it back. They asked you for $5,000? The defendant has advised you that this TV stuff is a coincidence. Is it a coincidence, or is it obvious they're referring to their conspiracy in this murder? Only you can decide which explanation is credible. The players in this case are smart. They've given a lot of thought to their preparations before this and to their explanations after. We know the seed was planted in early 2013, and it took over 1 year to come to fruition. And they've really thought of almost everything. A clever TV-related alibi for Wendi, a frame job for Lacasse, and they insulated themselves by hiring Katherine Magbanua as a middleman, walling themselves off like those train cars, only communicating with the one in front and the one behind, and having no connection to the one further down the line. It's also important to note that in these first few calls, A, B, and C, that Donna Adelson describes the bump to the defendant, and she says the person that approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend, but she does not say the name Katie or Katherine. Then, with only this very limited information, defendant calls only one of his many ex-girlfriends, Katherine Magbanua. In call D, defendant tells Magbanua that he thinks that this undercover, the would-be extortionist, said her name. We know this is true. The undercover did say Katie, but Donna had not yet told the defendant that. Only communicated in calls A, B, and C. And the only communication on those calls was that the person mentioned ex-girlfriend. On the wire, the defendant says he just called Katie, Katherine Magbanua, because she was his most recent ex-girlfriend. Well, we know that's not true, because there's at least one woman that defendant will admit meets that definition between Magbanua and the bump, and that's Whitney Kick. On the stand, he told you all that you might not be the right Katie conversation. There's several mentions that, yo, I'm not sure you're the right Katie. I apologize. I'll feel stupid if you're not the right Katie. That was designed to reassure her that he was not setting her up. Once defendant meets with his mother and gets the details and the paper with the undercover's phone number, he meets up with Katherine Magbanua at Dolce Vita. If they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Does that sound like an innocent man? Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Talking about what? The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder. And if you don't have any, then there's nothing to not talk about. The cops aren't going to be doing a wiretap to investigate him getting extorted, which he hasn't even reported to law enforcement. So, not talk about what? Defendant discusses how he's going to start arming himself and is prepared to shoot. He told you under oath from the stand that he was being threatened and extorted by gang members for 2 years at the time that this recording was made. And now he's just starting to think about carrying a gun? Does this sound like a man that's been living in fear for 2 years? Does this sound like a guy who lays down and takes his lumps without question when threatened? Someone comes up to me asking for money in my house? He says that. Lines 23 and 24 on the top there. He says this as if it's a preposterous proposition that somebody would just walk into his house and demand money. Isn't that what happened to you? How is that preposterous? But wait, what changed? On the next page, he says, yeah, and guess what? When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not gonna come down too hard on me. This is the same man who took the witness stand and swore under oath that he was a victim in this case, and that he had been too paralyzed by fear of gang members to come forward and report his victimization. Dr. Adelson on this recording is the real Dr. Adelson. On the stand, he was so controlled, so knowledgeable about his case, so practiced. But there is no way to explain away his statements on this recording. When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant in action in his role as fixer, the problem solver. He's working those phones, trying to get Katie to investigate the bump, find out if it's legitimate or not, and also trying to reassure Donna that it's just the cops fishing and it's nothing to worry about. The bump is an actual recorded example of how this defendant acts when he is threatened by a purported extortionist. And how he acts is the complete opposite of how he's telling y'all he acted in the first extortion. Number one, he does not stay quiet about the bump. He talks about it a lot. There are multiple calls with Donna and Katie discussing the bump and what the next steps should be. 2, he takes action. There are multiple in-person meetings with his mom and with Katie and eventually with his dad too about the bump and what to do about it. 3, he investigates the bump. He asks questions. He enlists Magbanua to find out who this is. He talks a lot about his concerns that this will not be just a one-time payment, but could turn into some ongoing problem. And 4, he doesn't take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if these people think they can threaten his family and get away with it. He suggests that the problem might require an additional murder. Quote, if he can't do it, I'll find someone else that can. Number 5, he's suspicious. He does not blindly accept the representations of this purported blackmailer that approached his mother. It's clear from the Dolce meeting that he doesn't fully trust Katie. He certainly doesn't trust this purported blackmailer that bumped into his mom. The person that represented themselves, the person that approached his mom represented himself as a Latin King gang member, right? I'm a brother of this guy that I met in Broward or whatever. And he's demanding money from her. Yet, the defendant does not take his word for it that he's a gang member. He's not so in fear for his mother's life that he opens the safe and gets $5 grand more out and gives it to Katie. A pittance compared to the amount he's telling you he handed out to the first layer of extortion. Number 6, he doesn't pay. He doesn't bring the $5 grand to Dolce and give it to Katie and say, go pay it. Because that's what I do when I'm threatened, I pay. He doesn't pay, he doesn't ever pay. And it's only $5 grand. Instead, he analyzes and thinks through and talks about every possible scenario. Defendant says it's one of 2 things, or one of 2 scenarios. 1 being the cops, 2 being someone actually trying to blackmail his family about this murder. According to him now, he's been blackmailed for 2 years. And he's talking to Katherine Magbanua. He's talking to the person that's been collecting his money all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge the first extortion in the Dolce Vita meeting. Why not? Oh, because she asked me not to talk about it. Well, times have changed. There's a second extortion effort now, and they're approaching my mother. You think I'm not going to mention the first extortion? Your people have been running their mouths, and now they've tracked down my mother. You need to go get this under control. Nothing like that. Next in the Dolce recording, defendant begins to explain how to prove a crime. The police have to put the person at the scene, not just in the car. He's reassuring her that even if we, law enforcement, can tie her or the shooters to the Prius, that we'll never be able to charge them. Because they didn't come to Tallahassee, they didn't shoot anyone, they didn't do anything wrong, and therefore they can't be held accountable. But that is not the law as the judge has instructed you. Everyone who wanted this done and did some act toward accomplishing it is guilty as the one that pulled the trigger. He's also telling her that even if Rivera has run his mouth to this would-be extortionist, his word alone, that, hey, if he goes to the cops and starts singing, and says, hey, Rivera told me he did this murder, that's not going to be enough. Basically, I can't use the word hearsay, but that's not going to be enough to proceed on an arrest in this case. This person knows information. So Katie, they'll be back. Whoever it is knows information. Information about what? You have nothing to do with it. Remember that, doctor? You've been extorted and that hasn't been reported. What information do they have? You mean information that could be used to solve the murder of your former brother-in-law? If so, why wouldn't you want those people to go to the cops? Why wouldn't you want them to come forward with that information? Then the guilty parties will be held accountable. Your extortionist will be jailed without you having to do or risk anything. Next, defendant talks about what will happen if the would-be extortionist undercover is picked up by law enforcement. Next thing you know, this person is singing. Other people start singing. As soon as they have him, he starts calling your name out, and then there's going to be police at your door and at my door. If you're innocent of this murder, why are you worried about the extortionist telling law enforcement whatever it is he knows about the murder of Dana Markel? Defendant says he wants to pay the money. Oh, got ahead of myself. He wants to pay the money, but he's explaining to her the problem with paying is that people might keep coming back or tell their friends who will jump on board as well. He's explaining to her the problems with paying a potential extortionist. What he doesn't say, which is what you would expect if he'd been getting extorted for 2 years, is Garcia or whoever you've been giving my money to has obviously been running their mouths and now they are messing with my mother. Next, he gives instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated. So I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate. But do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on. Only use the words help and charity. This isn't the guy described in this first extortion who just rolled over when threatened. He's in control. He's giving the orders. He's giving instructions. Why would you have to give instructions to a blackmailer about how to handle a blackmailer? Next, the defendant says, now he's fucking with his wife and he's fucking with him and you fuck with the king himself, you better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Defendant testified that this means the only way to stop Garcia is to kill him. He's not talking about killing him. He's just saying he's a really bad dude, and that's the only way to kill him. The evidence shows that he's saying if Garcia can't handle the undercover, he'll get somebody else to do it. Then he says, and so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. Defendant and I went back and forth on the stand about what Nazi shit might include, and I think we ultimately agreed that that would be killing. And then he says, I don't care what I have to spend. If you're struggling to figure out who this man is, that's a good clue right there. He's going to buy a solution to this problem exactly how he paid for a solution to the problem of Danny Markel. Here he wants to know if Garcia has any bad feelings toward him, meaning, is Garcia willing to look into this and handle this for me? Or does he still hate me because I used to date you? If defendant had really been getting extorted all along, surely he'd say something like, I've been paying all this money, I've been compliant with everything. Can you get him to look into this and figure this out? Katie, I'll go to the moon and back for you. Why? Because she did something big for him, and he's going to be indebted to her for the rest of his life. Not because he feels sorry for her, not because she's his protector. He's the protector. He'll go to the moon and back for her because they're neck deep in this conspiracy together. Somebody messes with her, they mess with him. Somebody messes with him, they're messing with her. It's the same thing. Here he's demonstrating an understanding of, a rational understanding of how blackmail works. His example is that you could blackmail someone that's cheating on their wife, meaning you blackmail someone that you have dirt on. You don't go kill somebody and then go up to an innocent person and say, I killed your brother-in-law, give me money. At the end of the conversation, defendant says, you know who this is coming from? Inside. And then I don't have a slide for this, but he goes on to talk about what he will do for her. I don't have to sit here and tell you what I would do. I show you what I could do. You know what I'm saying? You know how I am. I look for things to do. You don't ask me for shit. Didn't she ask you for $138,000 and then a payment plan and then another $195,000? You don't ask me for shit. I look for things to do for you. Is that a statement that would be made to his blackmailer, or at least the woman that's taking the money to the blackmailers? These are just a selection of the incriminating quotes on this Dolce Vita recording, and I know it's a struggle to listen to it. You will have the recording, not the transcripts, but you'll have all the audios. The transcripts are just demonstratives, they don't go back. But you can kind of hunker down and listen as much as you can to get what you can out of that Dolce recording, because it is full of gems, and you can probably think of 10 more arguments than the ones I've just tortured you with today. In the initial recordings, the defendant and Magbanua seem to be kind of dancing around the issue, right? Nobody ever speaks directly. He can't know for sure at this point that she's not involved in the extortion effort or possibly wearing a wire, and she can't know for sure that he's not wearing a wire. So they're both just feeling each other out in the first several interactions after the bump. But those are the best stuff before they start to figure out, okay, we really think this is law enforcement. After the meeting with Magbanua, defendant calls Donna and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Now remember, he's not talking in code. He assures Donna repeatedly that it's being handled and there's nothing to worry about. Then we hear in call H, the call where Magbanua calls Garcia and he's really angry. And she needs him to call that number to figure out who this is and to deal with it. Ultimately, Garcia says he will take care of the problem. The less she knows, the better. And then he tells her to stop talking about it on the phone and hangs up. Then we go to this. That's that. Then we've got the real struggle over the phone number. The point of this is that this number was handed to Donna. The number goes from Donna to Charlie, to Katie, and now to Garcia. Here in call J, we hear the reference to investment as code for the $5,000 extortion payment. A good investment would be someone who really does know something, not somebody that's just fishing, and will agree that 5,000 is going to handle it. You're going to go away, you're going to be silent about whatever you know, 5,000 is going to do it. A bad investment would be someone who's just read the papers and decided, hey, I'm going to try this, a law enforcement officer, or somebody that's going to take 5,000 and just keep coming back for more and more and more and more and be a continuous problem. This is a composite slide of all the places in the recordings that are in evidence where the parties express concerns about the details that the undercover had. It's getting too detailed. He's coming up with a lot of fucking details, etc. It's obvious they're analyzing the legitimacy of the undercover and assessing how much of a threat he is based on the quantity and quality of the details that he has about the killing of Dan Markel. Then you've got more property and listing code talk, more concern that the blackmailer might try to increase the amount. Here's a composite slide illustrating all the different calls where the defendant expresses concern that if he pays, that might not be the end of it. And the reason why I think this is so important is because you've been paying for 2 years. Why are you analyzing how blackmail goes or might go so much? You're supposedly an expert in it. Here, defendant gets stern with Katherine Magbanua, telling her to find out who the F it is and stop playing their games. Again, for a guy that's living in mortal fear of Latin King gang members, he's pretty cool. He's pretty in control. Recall that in this one call, she basically says, I can't, she's really furious in this call. She's like, I can't do all this code anymore. I can't talk in code. Remember, defendant told you he didn't talk in code on the wire. So she breaks character here in this call BB. The defendant later says to her, the quote I already gave you about how they're in this together. They're one and the same. And I couldn't agree more with that statement. This slide is a composite of all the places where defendant says if he had information about the murder, he would collect the reward money. First of all, whichever side of this case, whichever theory you are finding credible, both sides agree that the defendant knew the whole time who killed Dan Markel, or close to the whole time. So definitely could have gone and gotten the reward money, although it's hard to imagine he would collect reward money for information about the death of his own loved one. Defendant claims he doesn't go to the police, period. And he offers an example of, I had a jet ski stolen and I didn't go to the police. Well, maybe the insurance was worth more than the trouble of the cops. I don't know. But he has gone to the police before. There was evidence of that. And the evidence shows that when somebody messes with him, he comes at them with everything he has. On the lawsuit with Ryan Fitzpatrick, the incident with his child's mother, incident with an old roommate, incident with a former female employee, some of those included reports to law enforcement. Some of them included use of other resources. In the last case with the female employee, he sent a letter that said, you know, he accused her of trying to shake him down. So she's trying to extort him. And it states that he would never pay her a dime. In fact, I'm going to get attorney's fees. He's a guy with considerable resources, and he's not ashamed by it. He is not afraid to use those resources to his advantage. If some street thug was trying to push him around, do you think he'd lay down and take that without doing one thing about it? This slide is a composite of some of the occasions defendant mentions the option of going to the police. And these quotes are specifically in reference to him saying, if you're threatened, you go to the police. If you're threatened, you go to the police. And he has done that before, but he did not go to the police in this case. He didn't go to the police in 2014, not out of fear, as he would have you believe, but because he did this crime. He believed he had gotten away with this crime. He didn't go in 2015 because he was busy that year having the best year of his life. Financially, got in a serious relationship with a new girl, June Mchinda, cruised the intercoastal in his boat. This dude had solved the problem. Everyone was happy. Wendi and the boys were back in South Florida where they belonged. Mom was happy. He was making money hand over fist. June described the beginning of their relationship. June Mchinda described the beginning of her relationship with this defendant in October of 15 as a fairy tale. He is not sweating anything, folks. And that continued until the time of the bump in this case in April 2016, whereby the defendant became agitated, angry, and anxious. This was before the report concerning him was leaked. At the time of the bump, his behavior changed noticeably. June noticed it, and Ryan Fitzpatrick noticed it as well. He was erratic. Now, why on earth would he be more stressed out after his extortionists were arrested? He seemed perfectly fine to these witnesses when he would have you believe he was in fear for his life. And then he further told you that he was more nervous after the arrest because he feared he'd be falsely arrested. Why? You didn't do anything wrong, you're not going to get arrested. Now, yeah, after the report gets leaked, okay, but why are you so nervous before that? Or were you a hot mess because you knew that we were getting closer? Here's Katherine Magbanua and the defendant discussing if the undercover could be someone who's trying to be an informant. An informant for what, if not the death of Dan Markel? He's not going to be an informant on the defendant getting extorted, a crime he has not reported. Here they're talking about whether the undercover is getting his information from the inside or the outside. The inside meaning someone within the murder conspiracy, someone on that board, or the outside, somebody that one of those people told. Magbanua says it can only be one of two, apparently. If somebody's that desperate, not from the inside, because there's too much from the inside that the person knows from the outside, so they won't risk it. That's why I know for a fact it's not from the inside. And Adelson says, it's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer. Yeah, and they just made a big mistake, she says. As the wire goes on and the defendant proceeds to continue to analyze the additional bump efforts that law enforcement makes, that text message, the letter, the call to the Adelson Institute, he becomes increasingly confident that this would-be extortionist is an undercover agent. And then after listening to Donna's call to the undercover, he is completely sure of that. And you have never seen anybody so elated to be under investigation by the FBI for first-degree murder. Consider this in light of defendant's assertions that he was acting strangely after the bump because he was worried about being falsely arrested. To the contrary, he doesn't seem worried at all. He seems thrilled. I think he says it's fantastic in one of these calls. I want to turn briefly to your jury instructions. The defendant is charged with conspiracy to commit murder, solicitation to commit murder, and first-degree murder. Why all three? Because the defendant didn't just ask Katherine Magbanua to do this and promise her money. He didn't just set a plan of action in place toward doing it. It got done. It got done. And that's what makes it a murder. That's the difference between just conspiring. You didn't just conspire. It got done. This is the difference between just soliciting or just conspiring and being a principal to first-degree murder. To prove the crime of first-degree murder, I must prove to you that this was premeditated. Premeditation is defined as killing after consciously intending to do so. This murder, consciously deciding to do so. All right, so this murder was in the works for over a year. It began with the failed relocation efforts. When defendant first looked into hiring a hitman, it took root when he enlisted Katherine Magbanua, and she thereby brought in Garcia and Rivera to do the killing. The planning that went into the killing was extensive, spanning over a year, and it included the solicitation of Magbanua to find someone to do the murder, the preparation of that letter and the envelope that were placed in Katherine Magbanua's diaper bag, free of DNA or prints containing the directions for a murder that was delivered to the hired gun, Sigfredo Garcia. 3, the payments that were made in advance for renting the vehicles in the hotel room, the expenses associated with those trips. That was part of the planning. 4, the scouting and stalking of Professor Markel that we learned went on in both trips. And 5, the pressure that defendant applied to Katherine Magbanua after that first attempt failed. Get it done, get it done, get it done. 6, of course, was the payment itself. He paid for it. All the planning, all the meetings, all the precautions were coming to fruition when that hired gun fired those 2 shots that devastated so many lives on July 18th, 2014. When you think about how this case was proven, we started at a single point, the crime scene, and we went in 2 totally different directions. We chased the Prius, and we chased the motive, the bad blood of the in-laws. And the investigation could have stalled if either of these leads had resulted in a dead end. But all the little breadcrumbs led to the same place. The Prius led to Garcia and Rivera, which led to Magbanua. Bad blood and the divorce led to the Adelson family. The wire confirmed the defendant's specific involvement, not just some Adelson, that Adelson. Then Rivera and eventually Magbanua confirmed his involvement as well. I want to spend a moment talking about the principal instruction. We talked about this in jury selection. The defendant didn't pull the trigger, but that doesn't mean he isn't just a
Did you guys like the way I ripped you out so rudely out of that closing argument with no warning? Surprise! All right, we got the court up. Should be back momentarily. And Allie's almost back. The word on the street. Little birdie told me. Huh? Hey!
During lunch?
What?
Did you actually eat anything?
What the fuck would I eat? What are you talking about? Wow. So you were out in the vehicle, got us nothing to eat. I see.
I had like ASAs. I wasn't thinking.
She was doing the business. She was doing real work. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a drink. Court's up. Should be good. Should be good. Oh, hold on. I gotta make this big. All right, we'll be right back. The wife just got home. I gotta give her big smooches. Bye. Nikki and I had such a delightful walk. It was actually a little warmer than I anticipated. I thought it was supposed to be around 70. Felt warmer. Felt warmer. Oh, there we go. Hey yo. Hey yo. Where's the Iceman cometh? He got me or she got me all worked up, asking how many tickets. I'm like, you got a line on Oasis tickets, Iceman. Tell me. You tell me. Aw. Aw. Holly, thank you for covering the trial. Not going to lie. I'm a cupcake. Why would you need to lie about that? We love Melanie. Sure, girl. I watched you the first day because she was on vacation. I love Melanie Little and feel like I'm cheating a bit. She was having sound issues, so I came back here. Well, we're definitely different types of shows. Allie and I and Mel's, But I don't think there's any shame in bouncing around. I think people do that all the time. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think we're the best channel out there, but clearly I'm biased. I mean, where else are you getting the matrimonial banter? Allie just firing on people, her brilliant mind. Allie's fiery. There's nobody quite like Allie. Andrea's equally intelligent, a little different personality than Allie. I think we all have something for everybody. All of us law tubers. I think there's no problem bouncing around. But I mean, we should be your favorite. There's no question about that. In my mind. I think we're a pretty good channel. But like I said, I'm biased. I think our channel sucks. All right, so there's only crack. Only stop it. Whatever you want to call that thing. But thank you so much, Holly, for your generosity. We love having you over here. Don't feel guilty. Not at all. I'm not sure if Wendi is a manipulative mastermind or if her ex is a sorry loser. Could be both. I don't think that's a mutually exclusive thing. Jeff could definitely be just a guy that's really, really butthurt. That really, really was into Wendi and can't handle being rebuffed. And Wendi can also be a manipulative, horrible. Yeah. Both those things can exist at the same time. But thank you for being a member, Holly. I won't tell Melanie. Oh, what? Going back to the seal. I think shit's rumbling though. Decline. Love the commentary. Thank you, Bob and Allie. Thank you, Decline. And you are on the wheel. Holly, you're obviously on the wheel as well. Melo. Another shooting. Minnesota gunman and what the fuck? I cannot with these mass shootings anymore. Oh my God. Well, thanks for ruining my afternoon, Melo. Wow. I didn't even look at it. I was listening to a book on the walk. Fuck. Bad news. That was at 10:49. Shit, there's probably all kinds of updates. Man. You're on the wheel, even being the bearer of bad news. Thanks, Mello. Crazy cat lady. Family hugs to make the wheel. Family hug. And you are on the wheel. You crazy cat lady. Oh, history. I just saw you were taking a nap. Family hug. I'll be rooting for you, history. You're on the wheel. Cody, wheel me, Bob. Love you guys. Love you back, Cody. Melissa gifted 1 DD podcast membership. You are delightful. Lisa, so proud to be a part of the best chat in the land. No question about it. No question about it. New member, Cody. New old member. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thanks, man. I honestly don't remember. 499. You're on the wheel. Did the Temu hitmen ever say what that note said? Nope. I'm curious if they were told the specific car type / color. I mean, they had to have been told at some point and or given a picture of what Dan's car looked like, right? I mean, obviously. And a picture of Dan. Got to make sure you're, who your target is, what they look like. I mean, Dan could have loaned his car to somebody. So, all right. Thanks. You're on the wheel again. If you ever need an attorney, I'm hiring Allie. Good choice. Try to stay out of trouble, though. Mellow. So, look, when there's some downtime, can you go over Wendy's immunity deal? If more info comes out, can she get charged? And why would she need immunity if she didn't know about the plan? I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, she's got use immunity and derivative use immunity. Use immunity means that anything she testifies to in court cannot be used against her in terms of a case that they're going to bring against her. That shit's all off the table. But like I was saying earlier, all the phone data, all the shady shit, all the coincidences, that's all fair game. It's limited to what she testifies to. Can't use her words against her. And derivative use is, if she says something and they go out and it leads to evidence, that's derivative. It's derived from the statements she made. So they can't use that either. But anything else, fair game. And everything that they had prior. I mean, they have what they have against her. It's like I was saying before lunch. I mean, they got what they got. And there's been debate on whether it's enough. I don't think it is. I never have. I mean, Jay really tried to convince me, and it's not lost on me, the significance of it. It's not enough. It's not enough. Like having a gut feeling about some shit ain't it. It's not how we do it here. Strictly common sense. Well, it's common sense. Of course she fucking knew. It's her kids. Telling me that Charlie and her mother are just running around doing this shit without her knowing about it at her behest, but without her knowledge. I mean, I get it. I understand. But the more I hear about Donna, I could totally see her doing that shit, to be honest with you. I could totally see her doing that shit. You know what I mean? And thanks. Is it Melo or Milo or Mello? Tell me in chat. Lisa, love Defense Diaries and Tech Wizardry, and you're on the wheel. Thank you, Lisa. Mary Holt, love being here with my DD family. We love that you're here. You're on the wheel. Legal Mama, here's a little for a quarter of a beer at your concert tonight. Thank you. I don't drink anymore. Gave it up going on 6 years, but I'll get like I don't know, quarter of a gummy. I do eat the weed. It's legal here in Illinois. I find weed to be much more preferable to alcohol. But thank you. In Legal Mama, you're on the wheel. Gen X, send me the email. Tell me what shirt you want. You're on the wheel. All right. We're back up and running. Thank you, Gen X. Crystal, thank you for your coverage. Thank you. And you're on the wheel 4 times. Appreciate you, Crystal. Oh, I'm fucking up. You're fucking up, Bob.
Admissible under the rules of evidence. I will also have to
Winter is around the corner. Tina says, in a hoodie or sweatshirt.
Able to research the matter during the lunch
Perfect for the
break.
wheel.
And at the conclusion of that research, the ground for which it's being offered as an adoptive admission that is permissible under the rules of evidence. I will also find there are other grounds in which it would be permissible as well. The citation of the case that I'm relying upon for this, Jones versus State 127 Southern 3rd 622, deals with this matter, as well as the treatise provided by Professor Earhart on this matter. Are there any other issues that we need to address before we continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett?
Your Honor, if I could have a moment, I found a case that held the contrary, but I'd like an opportunity to read the case that Your Honor cited.
Sure,
Well,
cheeseburger.
this is not a motion hearing, Mr. Zeldin. If you wish to place your case on the record, please do so, but I am finding that it is admissible as an adopted admission.
Your Honor, State versus Hernandez, 875 Southern 2nd 1271. I have a copy for the state. And for Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
That dude smashes cheeseburgers and beer.
Creates a Crawford issue, Your Honor.
I read Hernandez as well while researching this matter. I believe Hernandez dealt with the aspect of silence as opposed to affirmatively making a statement, agreeing with the statement of another. These are distinguishable, but you may briefly speak about Hernandez before the jurors in the room.
Well, Your Honor, again, I hadn't seen Jones. However, this case specifically holds that adoptive admission must still satisfy Crawford. Again, haven't read Jones, so I don't know how that applies. But I do object, certainly respect the court's law.
Objection is noted for the record. The testimony of the sergeant will be permitted as an adopted admission. And again, I will find there are other admissibility theories as well concerning this line of questioning. However, as to the one raised by the state adopted admission specifically, I will find it is permitted. You may bring the jurors.
Judge, before we do that, one additional issue. The statement under an adopted admission has to have been heard, I believe, by the party that is allegedly adopting it. There's no evidence that my client watched the trial or heard her son's testimony.
As to the foundation of that, Ms. Dugan, you certainly need to lay it. An adoptive admission occurs when there is an express statement agreeing with the statement of another. Concerning any statement by your client that was made in which she agreed or otherwise it stated in some way the testimony of another person at the trial of Charlie Adelson, namely Charlie Adelson was true. This qualifies. Please bring them up.
Wow. All right. So they're saying if it was adopted during Charlie's trial, whatever statement they're trying to bring in, it's good to go for this trial. Ashley, thank you. Bob, or Boo-Boo, Boo-Obo, Baboo, Boo-Boo. Where I live in Massachusetts, everyone with the last name is Portuguese. Are you? No, I am not. I am Italian. The robot says the surname Mata can be Italian or Portuguese, with the Italian version referring to a fortified stronghold. Yeah, the Armada. It's a better name than I thought. And the Portuguese version being a variant of Mota, M-O-T-A, also meaning a fortified stronghold. Yeah, no, we're the Italian Matas.
All right, you're in the courtroom.
Yeah, M-O-T-A is really the Portuguese one. They stole an extra T, turned it into Italian. Some Portuguese trying to be Italian. Thanks for asking. And you're on the wheel. Cody, Bob, how do you like
Everyone can
it?
see it.
Over and over again. I don't
Members
like
of the
doing
jury,
it.
I
I
hope
love
you
it. Thanks.
Enjoyed your lunchtime rest and break. We will continue with the examination. Sorry, the court at this point. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with your examination.
No further, thank you.
Petite Betty, you're on the wheel, and thank you for all the memberships.
Tasty.
Iceman, I wanted to know about the Oasis tickets. You score for me? Interesting side note, my dad had dental work done at the Adelson Institute when my parents lived in Tamarack. Not that it matters, but I was like small world. It's actually a pretty interesting factoid. Thanks for sharing, Iceman. You're on the wheel. I prefer to smoke the weed, says David Reese. I eat it. Like edibles. Good. Tasty. And I can control. I like to control.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for purposes for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, you know, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records?
Yes.
So network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping, those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses or the network uses to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you ask, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
Wait a second. I thought she said she had a half an hour left, like leading into lunch. This is cheeseburger, right? Doing cross, I could tell because deep lows. Am I crazy? She said there was a half an hour going into lunch and he's leading with cross. Maybe she thought better of it. I don't know.
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area, and if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site. And you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operating.
Okay, these questions are fucking inane. And these are the type of questions that a guy is standing up and asking because he's got no way. We know who was where when they were texting and calling. Like we don't need this. This is incredibly stupid. It's irritating to me. If you don't have anything to get them on, then just don't ask any questions, bro.
Operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Meatball, cheeseburger, same diff.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
And so in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Apologies, a little trouble getting back there. Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Katherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events and it creates multiple records. And some of those will be tied to the same number. Some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number. So they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate.
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, I'm. There's a poorly worded question. I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail. All of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
And so, in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
And so this does not account for that.
It does not.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with.
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
Cheeseburgers.
Slide 116.
This pin he has on his lapel. It's like a.
It looks like on this one there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts. Catherine, this was an inbound that I don't believe was answered, or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay. So the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
I wish. Nicole, did you ask a question? I scrolled way back.
Slide 117.
I didn't see anything.
We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
Okay, so now they're throwing Harvey under the bus. It's like fucking Harvey's going to be like that Simpson meme where Homer drifts back into the bush, just like dips out. Wow.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Catherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014?
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts in my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135. And advance one. So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
We have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Now, this is the only thing that he's done that's worth a shit. If he can show that Charlie and his mom consistently talk on a daily basis at that time of the evening as well, not just during the day, it can be somewhat effective. And that's where he's going with this.
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Apologies, it'll take just a second.
Hi, guys. Where's my man?
I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is approximately
Hey, babe.
38 hours time period.
Correct.
Your food's like a minute away from being ready.
All right, babe. So real quick. So they've had the phone guy on for
All
everything
day.
that you missed.
So I listened in court. I hid my earbud, and then like between me doing anything, I listened, and then I listened on the way back. So I heard everything until the lunch break.
Yeah. So defense is up crossing now, and it's really, we kind of indicated this was an area that he'd have to get into. So he's showing patterns, or he's trying to get into patterns of Charlie and Donna's calls,
Right.
just to be able to establish that these amount of calls at this time of night, that they're not a spike as to what they would normally be. So,
Right.
I mean, it's, it's somewhat helpful.
All right. So you're food's probably ready now. I've got about 20 minutes before I have to be part virtually of an interview of a defendant. Um, so do you want me to bring you up the food, or you want to just go get it?
I'll go get it.
Okay. But I can't control the thingamajig, so I don't know if
No,
that's
I think we're good.
okay. The
I'll
thingamajig.
I'll snarf quick.
Communications or attempt to communicate 38 hours time period.
Hey, my
Okay.
face is over that guy's. Well, it's Harvey. You know who
The
it is.
4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these of the analysis in this time frame is, was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least the potential for the exchange of information.
Jeez, answer the question he asks, for God's sakes.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please. Now, you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, that was bullshit. The state trying to make it sound like they already changed
Back
it.
in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Right. So probably Wendi Adelson plus kid's first name.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how many, like total number?
Yes.
Oh,
She's cooked,
hundreds
as
of
far as I'm
thousands.
concerned. Hundreds of thousands.
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amount.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. You testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them, or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office,
prosecutors,
for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendi Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. Phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
Full file extraction.
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools.
Did any of that happen here?
We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendi Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendi Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
Spell it out for the jurors like Georgia does. But you could have done a full file.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number.
Because I
But
suck
you
at
indicated
all.
earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendi called Donna, Donna called Wendi. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you. What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
specific
seconds.
for this day.
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Come on now, dog.
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
Yeah, thanks.
And so if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter. And then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter. Would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls. And as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
Well, yeah, you could have presented this more accurately, but you didn't.
Can I ask you one more question?
What is that noise?
Fucking Mandy put the Bikini Island text noise on our soundboard. It's like a nightmare. Allie
I
loves it.
believe you had moved to slide 210.
Only because you named it the Bikini Island text thing. That's the only reason I got it.
Now, this is after the text message exchange between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
I would never.
And that's the one where after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendi, Wendi texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendi can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendi gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct.
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendi and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
Man, this guy. I just got here and I'm ready to sleep.
The cheeseburger's putting you to sleep, babe.
Oh, Carolyn K just said the same thing. Or was it?
I believe you go to slide 272.
I saw that.
You're gonna have to wake her up. I think she's sleeping.
Knee injury will put you to sleep. Come on, get on like a little roll.
This is a roll for him. He's
Oh,
fucking
gosh.
firing. He's firing on all fronts
All
right
cylinders.
May have gotten the slide wrong. If you can back up.
Oh, sorry.
A couple of slides, please.
Screwed that up too.
now. Donna is sitting there thinking, like, oh my fucking God. I'm going to prison for the rest of my life.
Hey, Donna, do you know the slide?
So
number?
the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning.
Oh, he's allowed to say all that.
Last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59 for location, like location that we would use.
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message.
That's correct.
And that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud.
That is correct.
And you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so probably important to point out, some of these are chats. So they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
Get back to this misrepresentation.
Other
Sort it out, please.
apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Great question. So, well, yeah, all the WhatsApps that they were sending did not show up here.
Now, this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Back to this again.
Where you drove.
Not the.
What's he trying to say? She
I know
wasn't
that there
outside
was
his
a
house?
number of changes to I-95 at
I'm outside your
the,
house. JK.
area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it has been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, The drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the
Objection.
turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area.
Control your cross.
Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have
You don't
happened.
like this
but the
non-responsive
roadway itself
answer?
remains.
No, I mean, like, get a hold of you,
So
the
again,
witness
my
here.
question is,
It's non-responsive.
has the road been widened?
It's not what
Has
he
there
asked.
been
Said no.
construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corbett, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And yet you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
Do you look for records that would be consistent with the state's theory?
I look
Andy,
To establish that the route
what is
hadn't
that?
been altered
Fucking awful.
in any way.
No good.
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And
That's
the
not
answer
question
is
he's
yes.
asking. How about the one I'm
Can
asking?
I
you?
ask you one more question?
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Was that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No. Tell us what is a retention period?
I'm sorry. A retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year. And after 1 year, they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years. But that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
So as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHSMB to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
Oh.
What about the Turnpike? How many lanes were on the Turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about. So I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the Turnpike. Talk about the Turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
It's just another
Now, when
highway.
you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
For a 45-minute
Did you? Did you stop for snacks? though?
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
Only a cheeseburger.
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And There's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
What and what accessories?
But older people
not in your
drive
60s,
slow.
not in your 70s.
Not quite.
I mean, come the fuck on.
Now, have you ever driven
They were
been on
outside the
highway,
house,
got
dropped
behind
off
a
the money.
slow-moving
What-
vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
That's how
And
old
you
people drive, though.
Have an
right?
opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Hustle.
Wow.
Do you know how fast
Made him an expert
Harvey
in
and Donna
elderly driving.
Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
How fast did
And
you
so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with
Your little plan didn't work.
estimations.
I want to
there,
stop you
Meatball.
right there. The
Right, I'm going to
1053
stop you
point, can
because
pull
I
it up,
just
please?
fucked up my whole shit.
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando.
Everyone's asleep in this courtroom.
I'm
The
not.
judge,
I'm wide awake.
the
This is
prosecution.
riveting.
Let the man finish his question. He
Riveting.
opened the door.
Can I ask you one more question?
That section of the turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And at 1 a.m. versus
And
8
so
p.m.
you're not going to necessarily be in as stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
All right, he reeled it
Now-
back in.
Now,
Was anything done? And let me ask this differently. Do you know
And what
whether or not at the
accessories do
time
I sell for
Donna and Harvey Adelson
Can I
left
ask you one
their
more-
apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
Did they have snacks?
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Right.
Do not
Does
know.
he have a small urethra?
Did they
Urethra.
stop to get coffee?
narrow
Narrow.
urethra.
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
So it's built in there, buddy. He stopped for coffee. There's only one of you.
Sir, would it surprise you to know that Harvey Adelson drives 15 miles an hour on the expressway?
And has a very narrow.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Bobby? Boys, this ain't right. Oh, I have a narrow urethra.
You guys pull your shit together. This is not impressive. The opposite of impressing.
Well, I suppose. I'm finished with this guy.
I mean, I hope not. He's been testifying for 3 hours. That's what you hop up there and do?
Donna's saying, ask him about
Sergeant
Harvey's
Corbett,
narrow
you
urethra.
just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said
Oh.
the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
That's your ending? Because the text that I'm outside your door.
And
just kidding.
At no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset.
That's correct.
She says I'm
So from the
outside
call
the
detail
door,
records,
and Charlie says
you
10
cannot
minutes.
testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's
He
correct.
just told them
Nothing further.
that. He just told
Yes,
them.
sir.
I'm sorry.
Did the text messages place Donna Adelson at Charlie Adelson's house?
I
don't
believe
know.
the outside your house text message is indicative of her being outside his house.
Okay, that's what Donna Adelson tells us in that text message, right?
I believe so, yes.
Well,
You
that's
don't
what the
And then
words
she has
say.
an hour and 6 minutes, was it, of unaccounted for time on the stretch of the drive that's on the same stretch of the drive where Charlie Adelson's house is, right?
Correct.
What
Got lots of.
stupid plan was
And
this?
did you do this drive in
Yes.
2025 because the defense questioned the fact that you hadn't done it, didn't know if you could do it in the 2025 depot?
There was a question as to who raised it. I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. You got lots of questions about construction on the turnpike. Defense asked if their client could have gotten stopped for that extra hour that's unaccounted for in construction. Did Donna Adelson tell us in that text message where she stopped on the drive? Did she say she was outside of Charlie Adelson's house?
Agreed.
Okay, and then Charlie Adelson gave her his estimated time of arrival at the house for 10 minutes from then. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
If the Adelsons were just driving really slow on that first part of the drive where they have over an hour of unaccounted for time, would they then have had to speed up to normal cruising speed for the second part of the drive where they made it from the 1053 location to Orlando with a consistent amount of time as the estimated time that we see on Esri?
Yes. The second part of that, the second half, if we'll call it, of the trip was done at close to the estimated time. So the speed and travel were close to what would be expected. The first half of that trip, it was not.
Okay. And when you did the drive and went from the I believe was it 832 or 834 location?
Yes, one of those.
One of
Before
those
that, before the end of the 835 call.
Okay. 834 location. When you did that drive, were you able to get on the same day of the week, the same time of Friday night, from that point to Charlie Adelson's house in the estimated amount of time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And same with the second part of the drive from Charlie Adelson's house to the 1053 location. Was that consistent with the estimated time from Esri?
With just a few minutes, yes. Or within just a few minutes.
All right. And you would have been driving in the same conditions in North Miami, same date, same time of day as the Adelsons drove in 2014.
As close as I could get.
And did you say in the emails for the Evite that Donna Adelson told Evite that she entered the invitees as contacts?
Correct.
In the beginning of cross-examination, defense asked you a bit about the things that could affect cell site towers, several variables that could affect cell site towers. But if those variables existed that affected these cell site towers and kept the cell site towers from having too much load to be able to handle this communication, would we see phone communication with those cell site towers in the records as we do?
Again, if the tower was not operational, no, the handset is not going to communicate with it. But those things, again, when we're talking about the inclusion and exclusion, where a handset could be, we're aware that there may be cell sites that are closer, that may be stronger, bigger, taller. And all of that we take into consideration when we estimate the area that might be consistent with where the handset was.
Is there anything in the records that caused you to believe these records or analysis as unreliable in any way.
Yeah.
Just a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Sergeant, you may step down, finally.
Thanks, sir.
Will this There you go. Please call your next witness.
The next witness, based on his former employment, is the witness that we've asked camera not display his face. I would ask for an instruction on that at this time.
Very well. The witness's face is not to be displayed based on his prior employment in law enforcement. Certainly his voice and audio may be broadcast, but not his face.
Before the witnesses testimony, and we have a very brief recess.
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. You all can be seated. Please use the restroom or stretch your legs now if you need to before we resume with the testimony.
Where'd Allie dip to? Oh, maybe she had to take that call. Wow. All right. So our next witness, we're not going to get to see. Maybe we get to hear. He must be undercover, maybe? I don't know. Oh, you talking about like Easy Pass? Yeah, that would be a good way. I always thought that was going to be way more evident in trials, people getting nailed using their iPass because they forget to use it or going through tolls. When those things first came out, I'm like, oh man, people fucked. They're going to use their iPasses to nail them, to geolocate them. They're pretty accurate. I'd say they're more accurate than phones in terms of geolocating people. But I've never seen one in a trial that I've covered. I don't know. Oh, that was long. That was a long one. Oh, we do have some blooping time though. Let's see what we got. Not much though. Bloop 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 bloop. All right, I got enough to slide maybe. Yeah, we're current. We're current. How long did you say we were taking? Did you zone out so bad? I zoned out so bad. Oh my God. So bad. Wait, what? I lost all my downloads. I did some stupid shit with it, and I don't know what happened to it. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. I've got two new. I've got two you guys might hate these downloads, but we'll see. Two new soundboard things. See if you guys hate them or love them. I kind of love. I wanted it before that guy ended. So I was going to do this one.
Nailed it.
After his cross. But next time he comes up, I've got a good one for him that I like. It's this
I'm
one.
gonna fart so hard. Oh my God. Nailed it.
Oh, God. Oh, good God. Parts will never not be funny. So good. So good. Oh, it's so funny. All right. So Our big takeaway from that cross, despite the fact that Donna texts Charlie, she's outside of his house, he established that they can't place her handset definitively outside of Charlie's house. So there we go. I think the wheel's coming along. Let's see. I'm gonna do the wheel no matter how many we get. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 29. Ooh. Yeah. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Yeah, we're good. 41, 42, 43. Plus, got a few Venmos too. So it's bueno. It's bueno. The wheel is bueno. It's very good. Oh, Tony, thank you. Thank you. Tony just sent a $10 Venmo. She said, thanks for the Venmo. Thanks for the coverage and commentary. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate you. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, that guy couldn't do much with that. I mean, I can't remember. Did Katie get into Charlie went down and came up with a bag of white cash? Remind me. Did she say that? He left the place, went down, came back with a bag of wet, moldy cash. Shiloh, your presence is all we need here. It's all we need. Oh, wait. I rarely check PayPal. I'll check. Oh, yeah. Got it. Thank you. Appreciate that. So sweet. MB says, it's been a minute. I absolutely love my DD fam. You guys are the best. You are the best community. I'll die on that hill. I'll die on it. Just die on it. I mean, if you don't believe me, we can go into like the court TV or law and crime chat. Check those out for about 3 minutes. You'll see what's up over there. Woo! That's a place. That is a place. It's definitely a place. Not one that I'd want to hang. But even like other law tube, like I'll go in them, some of them, if there's 6,000 people, I don't even know how you're chatting in there. It's like, no, I think I'm up. I'm like, if I'm behind, it's by like a hair. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. All
right,
we back.
Just one moment. For the gallery, once again, just as a reminder, while the testimony is taking place today, if you step outside of the court.
Uh-oh. What happened? We had sound and then it disappeared. I don't know what happened to it. We're live. Yeah. We get only corner there. That's what we get. Only soffit. It's not quite as exciting as OnlyFans, is it? It doesn't really give us any indication. It's not moving. It's just like a joint there. It's no bueno. Bro. Oh. Well, gee, mommy. It's about time you got in that chat. Come on in. Get in the chat. The water is fine. All right. So, whoa. Mandy's really up in the game. Wow.
I'm gonna fart so hard. Oh my god. Nailed it.
That's good. That one's good. That ice cream truck thing. I don't know. Where's that from? Hell? Did you take a trip down to hell to get that thing? It's got like an ice cream truck with a beat and a bad beat at that. Oh, Allie's gonna flamethrow me for the fart one. Oh man. She'd be like, "You're so juvenile." I'm like, man, farts are fucking hilarious. Like, who doesn't think farts are funny? Come on. What? If you're watching on, so here's the deal. If you're watching over on Law and Crime, I think they get started like a little bit before us over because I'm definitely live. It slid all the way over. Let's see, I'll take a peek over at LNC. See what they have to say for themselves. Tracy was telling me Law and C gets they get started a little bit before let's see. All right, Mandy, you gotta switch the thing. I'll switch over to Law and Crime. I mean, they could show us Georgia at least, right? I don't know why not. Can't show the dude, but they can show us Georgia. Georgia. All right. Okay. All right. We'll bloop it. Bloop. Bloop. Bloop.
This case on April 19th of 2016.
I was.
Can you explain what the operation was?
My role in the operation was that.
May I interrupt you for just one moment?
Apparently so. Yeah, we're getting audio. Yeah, we got this is him. I switched over. So this is the undercover. That's why we're not seeing it. Seeing his face. He'd kind of be made, wouldn't he? Wouldn't be much of a undercover anymore. What's going on now? Jeez. Oh.
Contact was. So my role in the operation was of a gang member, and what I was instructed to do was to contact and bump Donna Adelson.
What does bump mean?
A bump is a law enforcement operation during which an undercover agent or an undercover police officer would conduct a face-to-face meeting or encounter with a subject or a person of interest in an investigation. And what we look for, the results we look to get would be one or a combination of either I would try to extract, or the undercover would try to extract information, or they would try to pass on information, or possibly set up a future meeting with the individual, or tickle a wire or a telephonic intercept, or tickle a wire.
In this case, was it an attempt to tickle a wire?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so we had a wiretap going at the time that you did the bump.
Yes.
Okay. And what does tickle the wire mean?
Well, when you tickle the wires, when you're doing a Title III, what we call a Title III, a phone intercept, and there's not much activity going on that phone intercept, what you want to do is approach somebody and see if they will start talking about whatever the investigation is looking into.
All right, so you were asked to approach Donna Adelson. Is that what you did?
That is correct.
Where did that happen?
I believe that happened in South Miami, somewhere near her residence.
Okay. And did you just walk up to her on the street, sidewalk?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, I was instructed to walk up to her and engage her in small discussion as to why I was meeting with her, and then eventually handing her a flyer.
Okay. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Is this the same person on the banner?
Flyer, I've marked as States Exhibit
It's
83.
the undercover agent who did the bump.
So it says cross-examination of.
No, wrong. That's the last guy.
Mrs. Adelson?
This is it, yes.
Judge, I asked to introduce States 83.
Okay. States 83, isn't it?
Babe, can you move the due process? I love due process down over the long crime thing. Mandy's on strike. Oh, she's gone. She left.
Yeah, I didn't hear you. I was.
She
dealing-
gone. Can you move that I love due process over the long
Yes.
crime.
Okay. With a printout of an article relating to the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at this time, it's been a couple of years since.
Yes.
Good.
And over here in handwritten, can you say what was printed there?
Yes.
but you
call
need-
and text, and that's my undercover cell phone number.
Oh,
and
there you go.
$5,000, which was being asked for.
Okay. And this cell phone number that it belongs to the phone number that's written here. Are you personally going to carry that around and answer it if someone calls it?
That is correct. That's solely in my hands, and I'm the only one answering. Or
Right.
a voicemail would answer.
And is there something you need to do if that occurs to record the phone call in question?
Well, the way, and I can't reveal too much tradecraft, but if I received a call and it went to voicemail, it would do a remote recording. It wouldn't be on the actual phone. So I didn't have access to any voicemails.
Okay. But if you're going to take the call, is there something you do that causes the call to be recorded?
Well, yes, I had to do something on the phone.
All right. Was the interaction, the bump that we're referring to it as, where you approached Donna Adelson and spoke with her, was that audio recorded?
It was audio and video recorded, yes.
How was it recorded?
I had audio and video on my person, and I believe the surveillance security team also recorded that.
So we've got one angle that's what you're wearing and another angle from across the street.
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 112, a thumb drive containing those two recordings?
Yes, I have.
And are those fair and accurate recordings, both of what you were wearing as well as the one taken from across the
Use the
Yes, they
mic,
are.
Georgia.
Moving to evidence, States 112, Your Honor.
States 112, isn't it?
I'm showing you States 117. Are those your initials on 117?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there phone calls that were made from or to the phone number on the phone flyer in connection with this investigation?
Yes.
Are those phone calls contained on States Exhibit 117?
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence, States 117, Your Honor.
Was she standing at the bench?
Yeah, I think she's standing right next to him.
And States 117, those are all the phone calls
Now she's
associated
with
with
the
this
podium.
number on the sheet here. We've got one from you to the Adelson Institute Family Business. Recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then one from Charlie Adelson to this phone number. Is that right?
Yes.
And one from Donna Adelson to this phone number, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And those are all the phone calls. Nobody else called the number during the course of this operation that was answered.
That was
Agreed?
answered.
Okay. There were a couple missed calls, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ooh,
Well, that's quick.
quick.
Why are they not showing it? Oh, because he's an undercover cop.
Yes, you did it. You did it.
I'm like,
Babe.
why are we just seeing this guy's tie?
Do you like my new soundbite? Be
I'm
truthful.
gonna fart so hard. Oh my god.
What?
Nailed it.
So stupid.
He fucking hates it.
Nailed it. That art thing would be it.
Time to punch grandma.
Oh, those bracelets are giving you away. What
Oh
a
man,
fool.
he's been
What a
made.
fool. He's wearing his swag.
He's been made.
He's been made. Dude, those are like so
It's like my bracelets, like the skull things I wear.
It's got 3 of
I'd be
them.
fucked.
I hope
Wow.
every criminal out in that area is paying close attention.
Hey man, I saw you in the fucking Adelson trial there, buddy.
Yeah.
Good afternoon,
Your
sir.
bracelets.
Good afternoon.
Fancy little
I have
bracelets.
a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of
Gang?
organization or
And how do you pretend to
regarding
be a
criminal
gang member?
activity, involved in criminal activity.
I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her.
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
No, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and t-shirt and open, I believe like a bluish button down, open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew. So
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection,
That's
you
the
know,
sweetest thing ever.
I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are continuing or being taken care of.
Tuta.
And my brother
Tutu.
Tato has not been taken care
Tato.
of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family,
Tuto,
something to that effect,
Tato.
him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tato.
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
Tuto?
And who was
Tutu.
Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
Tuto?
You have a
Oh,
really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish.
Okay.
yeah, there you go.
Are you of Spanish descent or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are. Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
Yeah, no shit.
So you tell
Like
her
the
that you
dipshit
know
who
that
called him
her
Lewis.
family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera,
Correct.
and he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the 5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said
Well,
5,000.
the paper did, but verbally, I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato,
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
but you handed her a piece of paper
I
and it
did.
had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay. And that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so
I
you
was
sent her
fed
a
up.
letter, did you not?
That letter I did not.
Now
vividly
shit
do.
sounds
That
slow as
was,
hell.
The investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time, I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware that a letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence. So,
Well, yeah,
okay.
but you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th, I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute.
Yes, I
didn't you?
did call.
Okay.
Yes,
So you were the first call then. You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute.
correct.
And
correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson.
That is correct.
But she was not there.
Correct.
So you left a message saying you're Sammy and you haven't heard back from her and let her know I called.
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she
I don't
did
know
not.
how many
And she
gang
didn't pay you the
members are
$5,000 you were
professionally
looking
calling
for,
the office,
correct?
Did not.
leaving
Okay.
a message.
And so call the Adel Institute and
Adel-
get no response. So
Institute.
then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing.
I like
you have
Jackie.
some puta
I think Puto.
Puto call me to see if I'm for real.
She's
If you
not a
think
speak.
what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want the, and then it doesn't say now, or I'm going after the 100K, right?
That's what I was told to write, yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody, yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just
not
looking for her to
necessarily.
send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson
That is correct.
and you talk to him,
I did.
right?
We hear that? Did they play that?
And
What?
that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000,
I
right?
haven't paid shit yet.
No,
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
So, I mean, what they're doing right now, babe, is laying the foundation to be able to get the bump recording in. So
Yeah,
that's why they called the first dude. That's why they're calling this dude. Sanford's going to be the guy they use to get the actual video. And if there's any phone calls that took place, I don't know.
I did not.
Okay, thank you. Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're going to listen to the call for another witness, but the gist of it is she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person. I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from it. She didn't say, if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
We'll play it.
See her
so
eyes
we'll know
get
the
big.
exact
Okay.
words.
Oh,
But
don't make the
she
judge
didn't
yell
offer
at
to
you.
give the $5,000 then.
No.
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
She did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markel.
She did.
So in essence, she told you to go to the police.
Yeah.
Oh, you done. You done, Granny.
Well,
You done.
time to punch grandma.
Where are these sound bites coming from?
None yet.
Yeah. Hey,
Get
where's the
played.
banner? People don't know what's going on. They're confused.
Are they?
Yeah.
Did you guys hear how Allie threw you guys under the bus saying you're confused?
I thought you were fixing the banner.
I had it up. Somebody had fucking disappeared.
Oh.
I don't know. There. See? Had it all typed out and everything. I think when you changed the banner, it booted it out.
Sir, have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
I mean,
Yeah, you
people in
are.
the hall could take a picture.
Nailed it.
You're done. They don't do that. They don't do this.
So we're
They
gonna
do not
watch
do
the
this.
video a little later with another witness, but did Donna Adelson have any children with her when you approached her?
She did not.
Burn their
Yes,
they're undercovers.
Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released. Have a good day.
I'm
Why
gonna
did they
fart
even-
so hard. Oh my
Oh.
God.
Nobody wants to
Nailed
hear
it.
Well, the defense may call you as a witness. They will let
Do you hear
know
that? You
if
keep
they-
talking right over the little farty squeeze. It's like a squeaker. Nailed it.
It's from Dazed and Confused?
We'll keep you informed.
Please call your next
Yeah.
witness.
Oh.
Come on, dude.
State calls Special Agent Bronstein.
Oh, Bronstein.
I'm just surprised they called in their undercover like that. They didn't need him to get all this evidence in. They've got the video.
Well, the judge had said before they play the video, they have to lay the foundation.
Yeah, but there's a person. Didn't the guy who set up the video?
He was the first dude. And then the
know.
guy who was in the video, I mean, typically that would have been enough. I don't know. I guess they just wanted to do it that way. Put
And
the-
somebody that was monitoring from a distance. I'm just surprised they brought their actual. They really just wanted to show what a huge endeavor this investigation was.
Yeah.
By putting on as many people as possible. And then he burns himself with his bracelets.
Got made.
Got made.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn, Special Agent. Do you swear
Dude.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat.
I'd be
Please
in that
speak loudly
hall,
and clearly.
getting a
Adjust the
picture of him as
microphone.
soon as he came out, ready to sell it to all the criminals on the street.
Examine when you're ready.
Not me personally, but if I was a criminal type.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Special Agent Louis Bronstein, LOUIS BRONSTEIN.
How
He's
are
got
you
a decent
employed?
beard, babe.
A special agent with
Yeah.
the FBI.
How were you employed back in April of 2016?
Special agent with the FBI.
All right. And did
See,
you
I think he's
participate
more
in a
handsome than
surveillance
those crash
operation
daddies
on
are.
April 20th of that year involving
I agree.
Charlie Adelson.
Yes.
Was your involvement in that operation related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneous with the surveillance operation?
Yes.
What was your role in the operation?
That day I started off on physical surveillance of the undercover bump operation for officer safety purposes. And then for the remainder of the day, I was to be available for surveillance as needed.
Did you conduct some surveillance at a restaurant by the name of Dolce Vita in Miami?
Yes.
There's their
Where is
Lewis.
that restaurant located?
North of Miami Beach. I don't remember the exact intersection.
Sunny Isles Beach, sound right?
Yes.
Are you from, I guess you said you did surveil the bump that took place earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your objective at the Dolce Vita restaurant?
Moved towards the Dolce Vita restaurant with the intent of conducting physical and technical surveillance of the meeting inside.
I mean,
Upon
I
arrival
like
in the
that
parking
like
lot,
chiseled
I met
fake
up
look.
with a technical agent from the FBI and received surveillance equipment in a bag. And I made my way into the restaurant and got situated as close as I could to Charlie and Katie.
Were some photographs
All right, I
taken
take
of,
it
is
back,
it
I
Charlie
take it back.
Adelson you're referencing and Katie Katherine Magbanua?
Yes,
Were some photographs taken of them outside the restaurant?
I believe so.
Okay, was that before or after the meeting that you're referencing?
I don't know that I can speak to that. I was not doing photography at the time.
All right, let me just show you what I've marked as state's exhibit 137 to 140. Are you able to recognize these exhibits as photos of those two that were taken outside the restaurant where you did your surveillance on the occasion we're talking about?
Yes.
So make sure they're all fair and accurate.
I mean, he's just got some dimples. I'm looking at pictures. I don't know.
Ooh.
At this time, I'd ask to move into evidence.
Crash daddy.
137 through 140.
Any objection? States 137 through 140. No.
Publishing 137. Publishing
Yeah,
138.
me too. Zen cat. I agree. Sleuth, take a cold shower. He's married.
139.
I'm going to tell this guy right. This is my soundbite for this guy.
I told you to stop talking to my wife.
That's my shit for that guy.
For Charlie?
For this guy.
Why?
He's making eyes at you. This fucking guy.
Publishing 140.
Like what? Oh. I was thinking like that's what Fredo would say to Charlie. I was lost.
I saw that, hon.
That guy ain't got shit on you, babe.
Thanks, baby. Love you.
How close to
Love you.
the target subjects were you able to position yourself?
Let's say about 10 to 12 feet.
Okay, so just at the next table.
So yeah, I want to say it would be the next table over, but there was possibly a span where there should have been a table. So just estimating based off recollection, it would be about 12 feet.
All right. And
It's
did
like-
the bag contain any video?
He's trying to
equipment?
soft talk or
I
something.
believe so.
All right. So you were recording both video and
Yeah.
audio of this restaurant conversation.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the equipment that was inside the bag there?
I had not seen it before that day. That was my first look at it.
Did
But I
you
can-
understand how
See
to
the comment,
operate it
babe?
when you went into the restaurant
Yeah.
to use it?
Yes.
You and
So
Charlie
you were
have
able
fights.
to successfully capture that restaurant conversation with
That's
that
correct.
equipment? Okay. Can you describe anything about
I
their
like his hair.
demeanor
What's happening here?
that you observed during this conversation?
He's got good hair.
It was tough to
Doesn't
hear
like his
because
hair.
of the air conditioning system.
Yeah, little David Grohl.
Based on
Oh.
visual observation, body language, they're having a conversation with each other. They're paying attention to what each other was saying. I could not make out very many particular words, except there was a moment where the AC was abnormally quiet for the restaurant. I did hear something, but it was a very small snippet of a sentence. They maintained their conversation with each other, and throughout the duration of my sitting in there, I became less and less worried that they would notice me sitting nearby because they were paying very close attention to what each other was saying.
And have you had an opportunity to review the recordings of the that came out of the operation from that day?
Yes.
Okay, and are they
Outrageous.
fair and accurate recordings?
Yes.
How would he know? Wait a minute.
And I
Wait
asked
a
you
minute.
the date, April
Pause it.
20th of 16, but I didn't
Yes,
ask you
ma'am.
the time. Do you know the time that meeting occurred? Time of day?
How in the hell is there no objection? The man just said, I did not hear a word they said except for one like snippet of something. And then she says, did you listen to the recordings and do they truly and accurately represent what was said? How in the hell does this witness know? Lack of foundation.
Lack of personal knowledge. I heard his. He said. I think he said. I heard a snippet.
Well, time
Yeah.
to punch grandma.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, there's no stopping the bump from coming.
I
in.
know. I
Nobody else
mean,
comes
but
in.
still,
And
that's
he-
like
well, this isn't even the bump. He's talking about the over here.
the
I
over
think.
here.
Yeah.
Noon around 3:45 or 4.
April
Could have
20th
accomplished the
of
same goal.
16,
Too
but I
late,
didn't ask you
Mandy.
the time. Do you know the time that
Dave
meeting
Grohl's
occurred?
already been
Time of
thrown out.
day?
Definitely got
Afternoon
thrown
around
out.
3:45 or 4.
And I asked you if you had an opportunity to review it, State's Exhibit 114. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move 114 into evidence.
Any objection? States 114 is a
Saw.
Any efforts to clarify the audio from that recording and
wanted
try
them
to
to
take out
find
some
him.
of that background noise, would that have anything to do with you, or would
Alive.
that be somebody else's job?
That's somebody else's work.
All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down. Will you be recalled by a
Suppose.
reporter?
I'm finished with this guy.
You are released. Please call your next witness.
Send me that clip. Cut out the I suppose.
I mean, that's Herman Munster saying that. Rest in peace, great Herman Munster. Yeah, it's from the Post. So, but the information I saw it last night. It comes from a guy that in the jail. That's in the jail with Jake, who he allegedly told this to. So
People are just so stupid. Why are they telling other people in jail, confessing their crimes to people?
I mean, maybe he did. Who knows? I mean, that's the whole problem with jail snitches. You don't know if anybody actually said anything.
Right. But no, it was an undercover. At least that's
Oh
what
yeah,
this,
that's right. That's
right.
right.
So
you
we
saw
worked
the same
him.
thing.
I'll share my secrets.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony
All right,
you're
update
about to
that
give will be
ticker.
the truth? I do. You may take your seat.
On it.
Please speak loudly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen,
Oh.
McElveen.
How are you employed?
I work as a forensic scientist. I'm an electrical engineer. I work at Wave Sciences in Charleston, South Carolina.
And what type of work do you perform at that business?
I mostly do audio research, particularly in forensics.
Can you describe your education and experience in that field?
I am a master's level engineer, electrical engineer, and I've had 35 going on 40 years of experience.
Oh, that's a new haircut for
And
today.
as
He got it
part of
gelled.
your work, do you clarify audio recordings?
I do. I also sit on committees that write international standards for audio forensics.
And
Where was
approximately
this guy in
how long
Delphi?
have you been doing the
Richard
type
Allen's
of work
place.
that you did in this case specifically?
Probably about 25 to 30 years now.
Judge, at this time, I would tender the witness as an expert in the field.
So I
of
missed it. He's like independent or he's former law
electrical
enforcement?
engineering,
Electrical engineering and forensics.
electrical
Audio.
engineering, and
He's
audio
a-
forensics, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to voir dire the witness?
None of these topics.
Any objection to him providing an opinion while testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify in the form of an opinion in the fields of electrical engineering and audio forensics. You may continue.
And I think you testified you
I
have
had
a master's
audio.
in electrical engineering, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were the program manager for a government organization that included tech ops work?
Yes.
Okay, and also have done some work with private companies doing government contract type of work, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you found the company that you're currently with?
I did.
Have you published articles related to your field?
Yes, I have multiple.
Have you ever testified as an expert before in this area?
I have.
Okay, were you asked to clarify some recordings made at the Dolce Vita restaurant in association with this case?
Yes, I was.
What items were you provided with?
2 audio video recordings from 2 different devices that were in the restaurant, one of which had better video and one of which had better audio.
Okay, and were you able to put those together and give us the best product that you know how to give us to help us make out the words the best we can?
Yes.
All right, and in that process, do you do anything that changes or alters the speaking voices that are on the audio recording?
Only how do I put this? We don't alter the subject's voice. We leave it natural and as untouched as possible. What we do is suppress everything else that's not in that place we're trying to focus on.
What were the issues with this particular exhibit?
Charlie spotted a camera?
As far as being able to hear it in its raw form.
Well, it was a restaurant and a busy restaurant. There was everything from typical restaurant noises with coffee grinders and espresso machines and such as that going on. The position of the recording devices also made them pick up noises coming from the kitchen. So there was dishwasher and vegetable chopping type sounds going on back there, kids screaming, voices playing in a television. So it's easier probably to list what wasn't on the recording than what was.
Okay.
Wow, I wonder if they scoped
Can
out
you
the best place
explain
to have
the
that
process
conversation.
you use to clarify the audio on this exhibit?
Yes. So what we do is we treat the sound that's captured on the recording more like it's the light captured by a camera. So if you do any photography and you use a lens, you may think of the kind of the classic taking a picture down a picket fence. And you can focus on one of the wooden slats in the fence and it's sharp, but all the rest of them in the foreground and the background are blurred out and maybe invisible. So that's our approach. And we're able to set the focus spot on the subjects that we were asked to enhance and then blur out, like those missing pickets in the fence, everything else in the restaurant.
Man, Charlie really
And
scoped
are
out
the
a great place to have this
results of
conversation.
Your audio efforts contained on the exhibit in front of you, State's Exhibit 115.
Yes.
All right. And did you also, for us, pair the audio with the video that was available of that particular event?
In Dolce Vita, we did not.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 116, which does include both the audio, the video, and the transcript of that event?
Yes, although we did not review the transcript content.
Okay.
We did review the audio and the video, and it does match the enhanced audio that we provided.
Okay. So everything seems to be appropriately lined up with the audio clarification that you did.
Yes, I just don't want to step outside of my role as in audio forensics and speak to a transcript.
Understood. All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 115 and 116.
Any objection?
I like this guy. I'd hire
I
him.
understand the witness's testimony. He is not able to say the transcript is accurate.
That was Ms. Magbanua's part, Your Honor.
She is already authenticated as a part of her testimony.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 115 and 116 are admitted.
Did you also do some work
Katie did.
on State's Exhibit 132, a recording from a Matt Surrey restaurant?
I did.
All right, and were the same processes that you previously described with the prior exhibit used on this one as well?
They were.
Okay, and does State's Exhibit 132 contain the audio product that you generated?
Yes.
Okay, and has the audio been paired with the video accurately in State's Exhibit 133 also in front of you?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence States 132 and 133.
Any objection?
Just a moment, Your Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
States 132 and 133 are admitted.
All right, and then you also have an Exhibit 118 in front of you. Did you do some work on a phone call? Phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And is the work that you did on clarifying that phone call fairly and accurately contained on State's Exhibit 118?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, that's just for identification only at this time. No further questions.
Very well. Cross-examination.
None.
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Oh.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. With respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the state attorney's office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
that's what you.
We didn't touch anything, but just basically saved the original, the processed audio that we did, and the original video, and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically the end of that interview when Miss Wendi Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that.
Correct.
Just a moment.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. Will we be recalled by either party?
Not from the state, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
You are released. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent Brian Kendall.
Another special agent. Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Thanks. What time's that? Oh. Huh?
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brian Kendall, Brian Kendall.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at a private investment firm.
What about back in April of 2016?
At that time, I worked as a police officer for the city of Plantation, and I was also assigned to a federal task force.
As part of your work with the federal task force, did you participate in a surveillance operation involving a Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I did.
All right. Was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was happening simultaneously with your part in the investigation?
That's correct.
What is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to surreptitiously record Mr. Adelson at a restaurant on the night, I believe it was April 20th, 2016.
How about April 21st?
21st, correct.
Okay, and who was Mr. Adelson meeting with at that restaurant?
His father, Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that the Matsuri restaurant?
Harvey.
Yes, a sushi restaurant in Miami.
I didn't know about
What
this.
was used when you went in to record?
I had a covert surveillance recording device that recorded in audio and video.
How covert was it?
It wasn't the most sophisticated device. Would you like me to describe it?
Yes, please.
It almost looked like what they call now a man bag or a large bag that had a hidden recorder and video equipment inside of it.
And was there any
Cracker
sort of
Jack.
strategic problem with using that sort of messenger style bag under the circumstances inside this particular restaurant?
Yeah, so when I entered the restaurant, I saw Mr. Charles Adelson and Mr. Harvey Adelson sitting at the sushi bar. There was an unoccupied stool next to Mr. Harvey Adelson. So I took a position directly next to Mr. Harvey Adelson because it was extremely loud in the restaurant. I put the bag directly on the sushi bar between myself and Mr. Harvey Adelson.
Okay.
Wow.
And what does it mean to get made?
Obviously, when you get made, they identify who you are and they know you're up to, maybe they identify that you're law enforcement or they know what you're doing.
Well, when you're as asinine as I was,
Happened on this effort?
I think it was pretty obvious that my actions were probably a little suspicious to them. Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording from your messenger bag device, State's Exhibit 131?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of what was captured from your device that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And as far as clarification of any audio that was present on that recording device, would you be responsible for that, or was that Mr. McElveen that we just heard from?
Yes, I never even, other than authenticating it, I never reviewed it.
All right. Move into evidence, States 131, Your Honor.
An objection.
Other than authenticating it, I've never reviewed it.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
You may step down.
What an
Will this
idiot
witness be
this guy.
recalled
Should have been
and
fired. Just take the bag, leave it on the floor, record. You've got eyes.
Please approach.
You can testify. Now you got nada. Zip. Zilch. I put the bag right in front of them. I mean, anybody would do that, especially at a sushi bar. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Our sushi's about to go there. I hope he was demoted. Seriously. Oh man, he hadn't screwed that up, and we'd know if Harvey knew. And said he didn't eat sushi. Wow. Oh, he's not even a cop anymore. Yeah. So, is this
Special
made up?
Agent Pat
Is snarky
Sanford.
being snarky? Oh yeah, that's just a joke. Okay. I was gonna say. Right, she's being sarcastic, Allison. Get with it. All right, I'm with it now. Are we going to hear the damn thing? Are you just going to keep putting person after person? Tell us about it.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give? I do. You may take your seat. Thank you. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
Is this it? Are they actually going to play it now?
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, Sanford. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the FBI?
Approximately 26 years.
Sorry, one moment. Were you asked to
FBI
assist
or
in the
former FBI?
investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was called originally to assist with outside leads on the case. There were some interviews and some other follow-up things that happened outside the state of Florida that they asked me to assist with.
Gomer
And as the
Pyle.
investigation continued, I became more and more involved.
The other guy retired and kind of left you holding the bag, right?
He did.
Okay. Are you familiar with Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
I am.
Were you a part of the initial interview of Luis Rivera when he was attempting to become a witness in the case?
Oh,
Yes, I
he's the lead
was.
investigator?
And do you know the date on which his proffer was given?
I could refer to some notes.
Okay, if I said the date, would you be able to tell me if it sounds
would.
right or not? September 30th of 2016.
Yes.
All right, and the investigation had been ongoing for some time at that point, right? I mean, the murder occurred in 14.
That's correct.
Okay, and in the proffer that was given by Luis Rivera, was there anything new, particularly interested in anything new that you were able to corroborate?
How does she
that law
not know
enforcement
this
didn't
guy's
already
name
know
yet?
before that?
Luis.
Yes, it was.
What was that?
One thing was he told us the day before the homicide occurred that him and Sigfredo Garcia were riding around in the green Prius in Tallahassee when Mr. Garcia accidentally shot a hole in the floorboard of the Prius, and it actually disabled the vehicle, and Mr. Garcia had to actually fix the vehicle to get it running again.
At the time that you conducted the interview of Rivera, you knew that they had rented the Prius, right?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had already traveled to the location in Miami where the Prius was rented and identified the car and the VIN number and all those things, right?
That's correct. I'd been down there and done all that.
Okay, but we didn't know to look for this hole in the floorboard.
No, there was carpet in the floorboard and you couldn't see it.
Okay. Did law enforcement, in an attempt to corroborate this new fact, go back to locate the vehicle again and see if there was in fact any evidence of what Rivera was describing?
We did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 48 through 52. Do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Are these fair and accurate photos of the vehicle once you found it for this second time after Rivera's interview?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 48 and 52.
An objection?
No objection.
They are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Publishing states 48. Had the vehicle changed hands by this time?
Yes, it had been sold by the rental company.
And had it been repainted?
It had.
Were you still able to see at some of the seams of the vehicle where that silver pine mica color, you could still kind of tell was the previous color?
That's correct. Like in the door jambs and under the hood, there was some clues of that.
All right. States Exhibit 49, were you able to confirm this was in fact the correct vehicle by the VIN number?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 50, what does this image show?
It shows the passenger side of the vehicle. It has a directional rod put through where the bullet hole traveled, shows the direction of travel.
So the hole was still there under the carpet?
The hole was still there in carpet, correct.
Publishing States 51. Did the hole actually puncture the gas line as Rivera described?
That's correct. That is the fuel line that you see there with a with some kind of mechanical piece attached to it to put it back together to make it run again.
States Exhibit 52.
And there it is again, just a close up.
Stinks. I don't know if I can make it any better. Old-fashioned way. So this little piece that's attached to the gas line is the repair that was done on it.
That's correct. You can see where the bullet would have severed the line and it took that piece to connect it back together.
Anything else that Rivera told you that you didn't already know?
Yes, he told us about that the homicide had to take place on the day that it occurred because he was traveling out of, Mr. Markel was going to be traveling out of town the following day.
And were you able to confirm that Mr. Markel did in fact have plans to travel out of town the day after he was killed?
He did. He was planning to go to a conference up in, I believe it was New Jersey.
And Mr. Rivera's proffer also enlightened us to the June trip, right? But there was a second trip that preceded the July trip in which Mr. Markel was killed.
That's correct. He talked about the June trips also.
And were we able to corroborate that through the testimony of Sergeant Corbett that we just heard from?
That's correct. We had several instances that were able to corroborate that.
All right. Are you familiar?
Speak up, please. We're having trouble.
You can speak up a little bit louder, Special Agent.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the wiretap that was conducted back in 2016 in reference to this case?
I am.
Whose phones were tapped?
It was Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
How many cell phone calls were intercepted total as part of that wiretap?
Well over 10,000 calls and text messages.
And did you review a disc of the calls that have been deemed relevant for this jury's consideration?
I did.
Okay, and are all of those calls contained on that I guess this thumb drive actually states Exhibit 99. Are those fair and accurate recordings of the calls that we intercepted in this case?
They are.
Judge, I'd ask to introduce States 99.
Yeah, objection. States 99 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of demonstrative B, Your Honor.
You may.
B as in boy. Did you find any evidence in the calls relating to Donna Adelson meddling in her children's lives?
We did.
Okay, and I want to ask you about specifically Wendy's life and her purchase of a house. Are you familiar with the fact that Wendi Adelson had a contract to purchase a house in 2013 here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I am.
All right, and that she pulled the plug on that house on Halloween of 2013. You familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the evidence that Katherine Magbanua gave regarding being approached on that same day by Charlie Adelson about what ultimately became this murder for hire?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And have you reviewed I'm sorry, oh gosh. Let's strike that. I'll come back to it. I also wanted to ask you about meddling in reference to Wendy's dating life. Did you hear anything about that on the calls?
I did.
Okay. And specifically, I think this one's called 989. What's the gist of what is on that call?
Mrs. Adelson's talking to Charlie Adelson, and they're discussing Wendy's current boyfriend, which is his name is Dave, and talking about different ways to keep her dating Dave and keeping her from breaking up with him.
All right. And is Donna Adelson enlisting Charlie's help in dealing with Wendi?
That's correct.
All right. Managing Wendi.
Correct.
All right. Permission to publish at this time call 989, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
And if we could start at 8 minutes and 56 seconds or thereabouts. We have no power, so we're requesting a recess.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. Today to escort you to the jury room.
Come on, people. Her computer died. She's got no power to the device that needs to play this thing.
Who? Georgia? Wow.
I wish I would have stopped for coffee on the way home.
Joe Boo.
So for all of our advanced equipment, we need the repairman.
Or a plug. Just a power cord. Come on, Georgia. Man, oh man. Man, oh man.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
I mean, listen, we talking about practice. Not a game, not a game, not a game. We talking about practice.
What's that from?
I don't know, Mandy's throwing some shit in
Sounds
there.
like somebody's like stand up.
I don't know if that was, I was trying to recognize the voice.
I know, I thought it was a comedian.
I couldn't place it. All right, let's throw.
I think you have some blooping.
Do we have a little blooping? A little bloop action? Nope.
Well, how in the hell were you playing it at a faster speed if you had no bloop action?
I don't know, man.
No, you got nothing. That's why the
I
little
got
wheel.
nothing. Let's see. We do have a few.
I'm coming up to visit you.
So Danny said, I feel so bad for the kids. My mom and her husband were implicated in my dad's M case, and it went cold. Wow. 28 years later, no relationship, never knowing equals worse. That's, man, Danny, I'm sorry to hear that. So your dad's case is a cold case? Man, I'd like to hear more about that. I'm sorry. But thank you for your generosity. Melissa Garcia, former Floridian, back again. Yes, the turnpike is always being altered and worked on. This cross sucks. Thanks for suffering with us. Love you both. Jeez. And you're on the wheel. You guys are both on the wheel.
Feeling nappy over here.
Oh my God. Allison's coming and taking a nap. Wow. Just wow. Bump it. Cody. Wow, you switched your handle there, huh? To bump it. How's the wheel coming? Wheel's good. Wheel's good. Guys are all wheeled up. I zoned out at work. Yeah, I think we all did. Mar, let's see this for our friend Shiloh. So sweet on the wheel. All right, Shiloh. Mar took care of you. You good. You good. You're on the wheel. Nikki B. Just gonna go for a little bit of wheel action. You are on the wheel. It's a me, Randy. My first wheelio. Thank you for the coverage. You guys are great. You're great, Randy. Thank you. And you're on the wheel. Carla Davis, you are on the wheel. So there we go. Lots of wheel action. I'll start getting that set up here in the stretch run of the day in court. The day in court. Are you snuggling with the guy over there?
I was talking to you.
Oh. Let's see. All right, I want to give you one more chance. See if you like this soundbite here.
I'm gonna fart so hard. Oh my god.
My goodness.
Nailed it.
You keep talking to the little teeny funnies. It's so funny. I love it. Do you like this one though?
I told you to stop talking to my wife.
Do you know who that is, babe?
Yeah, I know that.
Who is it?
I have no idea. I've never seen The Sopranos.
Whoa, wow. Wow. Pretty good. Pretty. Yeah, let me see what's going on with that Minnesota thing. In a church, huh? Or was it a Catholic school?
What happened?
There was another mass shooting.
Oh, Lord.
Fucking crazy, man.
I didn't come to this.
2 children lost their lives, 17 others were injured. What the fuck, man?
Wait, what did you say, at a church or at a Catholic school? What did you say?
It was at a Catholic school. Oh boy.
I don't think I've ever heard of a mass shooting at a Catholic school.
I don't know. Makes no sense. Just senseless.
Why is the bar still going?
The what?
Little circle thing.
I don't know.
Wasn't praying.
I don't know. It's $1 million question, babe. Man, oh man. All right, I'm trying to get some better updates on the Minnesota shooting. This guy, like 8-year-old and 10-year-old. Wow. All right, NBC News identified the shooter. They have a picture. How old is it? Robin Westman. Wow. this guy? Oh my God. Of course, the New York Post and their bullshit is always the first one to have some shit up. Mom of mass shooter worked at school where he opened fire. Formerly Robert Westman. Robin. Ugh, Jesus. Dude was 23. Uh, yeah, I'm not gonna read that shit. Ugh. It's never ending. It's just never ending. Yeah, there's a break. They took a little break. Georgia ran out of power on her Mac or whatever, her computer, so she couldn't use it. Oh my God. Yeah, I can't get into that right now. I can't get into it. Yeah, you always got to take the media with a grain of salt. Crime Time Crochet. What? Harrow update as well. Is it the one that the Post put out there? Crime Time? That he confessed, talked about where he disposed of Emmanuel. Yeah, I heard that. Fucking depressing, man. Super depressing. Oh, wow. Really? One of our viewers lived a mile away, less than a mile away from where the shooting took place. Oh, let's see. John, you're in. You're on the wheel. Yeah, it's senseless. It's crazy. Like I don't understand it. Just damaged people. Damaged. I mean, I don't know how long we're just going to ignore mental health issues as a country or a world. It's fucking insane. It's like people just don't want to acknowledge it exists or something. It's bizarre to me. I don't understand. Oh, Robin, you're on the wheel. You were on the wheel. Yeah, I mean, there's no there's no two bones about it. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, there's just a lot of damaged people out there. Got to be damaged, like to be sitting around thinking that you're gonna go shoot up someplace, and I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. I mean, kids. Who does that to kids? The report I saw said he was 23. So his mom worked at the school, is what I saw from one report. It's brutal. Man, oh man. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a common theme. It's kind of a common theme. It's like Crumley. How do you ignore that? I don't know. Yeah. That's insane. Yeah, we're not getting healthier as a society mentally. That's for sure. What? What am I not listening to? What'd you say, man? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's depressing. It's depressing. Agreed. Agreed.
Depressing, and Mandy plays oons music.
Oons. I know. Are we gonna get like? Are we gonna get nailed on that, Mando?
Better take that shit out.
Better take that shit out. That's what Allie says.
Show me the money.
100%. 100%.
Hey, oh, Allison.
I do not think that Wendi remarried. I do not think. I mean, who's getting into that shit? Like, wait, are you the chick that's like everybody's family is getting prosecuted down in Florida? Is that you? I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I played Wild Fart. She fucking hates it.
I'm gonna fart so hard. Oh my god. Nailed it.
She hates it. She hates it. I, on the other hand, love it.
Well, time to punch grandma.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean that's a lot to sign up for. That is a lot to sign up for. A lot of baggage. A lot of baggage there comes with Wendi. Old Wendi and her baggage. It's got a lot of baggage. So we're gonna finally see the bump video, which we've all seen. Oh, you got here just parts? Excellent.
Standing from jurors.
A copy of 85.
Fart? No.
There.
Get out of here. You crazy Megan. Fart size is money. Money. Exactly. See, all the guys love the fart jokes. The women, it's fitty. Fitty. Can't deny that.
Jury entering courtroom.
All right, let's go. We back. Thank you, Steph. Thank you. Never get old.
Everyone can be seated. may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. Agent Sanford, in front of you is a copy of State's Exhibit 85, the wire call summary. Can you tell us what is contained in that exhibit?
It's a list of calls that we selected, calls in a couple of text messages in a little bit of a timeline, and mostly chronological order.
The dates that the calls were made and who they're to and from, that sort of thing?
That's correct. It
And
just
does
has,
fairly and accurately depict the identifying information for the calls contained in State's Exhibit 99?
that's correct.
Right. Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 85.
It's 85 is,
May I have permission to provide copies to the jurors, Your Honor?
you may.
Madam Court Reporter, would it assist you to have a copy of the summary? All right, we were about to listen to call 989. Judge, we're going to advance the call to 8 minutes and 56 seconds, but I thought we'd start just at the beginning to give the jurors an opportunity to put on their headsets. We provided headsets for each juror with a number, and there's an accompanying volume control in the front here. So my suggestion is just let everybody tinker with it and get settled, and then we'll move the
That's
call
fine.
along.
For that, use your notepad still. I believe there'll be one copy that goes back later, but use your notepads.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Headphones help.
Right,
I know. There's a lot of stuff they should have done in
And
Richard
then
Allen's
they're
case.
testing their audio using the headsets.
Sir? Right.
Cheeseburger's like, do you have
I don't know if
headphones
I'm
for a
working
wider
little bit,
head?
but just to make sure I can hear it properly. Probably so you can clearly hear. I think that might be your copy because that's his. Yeah. You aren't going to be left in the dark.
A lot of giggling and laughing for a murder trial. I mean, it's okay for us. We're not there. Oh, she's back on it. Get down on it. Get down on it. Get down on it.
How are you? Good. Got off work. Oh, boy. Wonderful. I had some barbecue up in Jupiter. That's why I just wanted to avoid traffic. Oh, okay. So you're done for the week? You're not working tomorrow, are you? I actually am working tomorrow. Oh. I know. And then that was off Monday. Yeah, that's true. That's right. That's fine. I don't care.
Good?
Yeah. Just trying to earn a living.
Tinker?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, let's go to 8 minutes and 56 seconds.
Because I'm in that demographic of guys I want to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, like, you put the Victoria's Secret model in 37. I'm not asking for her to leave. No. So how unusual a guy he is. Of course. Like people see in especially I have done. I know. I know. And I will continue to talk.
Come on, show that.
There's, there's a limit to
How dare you, madam?
someone purposely will do what you're asking them to purposely do the opposite. Well, she's going to screw her life because they're infinitely what they never do. They're infinitely another day. What's that? There's not going to be enough. No, no. The reason why is I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice. But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's
Sorry. Would you guys, so the captions are covering what?
Well, take the captions off. We're reading a piece of paper.
You guys cool with me taking the captions off? We'll just read the transcript. Yeah, makes more sense.
Bloop back a second.
Boy, you're pretty bossy.
Yeah.
Shushing me and the transcript was on the.
I know, but
can't hear shit they're saying.
But I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is that's what she needs to do. The understand is where I don't ever offend her. Because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I could do it with a 25-year-old. I said, a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years. And 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can just ask her why she's not going out with David because she's there with her twin experience better.
I know.
But it opens it to you.
Of course. But just hear me out. I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it saying, Wendy, in a million years I would date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it.
Fucking weirdo.
She gets it. But, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends. Don't tell her that she deserved the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility to kids who aren't his. Like, there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys wanting to date her because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Charlie Adelson's no Bob Mata, is he, babe?
He is not.
Doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let's take a good example. Ted Bernie. You're a little fucking odd, had that crazy mom lived on the other street. The lawyer. Okay. Ted Bernie got divorced from his wife. He engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took.
Don't give a shit about Sanford.
Football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend. So they're like, okay, so we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First. So anyway, so he's engaged now to a girl that he's known forever. Okay. He has freedom. I'm in that age group. I don't know.
I had her pause it for a moment to explain that beeping noise that we just heard. What is that noise?
That's the sound that it makes when the officer who's monitoring the call, he minimizes it. So
Okay,
he'll
so
hit a
we're
button, it stops it, it makes that noise, and then when he presses it again to monitor again, it picks right back up on that same spot, basically.
So he
All right,
fucked
but
up.
we're gonna sort
But
of
it
pop
jumped.
in and out of the conversation when we hear that noise.
Exactly. There's not a big pause in between. You'll hear the noise and then the conversation will pick back up.
All right, and am I correct that the people that are being intercepted do not hear the noise, the beeping?
That's correct. They
The
do
idea.
not.
Okay. All right, let's get a little more.
One. And I'm wondering if two that one. I mean, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're or that's somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to come home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid parks in my face? No, they're my nephews, I love them. But as far as baby selling, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them, what their schedule will look like? It's not just Wendi, it's Wendi and the three boys. It's three people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can, trust me, I know what to say. I mean, I listen, and a part of me is because, you know what, someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
But that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and you give you, I don't know if she's got her used to something or not.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not, but guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So, you can be a great guy, just doesn't want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only is crazy about her,
yeah.
He's and he's actually treats them. That's what.
That's why. Because the truth is, she can be a great guy. Those aren't his boys. He just doesn't like them. What does she do? Get rid of them? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the kids.
Tolerate the kids. He'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. Right?
Charlie just like talks to hear himself speak. Like what the hell is he so involved in this shit? Like it's even more than Donna is. She's just like, I know. And and he just like keeps going on and on about how he doesn't, how many times did he say, I don't want a 37-year-old girlfriend whose boyfriend farts in my face. What do I want a 37-year-old? I can get a 25-year-old. Like what? These
whose kid farts in his face.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna fart so hard.
It's like he's not even letting his mom get a word in edgewise.
They're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
Know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again. She's away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for the kids that deserve it.
But you don't understand. You could never say that to her. Well, you can. It was
yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want. It's America. I can tell you the end of the company. You can tell me the beginning.
If I want to say if you want to hear, that's what I would do. I would try. I would try.
You fuck it up good. No, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her just from you.
I know. Charlie, believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. And really, you know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with it, considering everything she's been through. I would just like.
You know what? She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can tell you.
Really, and I appreciate what you do because.
I go.
Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, "Hey, wake up"? This is not only the purpose of our community. It's glad to be good.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like to begin with.
I'm shocked that you don't.
And that's what I could listen on.
Good. And I can remember, hey, it's me going like, wake up.
Trust me, I'm buff. It's believe. Let me say this much. As much as you feel like her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knock her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, what the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendi, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendi, I wouldn't leave Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess totally wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has to, I go, what? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto again. It's highly unlikely. So, and it's highly.
Okay, I think we get the idea. We're 2 years out, right, from Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
And who is Dave? Did you identify Dave through the course of the investigation?
We did. He's Dave Atel. He owned a successful businessman and lived in South Florida.
And is this the only call that happened to be captured on the wire in which these two are discussing Wendi's love life?
No, it wasn't.
They talk about Dave quite a bit.
They did several times.
All right, and they talk about Wendi's career options too, don't they?
They do.
And does the defendant, Donna Adelson, enlist Charlie to convince Wendi to do her bidding in reference to Wendi's career as well?
Correct. She does.
I'm going to publish call number 2873 at this time, Judge.
You may proceed.
Learn as much as you can from these people. Sounds like you're not learning much of anything. But I would take the course. The course is, you could do the course 2 different ways. I think it's either 1 week and then you take the course, or you could go like every weekend for a month and then you take the test.
I'm not, yeah, but I'm not even thinking about that right now. Like I still, right now, so I would be.
Is this 2873? No. All right, we'll come back to that one. Sorry, folks, wrong call. All right, are you familiar with the bump in this case?
I am.
All right, what's the bump?
What are you doing?
The bump is where we took an undercover agent and had him approach Mrs. Adelson with a plan. It was during the time of the investigation, we had evidence that linked Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia to being the actual hitmen. So in 2016, we decided to created the bump to have an undercover approach her, pretending to be a former cellmate of Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera in 2016 was actually incarcerated in the Broward County detention facility and then went to another jail. So we wanted the undercover to pretend to be in a jail cell with Luis Rivera and pretend that Luis Rivera told him about the hit in Tallahassee with the Adelsons. Not with the Adelsons, but the hit that that was created, linking back because we had telephone calls going through, linking Luis Rivera to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Katherine Magbanua, then to Charlie Adelson, then to Mrs. Adelson here.
So it was a ruse.
It was a ruse.
Designed to generate chatter.
Ruse.
It was. It was 2 years after the homicide, and we started a wire, and we knew that they were not talking about the homicide anymore. So we wanted to we call it tickling the wire.
And was the goal to identify, if the pattern that we're seeing that we think is the members of the conspiracy, is that right? Who's a member of the conspiracy and what are their roles?
Yeah, we had Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia would talk, and then Sigfredo Garcia talked to Katherine Magbanua through the phones. Katherine Magbanua would talk to Charlie Adelson through phones. Charlie Adelson would talk to Donna Adelson to the phones, and then it would go back, and it would always go back and forth in that order. It never skipped anyone, never, no one ever jumped over to the other person. It always went back and forth. So we had that in the phone records leading up to the homicide, but what we didn't have was the conversations. that
So
were
was it of
occurring during those
interest to
times.
find out, if we approach Donna Adelson in this way, what's she gonna do? Who's she gonna go to?
Exactly.
Is she
See
gonna
what
call
her
the
reaction
police?
was.
Is she gonna call Luis Rivera? What's she gonna do?
Exactly.
Right? Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 113? 113 contains the combined videos from both the body worn camera of the officer that approached the defendant and also the angle from across the street.
That's correct.
Okay, and are these fair and accurate recordings of the bump from both those angles?
They are.
Moving to evidence, States 113, Judge.
Any objection? States 113 is admitted.
All right, and the undercover, the officer that played the gang member, I guess, said that he was instructed not to be aggressive or not to scare the defendant. Was that you that instructed him on that?
It was. We had, we didn't want to cause concerns for the agent's safety. If he approached her being too aggressive and too scary, we didn't know how she would react, if she would possibly be armed at the time. We had no idea. So didn't want to create a hostile environment to make her become overly aggressive.
And
cause
that
him-
is that a concern in every undercover operation, that you just kind of don't know what you're going to get? I mean, it's not specific to this defendant, right?
That's correct. That's in every case. We try to minimize the risk to the officer's safety and the people around.
Okay. Let's publish 113, please.
Black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, I'll get back. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Luca for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times, and we want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through, the way you're taking care of Katie and Susan. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Pause it, please. Does the defendant remain under surveillance for some time after this?
She does.
Okay, we see her take the paper from the undercover and fold it and put it into her purse. Does she ever take it out and look at it before she gets back into her building?
Not that we ever saw, no.
And does she make any phone calls once she goes back into her building?
When she goes back into her building, she does.
And who is the first person that the defendant calls after the bump?
Charlie Adelson.
Right, is that call A?
It is.
Okay, publish call A, please.
Hey, Hans.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. It was very distorted.
Phone recording again?
Tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I need to meet the people.
Okay.
Okay.
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay, so, I mean, I can have to figure out something. Depends how late you'll be, wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oakland Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys who finished their piano lesson around 4-ish, and they I've got the traffic up there, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about it?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's IRS?
You know, those IRS people, they kind of bother you sometimes, but, you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay? And,
Is Wendy down there? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me,
Yeah, it does.
let me just talk to you later, and,
Is that his health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of them.
Ooh.
Probably the two of them. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
Oh boy.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take the boys up there?
Well, maybe they can come home. Maybe we can get here till about 7 and some dad gets here.
So it's harder to talk to me today.
Or can tomorrow, and it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah. Oh really?
I'm just concerned that I just have to get up there and get back in time for him to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier, but not coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Whose paperwork from?
I see that, that's great. It was something that came hand to hand to me. I asked to go on today.
And is it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it on the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you, trust me.
yeah, I know. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
Whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS.
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay, so come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12, he starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down after that, I think I'll do it.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you coming by.
Would you describe the defendant's demeanor on this call as really calm?
Yes,
She says dad's at work, fortunately.
she does.
Does she indicate that she's in fear on the call?
No, she does not.
She was handed a piece of paper that had an article about the murder of Dan Markel, right?
Correct.
That's what the interaction was about.
That's correct. That's what he handed her and made reference to it.
And when Charlie asks the defendant what it's about, what does she say?
She says to both of us,
Probably both of us, probably the two of us.
and then the two of us. She said it twice.
Does she say the name Dan Markel on this call?
No, she does not.
Does she say the name Dan Markel anywhere on this wire?
No, not that I recall.
Did she report this incident to the police?
No, she did not.
Is there another call shortly after this one?
There it is.
Tell us about the next call, call B.
Call B is on the same day. It's from Mr. Charlie Adelson to Mrs. Donna Adelson, and it occurred about, I want to say about 20 minutes after the call we just listened to at 2:35 p.m.
Let's publish call B, please.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is it me not paying the fund tax? I don't get it. No, listen, what was I gonna say? Do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance?
No, it's fine.
Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with the
But
same
the
company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they then try to bump you down to lower bracket.
Oh, okay, so it's a good idea that you want.
So I might as well stay with them and hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in the lower bracket.
Okay, so you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom called her because she's handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it for, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
And I was
I'll do
looking at
that now.
do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone says you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so if someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
So, was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in, sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress it out too much.
Okay. It's probably nothing.
Oh, yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly to have the day off.
Okay. You know, so I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, I'm gonna have to give you this. That's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah. I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah. I'll see if I have money to go. Let's see what I can hear. Okay.
Is someone blackmailing you?
Well, it's still a good possibility.
Do you think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe.
No. That's crazy. there any way I can see you? You can't come up here at all.
Fucking idiot finally gets it.
Essentially, the parent should need to about 4:15, and even if I came up there and got there a little maybe 5:15, it would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for Wendy to pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to? To you. That's crazy. Did it have do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But, let's walk in and either, and I would like to, I have to try to get you today. I will definitely, I just don't know if I'm gonna get back here in time for them to not know how to do people.
Is it, so whoever sent you a letter, sent you an anonymous letter? Did they sign it?
It's handwritten.
So someone showed up, was it like by a process server?
That's what I did was.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building, and they were right, and I put back both driveways with the icon.
Right.
And I walked in about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the guy next to me.
Right.
And just to get out on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, Judy, so you stay up here, okay? You stay up here. I'll work on the computer and then finish it, okay? Yeah, maybe somebody maybe I think online. Call me online.
And he came over and was it a young guy, an old guy?
So probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
Johnny, I can make you a chance to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and then you're worried. I don't think it's a good idea to you know?
All right.
And there's going to be a check for it.
Well, I mean, you have to get into stuff with insurance. I mean, that's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. I don't know.
Close it in, big guy.
Tomorrow, that's 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You're never going to have it interpreted. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. But let's meet tomorrow this afternoon.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, not really. I don't do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
No, it's just a copy of all of the what was written in the letter. That was written in a copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
Actually, I mean, it's kind of thinking if there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me, I don't think it's, people threaten you, gotta go to the police, but let me see what it is, let me see what nonsense it is first. It won't be the first time I've been threatened. But.
I'd like you to just see what you think.
Yeah, no. She's right here, right up to him. So let's do that. Let's make it, 12:20, 12:30, tomorrow. That would be ideal. Okay?
Okay. You got it.
I'm going to play with the ball for it, okay?
All right, yeah, no, come down and see.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
all right, if it's something serious, I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know. That's what I'm supposed to do.
So, all right, sounds good.
We'll talk tomorrow, okay?
All right.
On this call, we hear the defendant say that this is a particularly bad Yelp review. Is this an example of code talk?
Yes.
This doesn't have anything to do with the Yelp review, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so already in call 2, we've got code words being used.
That's correct.
Do they?
And she indicates that Charlie should bring cash, and if he doesn't have it, she'll bring it, right?
She does.
Does she indicate she knows who sent her the letter?
She does in a way. She knows who the person was by seeing him.
She says, I have a pretty good idea who sent it.
Right.
He asks if she wants to send him a picture of what she received from the person. What's her answer?
And she didn't think that was a good idea.
He asks if there's a threat.
All right, I'm not, like, in all honesty, I'm not getting the sense that Charlie's stupid ass was getting it. Like, she really had to say a lot to get him to get there. I don't know that the Yelp is code talk for, like, I disagree with the state on this one. I do not. I think Charlie's stupid fucking ass just wasn't putting it together. She's fucked up. She, because she doesn't talk about the article. She doesn't say what the article's about. Charlie's just not putting it together. He thinks he's in the clear on this thing. Like 2 years has passed.
He's got no idea.
He's got no fucking idea. Like they should have objected there. He's speculating. He has no fucking idea if it's code. Like, I don't know why the defense isn't challenging that.
We should go to the police. What does she say about that?
She says at the end, she finally says something like, we might do that, something around there.
Okay. But
the cash wasn't the $5,000. The cash was literally them getting together and her not wanting to leave a fucking money trail that they went and ate somewhere after she got that thing. They're fucking it up for the jury. They're planting seeds that don't exist. So, I mean, the defense better clear it up on cross because they're just sitting there like two stone golems.
initially says not a good idea.
Correct.
And did anyone go to the police?
No.
Does she reiterate in this call, no talking on the phone?
Did she indicate that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a third call in which Charlie calls back and presses for more information again?
Yes, there is.
How
Fucking
soon after
idiot.
call B do we get that?
He's so
next
stupid.
The next call is at 3:00, so about 15 minutes after that call ended.
Yeah, his mind's racing now. What the fuck? He's starting to put it together.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to tell you, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic?
What?
And they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. Describe them to a T.
What's that?
You could describe them to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But if someone trying to, I mean, listen, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police, but
And they have to, but the rather talk to you first and then.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
scumbags out there.
So,
That's why, I just want you to see, because I don't want, not your father upset.
don't say anything to dad until I take a look at it.
Yeah, when I see this again, I don't think old Harvey knew shit about what his wife and son were running around doing. I really don't. I think Charlie was in the dark.
His dad flies off there.
Absolutely. Everything. That's what I suggested.
I think Harvey would have shut this shit down if he had known.
That's to go to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
Then
Yeah.
it's clear what's wanted.
What is it, kind of actually, what do they ask for?
I don't know, this TV is probably about 5.
They ask you for $5,000?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
You mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend. Hi, Sandra, good morning. Good, how are you?
I don't know if I agree, Pammy. I don't know if I agree, because she said in the first call or the second call, she was talking about she wanted to do it before Harvey got back.
Yeah, but they're saying like, your dad flies off the handle. I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll go from there.
Lincoln going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll
That's why if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon. And
Yeah, I imagine Harvey was driving.
Yeah. We'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's gonna be nice.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Love you too, honey. Bye-bye.
All right, so this call, Charlie says, obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
One moment. What is the objection?
Oh, now you object.
Oh gosh, where are we? Obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. And she says, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Why?
That's a good question.
Did you have the apartment bugged?
No, we did not.
Did the gang member have the apartment bugged?
No, we didn't.
And next, there's a statement, this TV is probably going to be about 5. Was there anything to do with the TV in this bump operation?
Yes.
Well, was the word TV mentioned to Donna Adelson when the undercover approached her?
No, not at all.
Did he say she was buying a TV for $5,000?
No.
Okay. So the TV, though, has significance in the greater context of your investigation?
That's correct.
How so?
Charlie Adelson had supposedly joked to several people about buying his sister a TV as a divorce present instead of hiring a hitman.
Right. And was that the same TV that also served as Wendi Adelson's alibi in the morning of the murder?
That's correct.
In this call that we just heard, Donna Adelson says that the person that approached her, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Will please clarify the question, Ms. Ketterman, so it's clear as the context.
when Ms. Adelson is talking on this call that we just heard, she says that the undercover, quote, mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name of the ex-girlfriend
No,
to Charlie Adelson?
no, she doesn't.
All right. Did the undercover say the name of an ex-girlfriend to Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said Katie and Tudo.
Okay. And does Charlie have more than one ex-girlfriend?
Yes, he does.
Yes, a litany of them, right?
He does.
Okay. So when Charlie hears ex-girlfriend, does he, in fact, on the next call one of his ex-girlfriends?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he has not been told Katie yet.
That's correct.
Okay. Who does he call?
He calls Katherine Magbanua.
Is that our call D, the next call?
Yes, it is.
Publish call D, please.
Sure, Brett. You'll never know. Oops.
Katie, you sending some fucking goon at my mom? What
No,
are you
I'm
doing,
talking
Katie?
about Brett's comment down there.
No, I'm talking about what Charlie just said, Katie.
Someplace you can talk to?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to?
You can talk now.
What's that?
Just talk right now, just talk.
Okay, if you go somewhere that's not loud what I'm talking to.
I can't, it's like loud, so I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to her. Now I can't even fucking get outside. All right, so leave it on. All right. Somebody. Hang on. Okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate.
Uh-huh.
But she said that someone approached her on the street,
Uh-huh.
called her by name,
Mm-hmm.
handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody she really wouldn't go into detail. I have no idea what this is in reference to.
Uh-huh.
But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. And so I said, well, I'm like, first what you're saying, I thought it was like something involving the IRS or a payment or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her
Bumped.
on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her, they called her by name, they handed her an envelope. And she said they spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid the money.
For what?
I don't know, probably didn't want to talk to me on the phone. But
like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like.
oh yeah, that's what I said. I said, someone's gonna try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Right.
right, and you're like,
I said, yeah, you're straight to the police. Because she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I will take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just want to see it in person. So I'm gonna go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
yeah.
So she's like, just.
Was you just stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on with my mom's mom. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
Who knows?
for your mom, like, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I don't
Like,
know.
let a person, like, just going up to your mom
Yeah, and my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What they wouldn't want from her.
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids and was like, listen, just I should have had the day off tomorrow, but she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or if any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What about me? You have like
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does
would
have
feel
anything
bad
to
for
do-
your mom. Like, who the hell did she? I thought that was you with the right conversation right away. Like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing a hat and glasses? Mom was like, no, I can take the person out one after the second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in the 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there, and who she was. Addressed her. So, but anyway, either here or there, I feel like an idiot if it was some other act. But anyway.
yeah, did you have any fight with him over there or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow or what's your story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time to finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time to finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay,
How
I'll
often
see
it
you.
is. Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there as well.
So figure somewhere around 4, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, you know.
All right.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Business.
No worries, kiddo.
So yeah, Shay.
Paul, Charlie Adelson tells Katherine Magbanua that the man that approached his mother said, quote, something regarding her son and his ex-girlfriend. Did the undercover say anything about Charlie Adelson or Donna's son?
No.
Did the undercover reference Charlie Adelson at all?
No, he did not.
When Donna Adelson relayed to Charlie what the undercover did she say they mentioned you?
No.
But he deduces that he misremembers that it was just about him.
That's what it appears, correct.
Did he proceed after this call to call any of his other ex-girlfriends?
No, he did not.
Did he speak to anyone else about this other than the family members that we're going to hear in Katherine Magbanua?
No, he didn't.
Right. There was discussion of an in-person meeting between the defendant and her son, Charlie Adelson. Did that take place?
It did.
When did that take place?
The following day at about, I think it was around 1 o'clock.
Is this April 20th, 2016?
That's correct.
Where did the meeting take place?
It took place behind Mrs. Adelson's building. They actually met in the building, we believe, and then came out the back of it and walked down. There's a sidewalk along the water behind their building. They walked along the sidewalk to a restaurant called Monty's, and there's a table out by the water, out by itself, just behind the restaurant that they went and sat at and met there and talked.
What, if any, efforts were...
Ms. Adelson, if you need your hearing assisting device, please wear it so you do not miss any of the evidence. Please ask your question again.
What, if any, efforts were made to surveil or record the meeting between Charlie Adelson and the defendant?
Yes, I had recording equipment brought in, and we tried to get as close as we could to them. They sat out away from anyone else across the sidewalk, right by the water on one side of them and the sidewalk on the other, and we couldn't get very close to them without alerting them that we were there.
Were you able to record the contents of their conversation at that in-person meeting?
No, we tried, but it was inaudible. There was no
Were
audio.
you able to get any photographs of this in-person meeting?
I was.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State 63.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 63 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can you describe for the jury their demeanor, the way in which they were speaking at this meeting?
Yes, they were talking in very low voices, and Mr. Adelson is usually very loud, but he was not talking in a loud voice in this particular meeting. Even when they walked down the sidewalk, they were talking very low, leaning into each other, almost a whisper.
How long did the meeting last?
I believe around 30 minutes at the table.
All right. Judge, I think this might be a good time to recess for the day.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Also, as well, do not seek out any information or news reporting concerning this matter. Just leave the items that you were handed in your chair along with your notepads. Please report tomorrow at 8:30, and we will continue with the examination of the witness. We anticipate getting started by 8:45. Have a good evening.
Just a nice old granny. It's a sweet, sweet old granny.
Probably was a pretty sweet grandma.
She sounded like she was great with the kids.
Yeah.
Fucked up her whole life. Fucked
And
up
their
her entire
lives.
family's lives.
Like to be so inept
Everyone
that
can be
she
seated.
clearly loves those kids, and to think that taking their father from them would have no impact.
Direct
Come the fuck on.
of Agent Sanford. How much longer do you believe that will take tomorrow?
It's going to take most of the day tomorrow. I do hope to get a couple more witnesses on toward the end of the day.
Very well. Does either party need to be heard before we go into recess?
Judge, I'd like to be heard. I respect your ruling, although I thought that you had indicated that you were instructing Ms. Kaplan not to provide cumulative testimony.
Right.
When we returned.
Well, she is not testifying at all. This is about the formal question that we're getting to.
Cumulative.
One of my objections was is that in fact she is testifying.
Oh.
And I failed to mention that at sidebar. So the jury is getting to hear the recorded call.
Right.
There's a highlighted transcript in front of them that they're leading and reading while we're going through the call. Then Mrs. Kaplan could have asked questions like, did Charlie say this? Was somebody's name mentioned? Instead, she's repeating again what's on the call. And that's not fair to my client. That's not following the rules of evidence, and I just want to make a record. Thank you.
Concerning that matter, I've already made my ruling. She is allowed to ask questions that go to the context of what has been admitted. There's nothing more I have to say on the subject concerning this. Are there any other matters?
Nothing from the state, Judge.
I'll review the recording that the state provided, and I'll have an answer to the court in the state in the morning.
Well, please report by 8:30. We will await the jurors, and then we'll continue with the examination of Agent Sanford. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hold on.
Bob, you're muted.
Yeah, the bump was it, right? I mean, the bump is what
Yeah.
it
I
like.
mean, you got to
So
take
it's
care of this guy like you took care of Katie and Tutu.
well, I mean, it's more than that. Like they just thought they were past it, so they weren't talking about anything. They weren't gonna. They had to give him a little shove. Let's give him a little. Let's get him talking about it again. So it's like it's a great name for what they did in terms of kind of spurring on the conversation. It was
And then
super
Katie's
effective.
like, so the guy just bumps into your mom?
Right. Yeah, just give him a little shove there. All right, so let's get to the wheel. Debbie King, way too much senseless craziness ththese days. 100%. It's insane out there.
It's
Y'all need to
really
keep your
cold
head
in
on a
this house.
swivel, kids. Keep your head on a swivel. Zen Cat, new member. Oh, family hug. Melissa Garcia, have you ever had to deal with evidence like this in court? Seems pretty obvious this guy was a cop. Also, y'all think you can drag Andrea out of hiding. We try.
No,
I don't
I
know
mean,
if Andrea, I don't know if she fucks with this case at all. I haven't even heard her. I haven't seen she's got the kittens going on.
yeah, she's got kittens. She's traveling.
Yeah. I don't know that she knows anything about Adelson. We'll text her though. See if she's up for a pop in. Schiffer's supposed to join us. Josh will come on. Always love Josh. But I threw you on the wheel again there, Melissa. Thank you very much. And Shannon L on a work trip all week. Sad to miss the best coverage. Thank you, Shannon. Travel safe. Travel safe, my friend. All right, let's bring up the wheel. Got it all set. The wheel is set. The wheel of name. Dr. G's about to look into some Donna shit. He's big body language guy. I know
Who's
people
he
love
body
that shit.
languaging?
Donna. He's gonna
Just
do
sitting
that.
there at the bench. That's not a
council table. Yeah.
no. That's not a fair. It means nothing.
I mean, people love it. I give it very little weight. Sounds like bullshit. I mean, there's obviously
Especially while she's sitting at at council table. That's
during the trial where her life
not
was
a
ended.
real. No, there's nothing about that. That's
It's like
natural.
anytime people are trying to read somebody's body language from a point where they're in a circumstance that they've never been in before, people are going to be stressed out. It's like you just have to. I don't know.
Plus, they're told like don't do anything with your body language. So
yeah. All right, let's make the wheel as big as I can. Okay, you guys ready? This is so exciting. I'm going to shuffle this a couple more times. I shuffle the shit out of this always.
All right, but wait until it's like fully done. That's what I thought last time.
It never stops moving. Okay,
Oh.
ready? Okay, let's go. Here it goes. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. Petite Betty.
Hey.
All right. Petite Betty. You should know the rules. You got to go into the bonfire shop, pick out your t-shirt, tell us your size, your color, and which shirt you want, and then send us an email with your mailing address. And then, like magic, you will have a DD shirt to wear to sleep every night of your life. It'll be fabulous. Make sure you wear it out.
Gotta wear that shit out and about.
You gotta wear it out and about.
What the hell? Wearing it to sleep? That doesn't do us no good.
Pajamas?
Pajamas.
Pajamas. All right. Well, congratulations, Pete Betty. We love that. We love that so much. All right, y'all. So tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. We will be back. Mods, thank you so much for being with us all day. We love you. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you, Tracy, for all the work that you do behind the scenes and in chat. Both you guys always do double duty, and we adore you to death. And to you guys, we love and adore all of you. Thank you for your incredible generosity day after day after day.
Yes.
So wonderful. It really means everything to us. Because we couldn't do it without you, because I say it every day. I mean it. Without y'all, I'm just an old man.
Sitting around talking to his wife.
Yeah, watching Donna Adelson get convicted. See you tomorrow. Bye.